Everyone, the fourth edition of Annual Blockchain Summit, organized by Kerala Blockchain Academy, a center of excellence in blockchain education and training under Kerala University of Digital Sciences, Innovation and Technology. It's indeed a proud moment for Kerala Blockchain Academy to host the annual summit for the fourth consecutive year and have you all here. Myself, Anju, from Kerala Blockchain Academy, and it's my privilege to welcome you all to this dynamic knowledge sharing platform to discuss the adoption possibilities and future of blockchain technology. On behalf of Kerala Blockchain Academy and Kerala University of Digital Sciences, Innovation and Technology, I extend a hearty welcome to each beautiful soul present here for the day. Now, without further ado, we'll turn the time over to the much awaited moment, the inaugural ceremony of BlockHash Live 2021. We have with us today Shri M. Madhavan Nambiar, retired IAS, Chairman of Indian Institute of Information Technology and Management, Kerala, Dr. C. Mohan, Distinguished Visiting Professor of Singapore University and retired IBM Fellow Research, Dr. Ashraf S., Dean, Research and Development of Kerala University of Digital Sciences, Innovation and Technology, also the Professor in charge of Kerala Blockchain Academy, Dr. Anup V.S., Senior Scientist and Head of Research and Training, Kerala Blockchain Academy, and Mr. Adarsh, Senior Scientist and Convener of Kerala Blockchain Academy. Once again, a warm welcome to the distinguished guests of the day and the audience. It's a great honor to have you all at the BlockHash Live 2021. Now I invite Dr. Ashraf, Dean, Research and Development of Kerala University of Digital Sciences, Innovation and Technology, and the Professor in charge of Kerala Blockchain Academy to deliver the welcome address and kickstart the fourth edition of Annual Blockchain Summit. Over to you, Dr. Ashraf.
Thank you, Anju, and good morning. Respected Chairman, Ms. Madhavan Nambiar IAS, distinguished scientist, C. Mohan, colleagues from Kerala Blockchain Academy, Digital University, IITMK, friends. It's indeed a proud moment to welcome you all to the fourth edition of BlockHash Live 2021. We started our journey, Kerala Blockchain Academy started our journey way back in 2017 with a vision to train 20,000 blockchain professionals over a period of 5 years. I'm happy to share you that we've already trained more than 15,000 people across 40 plus countries in a matter of 3.5–4 years. And when we started this journey of exploring blockchain technology in 2017, there were only few across the globe who were exploring blockchain as a serious technology. And we wanted to have collaborations, and that to international collaborations, and that's where BlockHash Live 2018 was born, the first edition of BlockHash. The first edition we conducted in Trivandrum, and across years, we are at the fourth year of BlockHash Live. Across years, we have many distinguished guests from across the globe addressing our gathering. And 2018 and 2019 was in physical form. 18 happened in Trivandrum and 2019 happened in Cochin. 2020, because BlockHash Live happens in the month of December, we were hit by the pandemic. And again in 2021, we were expecting that we'll have a physical gathering. Typically, the BlockHash is conducted in the second week of December, and we were waiting whether we could do this physically. But again, we are at the same situation as that of 2020, and we are forced to be online. Hope to have a physical gathering in 2022. With that little introduction, let me move to my responsibility, which is welcoming the gathering, the BlockHash Live, delegates of BlockHash Live 2021. Let me start with our mentor, our advisor, and the chairman of IITMK and the chairman of the advisory board of Kerala Blockchain Academy, none other than Mr. Madhavan Nambiar IAS, who has always been a guiding light for us in this journey. On behalf of the organizing committee of BlockHash Live 2021, I welcome you, sir, to this gathering, this conference. I extend a warm welcome to on behalf of IIT, DUK, and Kerala Blockchain. Thank you for joining us. Next, we have our inaugural speaker, distinguished scientist, who doesn't need any introduction, Dr. C. Mohan, the celebrated scientist from IBM, and I've known him for at least 2 decades, almost 2 decades. And on behalf of Kerala Blockchain Academy, Kerala, because maybe this is your second session to the gathering in Kerala, you said you were at Calicut. So on behalf of Kerala Blockchain Academy, I extend you, sir, a warm welcome to BlockHash Live 2021. Now we have our keynote speakers for the event. I would love to welcome Dr. Santosh Babu, IAS retired. He's the MD of Kerala State Information Technology Infrastructure, KSITL, currently. And he'll be giving a talk on blockchain for governance on behalf of Kerala Blockchain Academy and the organizing committee. I extend you, sir, a warm welcome. Then we have a keynote address by the VP Asia Pacific of Hyperledger Foundation, long friend of ours of Kerala Blockchain Academy, Mr. Julian Gordon. On behalf of the organizing committee, extend Julian a warm welcome to this gathering. We have another keynote by Dr. Justin Gosson, professor of Penn State University, and on behalf of Kerala Blockchain Summit, BlockHash Live 2021, I extend Dr. Justin a warm welcome to this gathering. We have colleagues from Ironworks giving a session on self-sovereign identity, and on behalf of the organizing committee of BlockHash Live 2021, I extend Anusha and Ankita a warm welcome to this gathering. We have Linda from Blockchain Chamber of Commerce giving a session on the future of blockchain as a theme in the Omniverse. On behalf of Kerala Blockchain Academy and the organizing committee, extend a warm welcome to this conference. And we have colleagues from Polygon giving a workshop on Polygon, and on behalf of the organizing committee of BlockHash Live 2021, I extend them a warm welcome. I also like to extend a warm welcome to all my colleagues from Kerala Blockchain Academy, Digital University Kerala, and IIT to this edition of BlockHash Live 2021. And BlockHash or Kerala Blockchain Academy wouldn't have materialized or have succeeded in this form without the support of all the blockchain enthusiasts across the globe, who has always been an inspiration for us to do things in a better fashion. On behalf of Digital University Kerala, IIT and Kerala Blockchain Academy and the organizing committee, I extend each and every participant of this conference a warm welcome to this session and the conference. Thank you. Over to you, Anju.
Thank you, Dr. Ashraf. Now I invite Sri M. Madhavan Nambiar, retired IAS, Chairman of Indian Institute of Information Technology and Management, Kerala. The dynamic profile hardly needs any introduction. His 36 years of record in public service as an officer of the Indian Administrative Service has seen policy, program, and regulatory framework across key infrastructure and industrial sectors. He has donned several critical positions, including the Secretary to the Government of India at the Ministry of Civil Aviation, Chairman at Kerala Investment Promotion Board, Chairman at the Indian Institute of Information Technology and Management, Kerala, Director at Kerala State Industrial Development Corporation Limited. Sri Nambiar has played a critical role in the formulation of India's first semiconductor policy, also policies for electronics hardware manufacturing. He was also a key contributor to the reworking of national law and regulation to facilitate a growing IT industry. I welcome Sri M. Madhavan Nambiar, retired IAS, to BlockHash Live 2021. I request you to deliver the presidential address and grace the occasion. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Anju. Professor Mohan, Ashraf, Dr. Ashraf, all my colleagues. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to participate in this Blockchain Hash Live 2021 organized by the KBA, which over the years has become a very popular event. The state of Kerala is positioning itself to become the blockchain hub of India with plans to use technology in multiple domains. Starting as a small 4-member team exploring blockchain technology at IIIT-MK in 2017, we have now gone a long way with the support of Kerala. The Kerala Blockchain Academy has made remarkable progress, and right from its inception, the KBA has been constantly exploring the disruptive potential of blockchain technology for achieving public and enterprise good. Partnering with giant brains of blockchain, such as the Linux Foundation Hyperledger project, the R3 Consortium, MLG Blockchain, Intel Interwork Alliance, the Blockchain Education Network, to just name a few, the organization constantly strives to bring innovation in the field of research, development, training, and entrepreneurship. KBA played significantly an important role in molding resources such as skilled blockchain developers, blockchain architects, and consultants through its various courses, ranging from fundamentals to advanced developer programs, offering both online and offline programs in self-paced and instructor-led mode. KBA has made remarkable progress in the area of blockchain education. The institution is also an active contributor to webinars, boot camps, faculty development programs, community meetings. Now, with the growing enthusiasm, the institution is looking for intelligent use of blockchain in specific domains, also getting prepared to meet the changing needs and opportunities arising from the global market. In the past 4 years, the KBA Garage has worked with over 6 startups, nationally and internationally, with very interesting success stories in the blockchain space. Through KBA Blockchain Garage, the institution plans to use the technology to boost the efficiency of different business domains and create a talent pool of blockchain professionals. The Garage has come up with several innovative solutions, such as the ImmunoChain, a project jointly supported and funded by the DBT, BIRAC, and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, aiming to build a blockchain ecosystem to streamline the immunization program that is already across the state of Kerala. I'm happy to inform you that last month, the ImmunoChain project got selected for the eHealth Kerala mission, aiming to automate and digitize health proceeds in the state. Right now, more research is being conducted in these areas to empower immunized chain in response to the current pandemic, to provide nationwide blockchain skeleton for vaccine distribution and tracking. Similarly, a CertiChain solution from KBA is listed as an innovative blockchain solution for Agni India, helping academic institutions to issue immutable and variable certificates to the students via blockchain layered architecture. The project SkillChain, again, a blockchain powered migrant labor resume management, got an award from the US Consulate General in Chennai. It assures each citizen to become the owner of their marketplace. The AgroChain product, another very important project, a blockchain-based transparent marketplace where farmers and consumers should implement a cooperative farming ecosystem, got accredited by Niti Aayog in 2017. So as you can see, we talk about innovation and social innovation. I think KBA is taking a great lead in innovation in social areas, from the health, from the agriculture, from skill development, labor. So I think I am reminded of the words of the late great President Abdul Kalam, with whom I had a pleasure of working closely when I was IT secretary. And I used to tell him about technologies. And he used to tell me that the importance of technology is only as important as the common man can use it to improve the quality of their life. So that is what here in KBA, Professor Ashraf and all are doing, getting into areas which really help the state and the people. So I really compliment him on this great initiative. The Kerala Blockchain Academy is really very keen on contributing back to the society, largely the student community and other enthusiasts on the blockchain. KBA has set up the KBA Innovation Clubs promoting blockchain education among students and faculties by providing free workshops, development programs, internships, and training. Envisioning the same, the open source repositories invite contributions from blockchain enthusiasts to work on the projects developed by the KBA community. In the new and emerging technologies like blockchain, research and collaboration is the key. And I'm indeed happy that KBA is reaching out to various stakeholders in the community and in the stakeholders, among all the stakeholders, because I think this is the key. Collaboration, reaching out, and most important, the convergence of various technologies, whether it is AI, IoT, everything coming together in a very positive convergence. It is this that is the focus of the BlockHash Live, which is an annual blockchain summit organized by the Kerala Blockchain Academy. The primary focus is to gather top blockchain leaders and practitioners under one roof. The foundation for the biennial was laid in 2018 with a vision to discuss the most important happenings in blockchain technology with no miss. The initial summit served as the basis for introducing blockchain technology to the rising Kerala community. It was indeed a small gathering with about 30 crypto enthusiasts and early developers. Since then, there was no looking back. The subsequent years brought in larger representations of blockchain, such as Brian Baldoff, Executive Director of Hyperledger, the Linux Foundation, Bob Tapscott. We were very happy to host him in Kerala from the Blockchain Research Institute, Dr. Jane Thompson from the Center of Blockchain Technology, UCL, Samson Williams, the adjunct professor, UNH Franklin Pierce School of Law, and many more such global leaders. This year, it is the 4th edition of BlockHash Live, and I'm sure that the virtual Congress will ignite the fire of blockchain in all our minds and will really boost the passion for blockchain enthusiasts all over the globe. I'm especially happy to welcome Dr. Mohan for having taken the time. He is a great motivator and a great mentor. We look forward, Dr. Mohan, to have a close interaction with you. Once again, let me congratulate Dr. Ashraf and his team, and I look forward to hearing the deliberations and formally inaugurating this important event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shri Madhan Nambiar, for your beautiful words. Now I invite Dr. C. Mohan to BlockHash Live 2021. Dr. C. Mohan is a distinguished visiting professor at Tsinghua University. The intern-born American technologist is an honorary advisor at Tamil Nadu e-Governance Agency, advisor to the Kerala Blockchain Academy and IEEE Spectrum. He has been an IBM researcher for 38 years in the database and related areas. And during the tenure, he has won many accolades, including numerous IBM awards, ACM Sigmund Edgar Cod Innovations Award, VLDB 10-year Best Chapter Award, and many more. The former IBM Fellow is an inventor of 50 patents and is currently focused on blockchain, big data, and HTTP technologies. Over 2 years, he has been an evangelist for permission blockchains and the mythbuster for permissionless blockchain. It's indeed a great honor to have Dr. C. Mohan at the inaugural function of BlockHash Live 2021. Welcome, sir, to BlockHash Live 2021. I request you to deliver the inaugural address and formally inaugurate the annual blockchain summit.
Thank you, Anju. It's a great pleasure for me to be a participant at this event, and I'm really happy to hear all the nice things that Mr. Nambiar said. I would have, of course, loved to have done all this in person. I've known Ashraf, as he said, for quite a while, and since I'm now even more associated with Digital University of Kerala as a member of the Board of Governors, and I've already taken part in a few meetings. My slightly earlier involvement, which started with Kerala Blockchain Academy, is now mushrooming into quite a bit of involvement. And also personally, it's fairly satisfying. I only wish my parents-in-law were alive, since they came from Kerala. They would have been excited to see that I'm so much more involved now in Kerala-related things. So since I have only a little bit of time, I thought I'll show you a couple of slides and tell you, if you happen to want to hear more of my thoughts on the comparisons between permissionless and permissioned, in other words, public versus private blockchains. There are presentations that I've given where I go into longer discussions about these things. So I have the links here. I'll make available the slides later on, so people can offline go look at these things. I also gave a keynote address at this annual event, which is a big deal conference for database people, which is the ACM Sigmod International Conference on Management of Data. This was 2.5 years ago. As an IBMer, of course, I had been deeply engaged in trying to change some of the things related to Hyperledger Fabric, since the original prototype came out of work done at IBM, and then IBM chose to open source it and go to the Linux Foundation and form a consortium around it. That's the origin of Hyperledger Consortium, and the first project in it happened to be the Fabric, whose initial code came from IBM. And so I had worked quite a bit with people in the IBM, on the IBM side. Even though it was a community project, there were many people in IBM who had worked on all that and continue to work on it. And so I tried to do my bit also. I'll mention a bit about it later on. Of course, as everybody knows, all this started with seriously Bitcoin coming out about a decade ago. And then, of course, it had lots of problems. And I still believe while the underlying infrastructure, the concept of the blockchain itself, with hashing being used to interconnect the different blocks and trying to make it more tamper-proof and all that, was a good contribution. The particular usage that it was put to, I'm not at all in favor of, namely the idea of a cryptocurrency, and in that particular instance, them using it only for sending money around, artificially created money, and all the overheads associated with mining and such, just because they chose to adopt this notion of anonymity or pseudo-anonymity and let people hide behind addresses and private keys and public keys and not reveal their real-world identity, which has led to a number of problems. I won't dwell on them. And so I'm just not a favorite of that kind of technology. But I like the fact that it set the world thinking in a certain way, and it's become like a cottage industry in terms of papers and systems. And I come from Silicon Valley, where I've spent 4 decades, and I've seen what the startups do and what VCs do. They all want to make a fast buck. They don't always care for the longevity of the technologies that they develop and so on. So I prefer the idea of a private or permission blockchain system, which uses some of the infrastructure of the original permissionless system, but then it uses it in a context where it's more meaningful and real world use cases, as Mr. Nambiar was mentioning, that the KBA people have been engaged in also. And it avoids many of the problems associated with permissionless. And this whole notion of fees and rewards and such, which in my view, even if economists say some positive things about it, this whole greed-based way of doing things, how to pick, what transactions to execute and things like that, is completely counter to the way traditional transaction processing has been done. And I come from the research lab where relational databases got invented and the SQL language came from. And I personally have spent my entire career even starting with my PhD thesis work on concurrency control and recovery and so on. So I care a lot about reliability as well as high performance and such. So for me, as a result, this idea of 7 transactions per second, 10 minutes per transactions outcome to be known is all mind-bogglingly stupid and naive and all that. Because 35 years ago, 40 years ago, our goal was to do 2,000 transactions with 1,000 transactions per second with sub-second response time. Whereas, once the .com boom happened and then the Web 2.0 guys came along, they said tens of milliseconds is the response time goal. And so this 10 minutes is completely opposite. So it also introduces all sorts of craziness with, forks and such. So for all of those reasons, I want to do the reset in the minds of people and not think about just sending money around as if that's the only thing that matters in life. You also need to think about the full life cycle of what the heck is the context in which money sending is one part, but that's not the only thing. And Bitcoin only cares about sending and receiving money. Why money is being sent around, modeling the goods and services that are being exchanged, and hence this money aspect is one part of a full life cycle of interactions, means that you can't deal with real world problems like somebody did something, you paid the person, and then later on it turns out what they did doesn't live up to the expectations. And what are you going to do now? You already sent the money. So such, real world things that are bread and butter of how people interact and so on is not taken care of at all. So for such reasons, I say, think of a business process or a workflow and what's happening in such environments. You have organizations, you have people. Forget all this business of, no centralized entity and, completely decentralized environment, peer-to-peer, all the gobbledygook you hear from the permissionless people is all barking up the wrong tree, in my opinion. So think of the blockchain transaction as causing state changes to assets. These assets could be purely digital or could be digital plus physical assets. And once physical assets come in, this whole mumbo jumbo that's talked about in the permissionless world goes out the window. All the purity is gone through the, thrown out of the window. And also this business of completely peer-to-peer is bogus because you are all still dependent on, the communications networks, and there aren't too many such players. It's not like, individuals in this peer-to-peer environment are using pigeons or smoke signals to communicate with one another. You are still dependent on the small number of telecom players that are out there. So I like to think of the blockchain technology as a better way of doing things that have happened in the past. More detailed accounting that leads to much better response times, less errors, and so on. But it's not like a completely rethought out way of doing business as the permissionless people would like you to believe. So in my opinion, the fact that there is more religious fervor associated with permissionless, and the fact that it gives scope for people to crank out a lot of papers by itself cannot be the justification for this. The mere fact that Elon Musk and some big name people are behind it is also no good justification to think that whatever they say you should take as gospel truth or whatever. Having sat in Silicon Valley for 4 decades, I've seen how during the .com era, all sorts of crazy investments were made only for the whole world to go bonkers later on. And more importantly, the 2008 financial disaster, where people believed in all this, mortgage-backed securities and so on, which were for the most part intended to circumvent SEC regulations in the US, is the sort of thing that's going on with these permissionless blockchains, where way too many people are trying to, do all sorts of illegal things by hiding behind the anonymous way of doing things. And so I feel the rapid progress that has happened in the last 5 years or so in the permissioned blockchain world is what's going to be of value in the long term. And the non-uniform treatment of cryptocurrencies across countries is also telling you that not everybody buys into this whole notion that you can just create money without, economists and politicians and money supply in the world and goods and services and such being taken into account. In terms of the maturity of the field in the permissioned arena, it's like the world was in the relational database space 35 years ago or so, when products like DB2 and Oracle had come out. A little later, Sybase and such came. But these systems had lots of features, but they were not easy to use. Users, meaning application programmers and system admins and database administrators, were left to their own devices to figure out under what condition, what feature to use, and to figure out how to compare these systems, not just from a functionality perspective, but also the performance perspective and so on. But over the decades, many things got done, which made these sorts of systems easier to use, be more self-managing and things like that. And also for tools to be developed on top, and a whole, community of related companies came about, which made life a lot easier. So lots of those sorts of developments are yet to happen in enough of a serious way. But one major distinguishing characteristic of the current state of affairs in blockchain systems vis-a-vis the original relational environment was that, or is that, when at least the relational systems from different vendors came out, the underlying conceptual model was the same, namely the relational model that was invented by the person who was my colleague in my research lab, Ted Cord, the father of relational. He was my colleague for 2 years before he moved on. Whereas in the APIs might have been somewhat different between the relational systems. Of course, even that changed quite a bit once the ANSI and ISO standards came out on SQL. And to begin with, there was a prototype at UC Berkeley where the system called Ingress had Quell as the language, whereas in my lab, before I joined IBM, System R was the one in the context of which SQL came about. Later, of course, in the battle between Quell and SQL won in terms of standardization. Now, if you come to the permission blockchain systems, they not only have their own APIs, there is no standard, but even the underlying conceptual model is different. If you compare, for instance, Hyperledger Fabric with R3 Coda and some of the other ones that are around, enterprise Ethereum in the form of Quorum, for instance. But the good thing is that just like it happened, in many cases in the past, one vendor's technology or way of doing things becomes like a de facto standard. It's good to see that Hyperledger Fabric-based blockchain as a service offerings have incredible momentum behind them. There are almost everyone that provides a BaaS offering supports Fabric, but in addition, they might support one or two other systems, but no system is supported as widely as Fabric is. And also compared to relational, the speed at which people went from kicking the tires and doing prototypes to production deployment has been much faster. Of course, part of it probably has to do with changes in technology and open source and various other contributing factors. But meanwhile, the database vendors have not been sitting idle. They are ever so slowly adding certain blockchain-like features into the core of database systems themselves. But they are still in a very primitive state. They are only doing essentially single organization kind of blockchain-like features being put into the database system. But blockchain is really more useful in the context of multi-organizational workflows, where you have not just organizations, but also individuals. So in the picture I was showing here, the interior nodes represent organizations, whereas the edge nodes represent people, and people could be playing different roles and so on, which are all very reminiscent of what happens in relational database systems and such, where you have authentication, authorization to do only certain things and so on. And between organizations also, the way they authenticate each other and all that is all important things to think about and mull over and not get too carried away with everything being peer-to-peer. Interestingly enough, in India, in addition to what Mr. Nambiar was talking about in the context of KBA and Kerala, I just noticed that a National Center of Excellence in Blockchain Technology was launched almost 2 years ago by the National Informatics Center. And to my surprise, just this morning, I noticed in December, I don't know exactly how many days ago, this National Strategy on Blockchain report has been released. Unfortunately, I didn't have the time to dig through it to pull out some interesting things. Also, I saw in the paper today, just yesterday, when Prime Minister Modi was at IIT Kanpur in person to participate in the convocation, he actually launched a blockchain-based degree implementation in IIT Kanpur. So, of course, there are many other places which are also trying to do similar things, and Andhra has done some stuff in the past, but it's good to see that there is more momentum now in terms of practically useful applications being designed. And in my other role as an advisor to the Tamil Nadu e-governance agency, I've been involved for a while, and Ashraf also participated, I think 2 years ago, in a meeting where we were trying to set up some of the objectives of a project called, interestingly enough, Nambikkai Inayam. For Tamil people, this will be interesting to know, is a Tamil translation of essentially blockchain. I thought it was a cute name. And the goal is to develop a blockchain backbone and then let different organizations in the government as well as private parties do implementations on top of it. And after a bit of delay and all that, finally, they've actually done the determination of who gets to implement this. So I'll mention a bit later. And I've been having discussions at TNEGA on all the details of how to do this and giving a critique and all that. In terms of the rapid progress that I mentioned, here is a long laundry list of things that have happened over a period of time now. I won't get into the details, but it's interesting to see in countries like China, for instance, the president has declared a national focus on blockchain innovation, just like a little later they announced, a little before they announced a national focus on AI. Facebook also got into trouble with its Libra cryptocurrency. Even of all people, Trump commented about these things and such when he was the president of the US. And so they've had to change the goals of their project. Oracle, just like IBM did it as a leader, announced a blockchain as a service offering, which is of course based on Fabric. But the Chinese companies are extremely active. Not too many people in the Western world pay attention to these mega Chinese companies, but they need to be watched. And I'll say a few things later on. Also,
sorry to interrupt, sir. I think your slide is not moving. Could you have a look?
Okay. You are seeing the slide saying blockchain as a service?
No, I think we are stuck with the first one. The
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh my God. What could have caused that? Oh my God. I'm still connected and everything clearly. Should I stop share and reshare?
Yeah, could you try that?
Oh my God, I wish you had told me before. Oh my goodness. Who can share? Only host, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Oh, wow. I'm so sorry. Here I am blabbering away to glory. Okay. Are you seeing now?
Yes, sir. We can
number
see your
10?
slide. Yeah.
Okay. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. So I don't know what the heck happened, why this was the case. Okay. So I'll just quickly flash these slides just so you know what's there and so on. Oh my God. Okay. I was on this slide when you informed me of this problem. So here is a amplification of the fact that Hyperledger Fabric is very popular as part of blockchain as a service offerings. Here are the whole bunch of myths that I constantly talk about. I've given variations of this presentation. 16 countries. I've argued like crazy with very young people to very old people who are all passionate about permissionless blockchains and so on. And I also have an 8-page paper that I wrote as part of the keynote at ACM Sigmod that's here, and that amplifies each of the points that you see here. All sorts of bogus claims like permissionless is more secure than permission, off-chain sensitive storage is better than on-chain storage of such data. For GDPR, the off-chain is better. These people don't know exactly what happens in database systems. The mere fact that you deleted something from a database system doesn't mean that it's gone. It's still in the recovery log, and the recovery log is not too different from the blockchain itself. So there are many, many such things which, as a deep technologist, I can, spend a number of hours telling people you are completely bogus in some of these claims. And also this claim that initial coin offerings, which used to be popular for a while, which was a way of ripping off the public, being asserted as being better than IPOs because you are able to crowdsource capital and things like that. And anonymity being good and all that. I don't want to be encouraging, illegal activities. And so bulk of the activities with anonymity has been done to do hanky-panky, illegally transfer money and so on. I'm yet to hear a solid use case where anonymity is important and it's a legitimate use case. Anonymity in a general sense for whistleblowers and all that is goodness, but don't get confused between that and a blockchain environment with use cases and such that have real world implications. And also this idea that anyone can validate transactions is again a bogus claim, especially if you have real world interactions involved. What's the current temperature in Tinagar? Some guy sitting in, China cannot validate if I enter some information. So anytime real world information is entered into the system, this whole business of creating oracles and so on, and as a way of, circumventing is just, instead of admitting the invalidity of permissionless, they now create some new things. Even wallets, for instance, being kept in exchanges. What are they? It's a pseudonym for banks. So much for your bogus claim that no intermediaries are there. And if things do crap out, as it has happened in many cases, who are you going to go complain to? You can't have the cake and eat it too. And also people like, this Nobel laureate said, this whole notion of cryptocurrency has set the world back by 300 years and so on. Even the US government took a bit of time before it started, trying to control these things, and different organizations of the US government have taken different attitudes towards how to classify cryptocurrencies. China, of course, has gone whole hog and said no cryptocurrency or no such transactions are legal in China. And so they are now on to digital version of the yuan. And I'm very much in favor of digital versions of fiat currencies. And they have lots of value associated with them. And of course, China wants to popularize the yuan vis-a-vis dollar, US dollar across the globe. So they are going whole hog into it. And I've heard discussions about India also wanting to do a digital rupee. And as I said before, Libra has had a very shaky history. This is the attempt by Facebook, along with a few partners, trying to create a digital currency. And they've had to revise their goals. And they were initially going to have a network which will have interior nodes, which were permission nodes by the people who are part of the consortium. And then the edge nodes, which represent you and I kind of consumers, was to be anonymous and all that, permissionless. But because of all the flack they got, they've now gone to a completely permission network. And they also gave up on the idea of a basket of currencies being the backing fiat currencies for their cryptocurrency. Even that they've given up on, and they're going to launch only as a stable coin, a one-for-one synced up currency, which is synced up to the US dollar. And I don't know what the current status is. It was scheduled to be launched sometime this year, at least that was a statement made in May. In terms of the blockchain software stack itself, there are three major parts to it: consensus layer, the smart contract execution engine, the data model layer. With respect to many architectural features, the systems have made different decisions, but they don't always justify why they chose to do what they chose to do. It's all a lot of seat of the pants kind of design, because bulk of these systems that are around have been done by not researcher type people, but mostly by industry type people. And they're not into, documenting their design properly. This is one of the fallacies of open source. People think that, anyone can look at open source code and figure out what the heck is going on. This is far from true. Over time, documentation, if it's not kept up, will also lead to false things being concluded. So my point is, unlike relational's evolution, which started out as research technology and lots of researchers got involved before products started coming out, in the permission blockchain arena, that's not the case. But there are also some fundamental differences. If you look at the way Hyperledger Fabric has been doing things since version 1 onwards, not before that, and you look at the permissionless ones, this is the difference you see. In the case of version 1 of Fabric onwards, which is the bottom part, you first have a subset of the nodes in the network, the so-called endorser nodes. They do a simulated execution of a transaction based on the results of which the client submitting the transaction gets to decide whether to proceed forward trying to get this transaction executed or not. This is like the priest asking the bride and the groom, are you willing to marry each other? And then only the thing happens. Whereas in the permissionless way of doing business, which has been widely adopted, the ordering of the transaction is done upfront, and then they get executed, which means because everybody executes these transactions in parallel without communicating with one another, they all better be deterministic executions, which means the smart contract and all that cannot refer to anything which could produce different results depending on who executes it when they execute the smart contract for a particular transaction. Whereas in the case of the Hyperledger Fabric, initially you could have non-determinism, and the client could even choose to take the results and do max, min, or average, and so on. Because later when the transaction actually gets executed, if all the right things are known to be the case, meaning the assumptions that were true or the conditions that were true during the simulated execution, if they are found to be still the same, then during the actual execution, which is not really an execution, taking the result of the simulated execution and dumping it into the database, you will still have deterministic results. Any non-determinism in the endorsement time can be resolved if you so choose to in a certain way, and that the client gets to decide, and then everybody will follow the end result of that combined way of doing things. So there are many database implications of all this. I don't have the time to go through this, but they all make use of dumb NoSQL kind of database systems, or at most document database, which are, in my opinion, crippled versions of the great technologies that had been developed over the decades by the relational people. And as a result, some of the simulation and all that is highly inefficient. So my goal was to push more of the simulated execution and all that into the state database itself, rather than a layer having to be built on top where database-like stuff has to be done by the, in the case of the Hyperledger Fabric, this, intermediate middleware, which is sitting on top of another middleware, which is a relational database or some kind of database. In terms of use cases, that are all over the place. There are many things like in the case of Ant Financial, they have duo chain, they call it, supply chain finance being handled in a way where it's a lot easier for small players to be treated better in a blockchain way of doing things than in the pre-blockchain way of doing it. Only the big guys had the wherewithal to get immediate payments and get loans based on their potential to make money and such things. So there are quite a few things like dynamic matching of supply and demand that can be done. In the food business, traceability is so important, and that can lead to reduction in number of recalls and all that if something does go wrong, because you are doing more detailed tracking. That's what it's all about, than in the traditional way of each of the parties having its own database, its own set of programs. And even if they are communicating through the network, not all of the things are done in a way where other people can easily look in. There's no single source of truth. And there's lots of other optimizations that become possible if you're able to put everything in a way where there is a method to the madness. And the same sort of thing applies in the context of any kind of import-export kind of, especially world trade and such, where IBM and Maersk worked on trying to do this in a blockchain way. And any improvements you can have here, even minuscule improvements, percentage improvements, can lead to tremendous savings because of the $16 trillion kind of business. As I mentioned at the beginning, Tamil Nadu is on its way to implementing for a pretty large state this Nambikayinayam blockchain backbone, which will then be the source for doing various use cases on top. And it's a 2 years kind of project. A few months ago, the project was awarded to a consortium consisting of KPMG and Simplify. They are in the process of figuring out exactly how all this is going to be done. It will be using Hyperledger Fabric, and it will use the mighty approved cloud. And the fact that there are 80 million people and every one of them will have the potential to be a participant in such a network is what makes it probably the world's largest in terms of scale blockchain system implementation. I don't have the time to go through all this, but essentially, you see a layer at the bottom, and then these towers, which represent different use cases. And just like in Europe, there is a similar sort of consortium for public-private partnership. I don't know the actual implementation. They're also talking about in Europe a blockchain backbone. But this one, I have more details of since I'm involved in it as an advisor to the Tamil Nadu e-governance agency. This is not to say, if you now adopt the blockchain way of doing business, you throw away everything that preceded it. You still will have communication between the blockchain network and the backend systems. You might accept an order for producing something. I'm now not talking about Tamil Nadu e-governance agency. The left-hand side way of doing things might involve multiple parties, asking for certain things to be made and such. Those things could happen through the blockchain way. But once an order is accepted, manufacturing the product itself would still involve SAP or some other manufacturing system and so on. And then you can now trigger and tell the blockchain system, hey, that order is now ready to be shipped, and the shipment and all the related exchanges can happen through the blockchain network. So they'll be triggering back and forth, and that's how the old world and the new world will coexist in this kind of a system. What is most important when you are dealing with real world entities like products and so on is how to relate the real world entity, a diamond or a expensive pill, with the associated information in the blockchain, is to have something like what we have always done for humans, right? Which is, things like iris scan or fingerprint and so on. So this is where IBM came out with this technology called Crypto Anchor Verifier as a way of coming up with a signature which can be determined by attaching a lens to a cell phone camera. And depending on the object which you are quote unquote photographing, what it measures could be very, very different thing. Viscosity in the case of liquids, and also in the case of diamonds, there is some internal structure that can be captured, quote unquote, like an X-ray and so on. And there are various other things that people can go read up on that has to do with printed electronics and microfluidics and all that kind of stuff. Ethereum, of course, was an evolution of Bitcoin, and it did introduce something very valuable, the notion of smart contract and how that generalized what you could manage with a blockchain. And so that aspect is also good compared to Bitcoin. But then Ethereum still has all sorts of bad things that come from its heritage, if you like, from Bitcoin. And I don't like those things. And then Enterprise Ethereum was an attempt to make it a permissioned one. And that's where Quorum got developed by JP Morgan, but it does certain things very differently from the way Fabric does it, the notion of channels, for instance, a subset of the nodes in a network wanting to do something in a private way. There are, even though JP Morgan developed it, they didn't know what to do with it. And then they more recently sold it to Consensus. And the guy who was one of the original people of Quorum says, it's not really all that great. And they're just, offloading it to Consensus. So the jury is still out on in the real world whether Quorum is going to survive, and if so, what its value is, because it still has all this ether and things like that, and gas and such concepts, which are all very different from traditional transaction processing. And Hyperledger Besu is an attempt to, even in the context of Hyperledger Consortium, have a project that operates on a public blockchain as opposed to a permissioned blockchain. R3 Alliance and Corda, which was also mentioned earlier, is a totally different beast because it was developed by a consortium of financial companies. And so it incorporates within its conceptual model certain primitives that are valuable or that matter in a financial context. In contrast, Fabric was intended to be across use cases, be a useful thing. So it's got minimalistic kind of functionality, and anything else that you need can be built on top, including cryptocurrency if you so choose to. So this is where I said the conceptual models themselves are different across these different permissioned blockchain systems, unlike in the case of relational. And so this is what makes life harder. And in the case of Ant Financial, they have their own blockchain system, which leverages Intel's trusted execution environment, which is actually something that's much simpler in terms of power than what was available in the IBM mainframe, which is where originally the blockchain as a service offering of Fabric came from. This one has many more resource limitations, but they introduced the notion of, in this system, private and public data, as well as transactions, as well as smart contracts. This is a very novel concept, and I encourage people to go offline, look at these things, how within a network where you would think everybody can communicate with everybody and everything is visible to everybody within that network that's for a particular use case, unlike in the case of permissionless, where it's like in a database context, having a single database, or worse still, a single relation into which all the world's data is shoved, which is totally mind-bogglingly stupid, having one network across use cases and across all sorts of users. Cactus is an attempt to have a project which will come out with a way of allowing different blockchain systems to be able to participate in a single blockchain transaction. It's like heterogeneous data integration for database people. And this is the project where I was trying to replace the brain dead NoSQL document kind of databases as the state database to having a relational database, allowing for people to write contracts with a much more powerful language, SQL, rather than these non-standard NoSQL kind of APIs. Unfortunately, IBM guys didn't spend on the product side enough resources to make this become true, so it got abandoned. And there are lots of issues to be still dealt with. As I said, the way relational systems evolved over the decades, similar kind of evolution in terms of usability and interoperability standards and also it's a more thorough way of evaluating these systems and their features and whether they even actually work or not in a correctness perspective, and also transaction processing council style benchmarks and so on need to still get developed. And this is my last slide in case people want to follow up on things as I go forward and keep revising my talks. Sorry, I took more time than I was allocated to me. Anju?
Thank you, sir. That was really an energy and power-packed session. And thank you once again for joining BlockHash Live, taking time from your busy schedule. Hoping to see you in person in the next BlockHash Live.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
I see Dr. Santosh Babu. Hello,
Morning.
sir.
Yes, we're not met, but I do know about you, sir. Thank you. Madhu Nambiar, sir, is also there.
Yeah.
Yes. Hello, nice to see you, Santosh.
Good, sir. Thank you, sir.
Great, great. Looking forward to your talk.
Thank you, sir.
With that, next we have the launch of the updated e-learning platform of Kerala Blockchain Academy. To bless the occasion and finally launch the brand new website, I invite Sri M. Madhavan Nambiar, retired IAS, Chairman of the Indian Institute of Information Technology and Management, Kerala. Welcome, Sri Madhavan Nambiar.
Yes. Yes, Anju, what would you like me to do? Is there any?
So you may just formally inaugurate the website.
Yes, I'm indeed very happy to formally inaugurate the website, and KBA has played such an important role in shaping skilled blockchain resources. And the Institute, I was told, offers nearly 11 highly rewarding blockchain courses, blockchain fundamentals to advanced developer programs, both online and offline. And I think in 2022, they would be introducing 2 new free courses, Certified Coda Fundamentals and the Hyperledger Fabric Fundamentals for beginners, and also the advanced courses, the 2 self-paced online programs, the Certified Ethereum Developer, as well as the Hyper-Level Fabric Developer on an updated version. So it gives me great pleasure to formally inaugurate these courses. All the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri M. Madhavan Nambiar. We are indeed blessed to have your presence on this auspicious occasion. Hope your blessings will inspire us to conquer more heights and take KBA to the next level. Thank you very much, sir, for joining BlockHash Live 2021.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next we have a small video telling the journey of KBA e-learning.
May 2020, Kerala Blockchain Academy launched its first online learning initiative, Certified Blockchain Associate Online, offering virtual experience of learning blockchain, both self-paced and instructor-led. Today, e-learning platform offers 11 blockchain courses from fundamentals to advanced developer programs. So far, 12,000 plus learners from 65 countries have completed their blockchain learning. 8,000 plus are freely trained via free blockchain foundation programs. In 2022, KBA is all new with brand new e-learning website, with new user interface, more number of courses, more enriched contents, automated certifications, quicker information searches, and more. Come, learn without limits, learn anytime from anywhere, get certified the moment you complete. Come, endure the new learning experience of learning blockchain online.
Now I invite Mr. Adarsh, Senior Scientist and Convener of Kerala Blockchain Academy, to share the conference agenda. Over to you, Mr. Adarsh.
Thank you, Anshu. Honorable guests, dear colleagues, and all the participants, a very warm welcome to one and all. And it's my pleasure to share the agenda of the day for this auspicious occasion of BlockHash Live 2021. So this year, we are actually focusing on the adoptions in blockchain and learning the newer and latest ecosystems in blockchain, primarily to promote the innovation and making the benefits observable to others. So we have multiple project showcases and other adoption possibilities in blockchain. And we are always happy, like this year, we have alumni and students who are coming up with their own startup innovations as well as technology updates in blockchain. And we will also hear some pragmatic opinions and suggestions from the industry experts, as well as some memorable sharing experience also. So as Dr. Ashraf was mentioning, we are planning for an in-person event, but with the pandemic, we will have only a virtual event. In the afternoon session, we will be having 3 workshop sessions on Ethereum, Hyperledger, as well as Polygon, both for the developers as well as for the beginners. So I'm certainly hoping like this 4th edition of BlockHash Live will boost the passion of blockchain across the country, as well as to achieve new heights for the participants. Wish you all a very warm welcome to BlockHash Live, and hope this will be a really memorable experience to all the participants. Thank you all for joining us today. Stay safe.
Thank you, Mr. Rajesh. Next, I invite Dr. Anup V.S., Senior Scientist and Head of the Research and Training Kerala Blockchain Academy, to deliver the vote of thanks. Welcome, Dr. Anup, to BlockHash Live 2021.
Thank you, Anshu. Good morning, all of you. So the duty vested with me is to express the vote of thanks to all the dignitaries over there who have joined for the inauguration ceremony. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Dr. Ashraf S., the Dean, Research and Development, the Digital University Kerala, and the Professor in Charge, KBA, for delivering the welcome address. On behalf of KBA, to all the staff members, I would like to express my gratitude to Professor Dr. Ashraf S. Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to thank Sri Madhavan Nambiar, IAS retired. So, sir has always been a strong pillar of support for all the activities of Kerala Blockchain Academy. And from the bottom of my heart, I express my thanks for your presence, sir, and delivering the presidential address. On behalf of KBA and all the staff members of Kerala Blockchain Academy, I would like to express my gratitude. Thank you so much, sir. Next, I would like to thank Dr. C. Mohan, who have delivered the inaugural address and presented a comprehensive idea on the state of blockchain systems. Dr. C. Mohan, who is a distinguished visiting professor, Singapore University and retired IBM fellow of IBM Research. I, on a personal note and on behalf of all the staff members of KBA, I would like to express my thanks. Thank you so much, sir, for agreeing to be delivering the inaugural address for BlockHash Live 2021. Thank you, sir. Next, even though our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Digital University Kerala is not here. He couldn't join for the event due to some other already committed agreements. I would like to thank Professor Dr. Saji Gopinath, who is the Vice Chancellor of Kerala Digital University, for all the support he has shown towards KBA. Thank you, sir. And I would like to thank Mr. Adarsh, who is a research scientist and convener of Kerala Blockchain Academy, for presenting the conference agenda. Thank you, Adarsh. And I would like to thank all the keynote speakers and eminent guests who have joined for the inaugural ceremony from across the globe, and all the staff members of Kerala Blockchain Academy, all the faculty members and administrative staff members of IIITMK and Kerala Digital University for gracing this occasion. And I would like to thank all the participants who have joined for the inaugural ceremony of BlockHash Live. And thank you, and over to you, Anshu.
Thank you, Dr. Anu. Coming up is the first speaker of the day, Dr. Santosh Babu, retired IAS. It's indeed a great pleasure to invite Dr. Santosh Babu to BlockHash Live 2021. To brief our speaker of the hour, Dr. Santosh Babu is a medical doctor turned Indian Administrative Service Officer of the 1995 batch of Tamil Nadu cadre. He's an alumnus of the Government Medical College, Trivandrum. He's also a Chevening Gurukul Scholar from the London School of Economics and Political Science, and an LKY Fellow and MPM degree holder from the National University of Singapore and Harvard Kennedy School of Government. Dr. Santosh firmly believes that only leadership embedded in the integrity and selflessness with the ability to innovate in the governance process can take India to prosperity. He is currently serving as a managing director at Kerala State Information Technology Infrastructure Limited. His abiding passion has been to transform governance with his jurisdiction to world-class levels, using modern management practices and tools that information technology provides. He has about 250 plus transformational initiatives and innovations to his credit, including the installing of ERP-driven anytime, anywhere government offices, developing and implementing numerous web-based application softwares, establishing India's first rural BPO units, and many more. He has conceived and edited numerous magazines and websites. A few recognitions that has come his way include the Best Collector Award of the Government of Tamil Nadu for Child Labor Eradication, DataQuest Magazine E-Governance Champion Award South India in the year 2008, the Pride of Tamil Nadu by the Indian Express in annual publication 2007, National E-Governance Award and Scott Small Governance Platinum Award, Changemaker Award by the Rotary Club of Madras, Disruptor Award by ustory.com, Jaipur Icon Award by Jaipur Foundation, and more. He has served the government of Tamil Nadu in various capacities, including the Sub-Collector at Chidambaram, Additional Collector at Tiruvallur, Special Officer CN Special Cell, Executive Director of Tamil Nadu Corporation for Development of Women Limited, Joint Secretary for the Department of Rural Development, District Collector of Shivaganga and Krishnagiri, and many more. He took voluntary retirement from government service with 8 years to go for the retirement and took a foray into the politics and joined Makkal Needhi Mayam as a General Secretary, also in charge of the IT, data policy, manifesto, special projects, etc. Welcome, sir, to BlockHash Live 2021. It's indeed an honor to have you online today. He'll be keynoting on blockchain for governance, a much anticipated topic. So before we start, a little housekeeping rules for the audience. If you have any questions, please type them in the chat box, or you may raise your hands at the end. We'll be taking up all your questions at the Q&A set for the last minute. Now, without further ado, over to you, Dr. Santosh.
Thank you, Ms. Anshu, for the nice introduction. Respected Madhu Nambiar sir, respected Dr. Mohan, respected Dr. Ashraf, Adarsh, and all the participants, 104 participants who are participating in today's BlockHash Live by KBC. I was so fascinated, when I was Principal Secretary IT in 2018-2020. That time was the time I visited Kerala Blockchain Academy, met with Dr. Saji and Dr. Ashraf. I was extremely fascinated at understanding you're throwing up 20,000 blockchain professionals from Kerala, as it were. So in a sense, we must, Kerala possibly business bus in the IT revolution, as it were, in creating huge IT parks, etc. Of course, we have Technopark, etc. But I think Kerala is doing extremely well in the emerging technologies field, especially relating to blockchain, artificial intelligence, AR, VR, all those areas. I think that should be the initial thing on which we should be concentrating. So the time being so limited, and the fact that we had such luminaries like Madhavan Nambiar sir and Mohan sir talking. Mohan sir was incidentally our advisor. I never met him, but I had the privilege to listen to him now. I'm fascinated by what he said. Of course, I joined a bit late, but I know from my friend Santosh Mishra.
We met in San Jose.
Yeah, that's right, sir. So there's Santosh Babu and Santosh Mishra. There are two Santoshes in the IT department in Tamil Nadu 2018. And he also resigned recently. Young, very brilliant IAS officer. So that's the time both of us conjured up something which was very interesting. In fact, Santosh Mishra was the first person to use a word called predictive governance. Of course, that is something talked about in the blockchain community. But predictive governance was very interesting for me also. So I took it up with him. And we came with a very interesting model. And that should be understood here, because that's one of the reasons also why, I personally got a little frustrated and got out also, is that, we said that today, you have no identity. Santosh Babu can be spelled in 40 different ways in 40 different government databases, and nothing can be deduplicated. It's extremely difficult. You look at the different databases the ration card holds, electoral system holds, all those databases have different ways in which they express my name or your name for that matter. And I realized that we need to have a single registry. Like, I should, one single mother department should hold my registry and say, okay, Santosh Babu, name, father's name, mother's name, all those details, email ID. And there was something in Tamil Nadu called Makkal number, which my predecessor had created, which is lying around approximating the Aadhaar number, 7 crore database lying there. That kind of inspired us, both of us, to look at this possibility of having what is called a predictive governance. That is, create this, and there will be only one Santosh Babu with this Makkal number or Aadhaar number, and all of the departments can only invoke my number and then add to my database. You can add columns or rows, you can keep on adding. Of course, it's a privacy issue, I agree. But then if you can have a safe and secure database, you can have one C. Mohan or one Madhav Nambiar or one Santosh Babu, and all of the transaction can happen around it. That gave us a further idea. Why not have a blockchain layer of it for credential management, etc.? That's where I think Santosh managed to consult Mohan sir and get a lot of insights into it. And then we said that if three can come together, we can have what's called predictive governance. And lo and behold, I made the Honorable Chief Minister announce this in the floor of the Assembly: 40 crores for blockchain, 150 crores for the state family database, and 90 crores for predictive governance. All three had to come together. Unfortunately, the problem is many people don't understand blockchain from cycle chain. That's another problem that we have in the bureaucracy also. Many of us are very, very, not clear about what this can do. As Sir was telling earlier, it's the next level of internet. It is, if internet was giving us information and, all those things that you can use it for communication, etc. Today, it's going to give us what I call as DVT. It's not deep vein thrombosis. We call it deep vein thrombosis in health, but it's disintermediation, value, and trust. Government, what is government after all? Government is a social contract. It's basically based on the social contract theory. We had the state of nature where everybody was equal. Everybody is equal, but then the problem is there was a mighty and the less mighty and the puny and the big, and everybody started fighting each other. And they said, no, we don't want so much power. Let me give so much power to a set of people, 10,000, 20,000 people who will govern us on our behalf. This is based on trust. This is basically based on trust. So actually, the government agenda can be enhanced by using blockchain, because blockchain's basic premise is trust. And the value and the disintermediation that happens. So I think the problem with us also in government is that what we don't understand, we will ban, and what we understand, we'll regulate. So I think a little more thought processes will come into the government process, when ultimately government will definitely realize that this blockchain technology is going to transform the citizen experience, as it were. So I went from there to politics, and then I used blockchain technology in Makkal Needhi Mayam for candidates to come and give their applications. So we used Joby, I forget his name, Joji Verghese blockchain backbone to create a backbone for Makkal Needhi Mayam, and we created probably India's first blockchain usage anywhere in any political party. We completely disintermediate paper in the first place and create an entirely paperless party. Now, coming back, I joined Kerala government a couple of months back, and last week I gave a presentation to Honorable Chief Minister on predictive governance, and he was extremely happy that we can use these kinds of technologies. And what with KBC, Dr. Ashraf, the kind of people that we have here, and the ecosystem is fantastic actually to start implementing this in a government scale, instead of going always with a proof of concept. My point is very, very simple. Why not start using it straight away? That's the only way we can learn. It's like putting the child into the water and then he learns swimming. If you touch your leg into the water and then we'll see, that kind of thing doesn't work. I think we all need to. That's where I've been, troubling Dr. Ashraf. Basically he's an academician and he's turning out these blockchain experts. But I'm saying, please help us. And Madhav Nambiar sir is also there. The full team is there, Dr. Saji and Dr. Ashraf, and everybody is there. And I think we are on the cusp of starting something big in Kerala also by creating a blockchain backbone. Now, you take Kerala, for example. Now, all our offices are on e-office. Most of our offices are on e-office. Now, look at Kphone. I am the MD of Kphone as well. And within 6 months, by June, I think we would have connected some 30,000 government offices. And the Chief Secretary is extremely proactive on having an e-office in every office, right from the Panchayat to the Honorable Chief Minister's office. So that being the case, you look at the e-office itself. E-office, where is it stored? It's kept in the state data center. Now, is there a possibility of in a breach of security? There is a possibility. But of course, we have a good data center. But the point is that even in that kind of a data center setup, it's possible that we can have files being lost. There can be breaches, there can be hacks, etc. Now, because of this hash value that's created and the shareability and the a ledger that is being created and the decisions to be taken by consensus, etc. I think the first use case for blockchain, if ever, in governance would be in using the e-office, because we need to have credential management, at least, if not, the entire management on blockchain. At least credential management can be on blockchain, e-sign can be on blockchain, etc. So in government, what we do only three things. Whatever we do, jump over the fence, do everything. We do only basically three things. One is policy. And based on the policy, we push files. That's why I call it red tape, right? We push files. And based on the speed of the pushing of the file, we create what is called services to citizens, whatever you call it, services, slow or fast or medium, whatever. Why not make citizens delighted with technology? That's any politician's dream. I think the governments of the day have to realize that this blockchain can be regulated, because everybody is associating blockchain, as he said, blockchain cannot be read as Bitcoin. Bitcoin is only just like saying, email is part of internet. Saying Bitcoin is a very small part, but it's an incentive that has been built by whoever built internet to say that, if value can run over this blockchain and you can trust it, why not trust all government transactions? I have just written down a few things here. One is, of course, rethinking democracy itself. That is, it can democratize the way people and citizens have trust. It can alter power relations. Of course, that's one of the concerns which every government will have, because we don't need to deal with centralized authorities. We don't need big banks. We may not require a reserve bank kind of setup. Is it possible to have that kind of setup, building trust with citizens? Then, of course, the Honorable Prime Minister speaks about minimum government, maximum governance. I think this can completely bring about that kind of situation, because today, see, I'm sitting on I'm an advisor to the State Finance Commission on e-governance in the panchayats, and Kerala is possibly one of the states which started off fantastically. Around 30 application softwares are developed by Information Kerala Mission. Fantastic. Every application is separate and kept, but it's not integrated. The problem today is we have disintegrated or lack of integrated or non-integrated application forms, application databases, and poor our Panchayat secretary, if you go to him, he's the most harassed guy on earth. He has to open this, then he has to go and open this. And it's all for the related transactions that we're doing. And in a blockchain, this can be easily achieved. So straight away, e-office. Second is all these transaction related aspects. For example, you're coming from, let's say, America, and you had produced this blockchain, this COVID certificate. In 5 minutes, my friend was showing, Joji, that he can alter this COVID certificate, remove his name and put my name. That's possible, isn't it, Dr. Mohan? Today, there's no way. The moment the person at the airport we show the certificate, he believes that that's true. But that's not true. But the point again is that if you don't take an injection and take an injection showing that an injection, that blockchain cannot solve. But blockchain can give you a certificate like the way you gave it in the US, and it can be read exactly here. For example, you look at all the certificates that we issue in government. And these certificates are sent, somebody wants to go abroad. These certificates are sent. Here they have to have a process where they go through different departments in government, and finally they put a big seal on it. And finally it's sent there, and they have to check the veracity of it, and they'll send it right back to Anna University or Kerala University, and then they check and come back. This can take exactly 1 millisecond if there's a blockchain backbone. Joji showed me this, and I was yesterday speaking to a young officer in the Kerala panchayats, Jobin George also. The ways these guys understand. The only thing is that leadership at our levels, IAS officers especially, we are not able to give that leadership so that these guys can flower and manage it. Then smart contracts. Automate the working code stored inside the blockchain, which encode contracts and as self-executing documents. You buy a land, you're still not sure whether it's somebody's actual land that you're buying. Is it possible today? It's possible because we are commercial taxes. The department which controls this is what is called the director of registration, DG of registration. Their interest is only in the money. So more transactions happen, the more the merrier. But, at some point, there was a discussion about whether we should have an absolute title to the land. And we looked at the torrent system in Australia, etc. But why not have blockchain embedded in this complete registration process, much like that what happens in Estonia with regard to you can buy and sell land, buy and sell vehicles, etc. in a matter of seconds, because entire data is the entire data is captured, and it's completely clean data. So that's one area possibly many governments are currently looking at. I think Telangana is looking at it. Joji was telling me about cooperatives in Maharashtra. So many of the governments are taking it up in a small way. My own suggestion would be that, like El Salvador, I think that country is saying that they'll be the Bitcoin country of the world. Why not take a big decision by states on using this technology, welcoming this technology? Because at some point, many years back, when internet itself was introduced, there were a lot of questions whether this is going to stay, whether it's going to take away privacy. Nothing else of it has. Privacy is always, when the moment you buy a smartphone, your privacy is lost. But blockchain can, give us that privacy. Today, it's not possible with centralized state data centers, etc. This privacy can easily be breached. It all depends on what is your cyberspace, how strong is your cyberspace. But in a distributed ledger system, where we can have excellent security also. Why can't we think about e-voting? Is it not possible? Why can't we start e-voting in Senate syndicate elections using blockchain to start with, and then test it over? Then protecting sensitive data, I said e-office. Then proof of ownership and title and transfers is what I talked about, using for tax purposes digital certificates. Today, what I was telling about predictive governance is, why should, the two premises on which we worked. If you are a citizen of India, why should you ever visit a government office? This is a question all of us should be asking. One of the reasons, I feel that one of the reasons I also got out was this, that I was not able to do this. That is, everybody is going to a government office. You go to, for example, in Tamil Nadu, we have the Monday grievance day. We have around 1,000 people visiting a district collector. And all the officers sit around the collector and try to solve the grievances. It's a good democratic way of, having a kind of safety valve against the grievances of people. But at the same time, are you solving those issues in a very qualitative way? And my answer would be no, because once a citizen comes to a government office, almost 100 rupees or 150 rupees is lost in what is called wage loss. Second is coming, going, eating, some transaction costs. Almost 500 rupees is lost when a citizen comes to a government office. So when we think about e-governance and when we think about blockchain, the next level that we need to think about is that no citizen should ever visit a government office. This is the first premise that I always worked on. Second premise is, if you're a citizen and we know that you exist, why should you ever apply? Especially for statutory certificates. If you're born, you'll also go in. There's at some time there's an expiry date for us. There's a death. So at birth, they give you a birth certificate. At death, government gives you a death certificate. And after death also there's government. There's something called a legal heir certificate. So between birth and death and afterwards, there is government everywhere. And in between, we give certificates based on you applying for it. My question is, why should you ever apply? If you have a blockchain backbone on it, and you create the state family database, and you keep adding those databases onto that, is it not possible to issue those certificates on a lifetime basis, a life cycle basis? And it will be a non-human. It will be on what's called the prompting system. It's like your RTGS. You don't have money today to send to your mother, but you say, can you send it 10 days later on this particular date, 11:15? Is it possible to send it? And the bank sends it because it's based on a prompting system. Is it possible? I mean, it's very easy to think about what's called an enterprise architecture system, much like what was adopted in Andhra Pradesh on the Pragati. But it's a very costly system, maybe around 10 to 15,000 crores. Is it possible to think about the different databases that we have in different governments, with the different vendors, with the different stacks, with different technologies, etc., through an open API architecture that we can consume, and allow this blockchain to prompt these systems to issue these certificates to people at the appropriate time? Is something which intrigues me, is something which I would like to see in my lifetime happening. And I don't think we have much time left. Before some state or some country takes over, I think Kerala should be the first state in the country to do this. And I have presented this to the Honorable Chief Minister. And I feel that this is a time for state governments to actually not just do a proof of concept. We should plunge into it and take registration, for example, land titles, e-office would be second, certificates would be third, Then law enforcement, you take the CCTNS, crime criminal tracking network system, or the police department. Today, there's no way you can actually say that this, the data is safe. Is it possible to use a blockchain layer to protect the data? So n number of ways in which we can actually plunge into e-health, for example. Now, the government of India has come out with what's called the National Digital Health Mission. I hope I'm on time. Anju, you can tell me, because I'm a compulsive speaker. You allow me time. I love my own voice. So you tell me when to stop. I will go on till you tell me. Right. So is it possible in the public distribution system? Is it possible in all levels where we have a citizen interface? Is a question we are asking. And we should not be asking this question. We should be plunging and doing it. That's why I have presented this particular predictive governance, which I couldn't finally do in Tamil Nadu, although we issued the government orders there. Mohan sir knows it very well. Right now, I think they're struggling a bit, but we'd like to do this in Kerala. So possibly, I have no engineering skill, but I can understand very intuitively, very instinctively that this technology is here to stay. If you don't take the plunge, you'll be a laggard, period. So I wish to thank all of you for giving me the time. I hope I made some sense. I've been pretty fast on this because I'm very passionate about this. I think Mohan sir should become our consultant. I will want you here, sir, because you also in your lifetime would like to see it actually taking place. Isn't it? That's a proof the pudding is in the eating. So I hope all the 109 participants sitting here would appreciate that we can have, hash lives, etc. like this. But for people like me in the government to take it over and actually practicalize it and show it to the world, as it were, like Estonia did. If Estonia can do it. And when we announced this in the assembly, the company which did Estonia was called GuardTime. The CEO of GuardTime actually flew down to Chennai to meet me and tell us that they would like to involve in this predictive governance business that we are talking about. The point I'm trying to say is that if we don't do it today, somebody else is going to do it. Some other state is going to do it. With Kerala Blockchain Academy, with somebody like Dr. Saji Gopinath, somebody like Dr. Ashraf, somebody like Dr. Adarsh, Dr. Anup, and somebody like Dr. Madhavan Nambiar, who's sitting there to guide us and help us. Sky is only the limit. And I'll finish with this. In 1960s to 1991, our country went through what is called LPQ, license, permit, quota raj. Everybody became rich because of this, only at the cost of the businessman. Mr. Narayana Murthy said he went to Delhi 40 times to get hold of that one single computer he wanted to import because there's customs duty, etc. And they were not willing to pay a transaction cost. You can call it a transaction cost, euphemistically. Everybody became, the only people who became poor as the Indians, the citizens of a country. And everybody in government was very rich. This license, permit, LPQ. Then 1991, thanks to a situation forced on us because of LPQ, we became LPG, liberalization, privatization, globalization. Now, I think it's time for us to go in for DVT, disintermediation, value, and trust. And this can be engendered by blockchain, nothing else. I wish to thank you for your time. Thanks, Madhavan Nambiar sir, for staying over. Thanks, Mohan sir, for staying over. Dr. Anup, Dr. Ashraf, all the boys and girls sitting there. God bless. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Santosh Babu. That was really an inspiring session. So we have a question on YouTube. Would you like to answer?
I know the answer.
Okay, the question is like, what's the perk of having data on blockchain and not a centralized server if the decentralization is not one's concern?
Is decentralization is not one's concern?
Yeah.
I can't understand the question because that should be a concern. Because centralization has only given us so much. So if the pie is this much, with decentralization, see, for example, decentralization in Kerala, you take, forget the blockchain part of it. Decentralization Kerala has given deep dividends, rich dividends to the people because it works on the principle of subsidiarity. What each level knows, they can do better. You don't poke your nose into it. So same thing with blockchain technology also, because it gives disintermediation, that intermediate. See, for example, sir was talking about Uber. Who was talking about Uber? For example, with the smart contract between the driver and you, there's no need for Uber. Today, drivers are driving 10 to 12 hours a day. But who is benefiting? 10 to 12 hours for making maybe 500 to 1,000 or 10,000 rupees for that day. But Uber is making based on a simple platform that they create. Why should we have it? Why can't we have a blockchain-based trust between the driver and the passenger? So that's my simple answer to that question. But I feel that it should be everybody's concern that centralization has given us a nation-building process. But I think decentralization is key for our nation-enhancing process.
That really makes sense. Thank you so much, Dr. Santosh Babu, for joining BlockHash Live 2021. It was a great pleasure to have you today. Thank you so much once again from KBA family and Kerala University of Digital Sciences, Innovation and Technology. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Sanju. Thank you. My privilege.
Next, we have the presentations of a few real-world blockchain solutions designed by Kerala Blockchain Academy, also won by our alumni, Mr. Rajesh Kumar Plantotatal. To start with, I call upon Mr. Sean G. Joseph, Senior Scientist and Head of Projects, Kerala Blockchain Academy, to brief the solutions modeled under his guidance. Welcome, Sean, to BlockHash Live 2021. Over to you.
Thank you, Anshu. Good morning, everyone. I'm Sean Joseph. Today, I would like to quickly introduce you to 3 of our projects from Kerala Blockchain Academy. So let's jump right in. So first, we'll look at Immunochain. Immunochain is a traceability solution developed by Kerala Blockchain Academy for vaccines and beneficiaries in the immunization process. It addresses the problems of tracing vaccines from the manufacturers till it reaches the beneficiaries. This is a big data and blockchain powered solution to make the immunization process more streamlined, efficient, tamper proof, and scalable across different geographical contexts. This project was funded by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and supported by BIRAC. The phase 1 of this project was piloted at Katagampalli Family Health Center here in Trivandrum with the help of KDISC and the Department of Health Services. The phase 2 of the project will be done in collaboration with ICMR and is planned to be piloted at 6 locations in the northeast of India. Now let us look at a short demonstration of the project. next project we'll look at is SignerDoc. It is a blockchain-based document signing and verification system developed by KBA. It helps in multi-page tamper-proof signing and recording of documents with non-repudiation. The authenticity of the documents can be verified instantly by a simple scan of a QR code. Now we can watch a small demonstration of the system to know how it works.
അടിച്ചു പോയായിരുന്നു.
Next is the CertiChain project. CertiChain is a certificate issuance and verification application from KBA. It helps institutions to issue certificates and helps effortlessly verify its authenticity for anyone using blockchains and cryptographic primitives. It is fully customizable, provides batch-wise certificate issuance, is mobile ready, and provides APIs for external integrations. Now we'll watch a short video demonstration of the application. If you would like to know more about any of the applications from KBA that we just saw or any of our other applications, please get in touch with us. Thank you very much and have a good day. Over to you, Anji.
Thank you, Sean. A word of applause for Sean and his team. Now I invite Mr. Rajesh Kumar Plantotital, KBA alumni, also the founder and director at Track Genesis, to present his real-world solution. Over to you, Rajesh.
Thanks, Anju. If you could add Christina and Keith into as a presenter, that'd be great because they are also presenting with me.
Okay, great. Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'll try to share my screen. Okay, are we good, Keith? All right, okay. Yeah, good morning all. My name is Rajesh, founder of Track Genesis. It's an award-winning software company based in the UK. We have a very strong relationship with KBA. So we got like 5 KBA alumni working with Track Genesis, including me. I did 5 blockchain certification courses with KBA, and I can highly recommend anyone to do KBA courses if they wanted to pursue their career in blockchain development field. At Track Genesis, we use blockchain technology to develop business applications. Our business developer, Keith, can explain a bit more about the projects we are currently working on. Over to you, Keith, and thank you.
Good morning, all from the UK. Firstly, I'll speak about the picture at the bottom left. That is from the Evening Express in Aberdeen, Scotland. We're working with a company called Mad Potato. They're a local supplier in Scotland of food and drink. And essentially, we're trying to implement blockchain technology within the food and drink sector. Alongside allowing consumers to find out complete product provenance, we aim to use the platform to promote local consumption. As things stand, the blockchain platform is almost up and running and will be made public very soon. Our second collaboration is with Roe Hill Springs Distillery, which is the picture in the top left. I recently signed a deal with a local gin producer in Scotland to implement blockchain technology within the gin sector. This will be the first of its kind in the country. There's more details on our socials, but essentially the project has 2 scopes. Scope 1 will see us fully digitalizing the gin production data, and then Scope 2 will see a blockchain platform being constructed, which will allow consumers to find out about the sustainability-related work the company is doing as they work towards a certified B Corporation, certification about the product provenance and more. Some of the other projects we have in the pipeline. Firstly, we're hoping to collaborate with the James Hutton Institute in Scotland to develop a carbon footprint calculator for the post-production process. Our long-term plans are to include the pre-production process and then to integrate both of these with our blockchain projects. Right now, we have the technology to calculate food miles, but we're trying to take this further. Our second collaboration is with a company called Cryptograms. We're currently putting together a project scope to apply blockchain within the fish sector, which is obviously huge on traceability. And we've also got a couple of other opportunities related to NFTs. Other area of focus is fashion. We're in the early stages of collaboration with a company based in Europe, whereby we'll be building a blockchain platform for the fashion industry, which will help with issues such as greenwashing, and will also include carbon calculations here. If you look at the top right, that is a collaboration we did with a company called Valdone in Scotland. They're a bespoke fashion designer, and we aim to implement blockchain there, and we did successfully. In terms of some other work, we've got a big focus on sustainability. We're a member of Green Tech Alliance. This is an international organization filled with companies who put the planet before profit, and we've got a few collaborations coming up with them in 2022. But yeah, that's all for me from the business development side. I'll pass you over to Christina, who's going to discuss the technology stack. Thank you.
Good morning, all. I'm Christina, and I'm a software developer in Track Genesis. The technology stack we are using for building our application are React and React Native is used for developing our front end. Node.js side, and for the data storage, we are using a hybrid approach. That is, we are using a NoSQL database MongoDB, and Hyperledger Fabric is used for developing a blockchain network. Why we have chosen Hyperledger Fabric is because it's a permission blockchain network And our clients who are corporates value privacy more, and also they don't want mining. And also blockchain guarantees transparency and trust in the supply chain. Thank you for listening to us. If you have any queries, feel free to ask and we are happy to explain. And also please do follow us on our social media pages to follow our blockchain journey. Thank you once again.
Audience, if you have any questions, please drop in the chat box. We'll be happy to take your questions.
Hello, ma'am. Good morning. I have a question.
Yeah, sure. Fire away.
Okay, my name is Pankaj Joshi. I am from Shillong. Okay. My age is 41 years and I am a computer teacher. Okay.
Oh, great.
I want to transfer my career to like blockchains and those MOOC courses, which was given by KBA. I've completed 2 of them. Now I'm also I know React.js and other computer languages, and I have self-learned Solidity also. Now, if I want to transfer myself from this part of teaching to blockchain, I mean looking for a transformation. So will there be a factor like of my age?
No, Pankaj, I'm 42. Okay, so don't worry about that. And I did this course, like a few years ago. And if I can do it, definitely you can do it.
Yeah, thank you. One more question here. Now, we do write smart contract in Solidity language in Ethereum. Okay.
Yes.
Now, in Hyperledger, how do we write smart contract?
In Hyperledger Fabric, there are different SDKs. We use JavaScript. It's a very common language. Anyone can easily pick it up. So you can write smart contracts. We call it like chain code. Basically, the smart contract, and we wrap it up as a chain code. Yeah, you can use it JavaScript language.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome, Pankaj. Anyone else? If not, like it's over to you.
Yeah.
And thanks very much for the time.
Rajesh, this is Nitin. Can I ask one question?
Hi, Nitin. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, actually, I have some basic understanding about blockchain and some bit hands-on on the Hyperledger Fabric data space. So, but I want to have further exposure to hands-on in this area. So, is there any way where I can get opportunity where I can, some use cases where I can gain certain knowledge further?
Have you done any of the courses with the KBA? Because KBA has some really good certification courses for the blockchain developers. Excuse me. For the Hyperledger Fabric, they have a certified blockchain and a Hyperledger Fabric developer course, and also certified Ethereum developer course. And if you did like 2 courses, they also provide another course called certified blockchain architect course. In that course, they give you a real world project. So you can actually work with the KBA, and that gives you some more exposure to the real world scenario. Or also, like you can like approach companies, like blockchain based companies, and ask for like an internship. So they probably like give you real good projects. So like to get started on.
The thing is, I don't know about the internship part, whether will I get exposure, because I am in industry, IT industry, however, past 18 years. And since I want to, I learned this blockchain because I want to upskilling myself, for that perspective, I've learned that. So I don't know how will I get this opportunity as an intern. So.
Yeah, I mean, Nitin, like, don't worry about anything. Like, if you see a company, they are doing very well with the blockchain, just send them an email saying that like you're interested in, working with the blockchain or like learning more about the blockchain. Set up a meeting with them, and then like speak, and then ask them like about your doubts, like your, the opportunities and other thing. I mean, like if you wanted to keep your job and also like wanted to learn, then KBA is the best opportunity, because I did that. I did everything through online because I was based in UK, and then they were like doing all online. Or like if you wanted to really change your career, if you want to work with a company, then you can obviously ask to companies an opportunity for the internship. Both are possible. I think I would say like KBA is the first place to start with.
Okay, sure, definitely. I'll be in touch with you.
Hello, Rajesh. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, hi. Good morning, Rajesh. My question was specific to product management side, right? So we are seeing a lot of churn with unicorns, right, on crypto unicorns in India recently, be it Coinbase or other unicorns coming up. So what are the key secret sauce or the elements which you see for a product manager in blockchain space, right? What are the things we need to learn, we need to evolve with, right?
Yeah, when you mentioned about the product, we are not really building a cryptocurrency as such. Like we are building business applications. For currently, like we are actually building like bespoke application for our clients. So based on their requirement, and we are actually planning to move into a SaaS model platform for the fashion industry. So yeah, I mean, there always like there will be like some unicorns. Like if you're like talking about the food and drink sector, like then you can see like IBM has Food Trust. But the thing is, like there are lots and lots of companies. The market is huge, and then not everyone can afford IBM. You can always like find some customers. So what we do, like Keith can also like that's about me. Like that we go and approach the companies and we explain about what we are doing, and we make a relationship first. The relationship is the key for any business. So then like we turn them into clients. That's what we do. I mean, like normally bigger companies don't do that because they don't approach clients straight, like face to face or anything. Just like put it in the website and if client wants, they go there. But they may be like a little bit scared about like approaching the bigger companies. So yeah, we use the strategy we use like to face, like making a relationship with the clients and then make them, that's how like we do for the product development. Yeah, we need to first know the value proposition of the companies, and we build the system that covers like most of this the issues. But as a start, like we do like bespoke development, and then like over the time, like we convert that into a product. That's what we do. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, I got you. Thank you, Rajesh.
Yeah, thanks, Neil.
Thank you, Rajesh, for your good words. Audience, if you have any questions, the Track Genesis group has already shared their communication ID. You may directly contact them as we have our next speaker lined up. Okay, so thank you once again, Rajesh, Kate, Christina, for accepting our invitation and presenting your Track Genesis product to the group who have joined us live today. It was highly inspiring and thoughtful. Thank you once again for joining BlockHash Live 2021.
Thanks very much, Anju.
Coming up is a very special guest, a dear personality as far as Kerala Blockchain Academy is concerned. We have none other than Julian Gordon, the Vice President of Asia Pacific Region of Hyperledger and Linux Foundation Public Health. To brief our keynote speaker, Julian has started his career in London, working in technology within investment banking at HSBC, Lloyds Bank, Keenwood Benson, and more. He then spent the past 20+ years in Asia Pacific business development and leadership roles within leading companies like HP, Sun, Microsystems, Jupyter Network, and Cisco. He's a strong advocate for the open source and truly transformational potential of blockchain. Welcome, Julian Gordon, to BlockHash Live 2021. I invite you to deliver the keynote address for the day. Over to you, Julian.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you for that introduction. Can you see me? You can't see me. You can now see me. That's excellent. Well, yes. Thank you. That was a great presentation. Just loved the last one, Track Genesis, and all those presentations. It's great to see all this innovation and tech working out there in the real world. Thank you, KBA, for inviting me to present today. I think this is I don't know how many block hashes. This has been an annual, since the beginning of blockchain, I think. It seems an annual event, and I'm very happy to share today what we're doing at Hyperledger. So I'm going to start off by sharing some slides. And please do, we can make this interactive. If you want to ask questions as we go along, please put those into the chat. Can you see my presentation? I think you should be able to, right?
Yeah, very much so.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the kind introduction. I'm the VP for Asia Pacific for what is now the Hyperledger Foundation. We've become a foundation. I'm going to talk a little bit about that, and I'm going to talk today about what we at Hyperledger are doing. Kind of like we're in this near holiday season. What's happening over the last year and what we're seeing going forward, and then I'm going to look a bit at some of the tech, as I think everyone is interested in. I'll look a little bit about application of that technology, how it's being used in the real world today. Many applications across many industries. We really it was another year of people going into production. And then finally, how you can get involved in Hyperledger, in our foundation. So firstly, I think a lot of people here may be relatively new to this, to Hyperledger. I think many of you have been with Hyperledger since the beginning, but maybe I should just set the scene of who Hyperledger is. Well, firstly, we're now a foundation. We got rebranded this year as a Hyperledger Foundation. We are a Linux Foundation project, so we're a foundation within a foundation. That was really just to recognize the fact, and it came really from our members in the community. They wanted to see the fact that we're not just one project. We're a foundation of multiple different projects, multiple different communities, multiple different working groups. We are a true foundation. We're non-profit. We're neutral and collaborative. We'll be always open to anyone can join. We are neutral, vendor neutral. Anybody can come to us. The key to what we do, and actually what the Linux Foundation does, is really about creating vibrant communities, vibrant developer communities around technology. With the Linux Foundation is famous. This year was a big year for Linux. It was the 30-year anniversary of Linus starting at Linux, which is now the most successful software project, period. Runs 69% of the world's compute. But we're also more than that. We have many, 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 many projects across networking, across blockchain, across security, really kind of the plumbing of the world. It's just growing and growing. And open source is now, people, if you're developing a new kind of core infrastructure, it's not why open source. It's, you have to say, why not open source? Because it is generally 80% of most projects now are open source with the libraries, the core code, and then obviously people create their own key code around what they're doing, proprietary code. And also we're industry standard. We are, as I think the Track Genesis was saying, we're around business for blockchain. So that is our focus, has been our focus. Even though some of our code can be used in public blockchain, we're predominantly more focused at the business side to that. But we have a wide remit. So that is the Hyperledger Foundation. I'm not going to go into that. This is our momentum slide. Every quarter we release for our community, and we are about a community. We launched our momentum slide. We are growing. We had a brand new project this quarter, which I'm going to talk a little bit about, but we continue to grow despite the pandemic. We've kept together, we've kept growing together, we keep working together, developing, innovating globally. So I thank you all for that. These are just a few data points this year, really to show where we as Hyperledger are going, or really actually more indicative about where blockchain is well as a whole, blockchain, enterprise blockchain. So this is a survey done by Blockdata, who are a survey company, I think out of Holland. Firstly, this says that 81 of the top 100 public companies are using blockchain. And I think actually it's probably more than that, but this is the 81 that they were able to record. And this is companies in terms of revenue. You can cut it. I have other ones which cut it by, assets or whatever class you want to do it. But this one shows 81. And as you can see, out of the 30 different technologies that they identify, blockchain technologies, by far the most preferred DLT was Hyperledger Fabric. In this case, Hyperledger with 26. And so you can see here, Hyperledger Fabric. These are all the companies using Hyperledger Fabric. And I think this is just the ones that are recorded. I think there are more. I know other companies that are using the tech in that 100. There are also Ethereum and Quorum here. And that will include Hyperledger Besu as well. So there'll be Hyperledger Tech also within this, right? So please don't go look at that. Some very interesting use cases in those. Many of those are in production. That's just another indicative. And this is just the very top of the pyramid. We saw companies like Track Genesis, lots of other small and medium-sized companies out there innovating as well. This is very much of a level playing field blockchain. So a lot of opportunity for people. This is another data point. This is from Forbes magazine. Forbes magazine, a big business magazine out of the US. They do an annual survey. This is their third one. They choose, these are companies with a revenue of over $1 billion who they think are the most innovative new companies in this space. And they choose a 50. And of those 50, 60% this year were using Hyperledger Fabric or Hyperledger technologies. I think last year it was 50 and the year before 40, so it's growing. And that's despite that many of these companies are not using business blockchain. A lot of the companies in the Forbes 50 are more around the public space, but some great case studies. Many of these actually are our members. And I'm going to talk a little bit about like Maersk, what they're doing at TradeLens and others in a minute. So a lot of very exciting work, and also other areas. We're going to talk about Aries and Indie. I see that growing in that community, but a lot of activity there. Also, one thing I normally have a slide around. We are every single cloud provider from Amazon, IBM, every single one. They use, including all the Chinese ones, Huawei, use Hyperledger Fabric as their kind of de facto blockchain as a service. But I really would like to call out, seeing as this is in India right today, is talk about our certified service provider. These are people who, companies that we have certified through the use of training their employees, certifying their employees. And there's some great companies here in India, like Tech Mahindra, Wipro, Snapper, Future Tech, Mindtree. They're all Indian-based companies. And I picked out 3 others, Cripsy, IDS, and I know Chainyard, for instance. I know have a big development center in Kerala, and actually a lot of stuff in Kerala. Obviously, Accenture, IBM, many of these companies are now, and this is helping our end users work. Know that they have companies that are certified, and to do that, they have to go, have pass certified exams, et cetera. So this is just an example, but I really wanted to call out some of the great work being done in India around our ecosystem. So now let's go to what I think everyone really wants to look at from a technical perspective is our projects. So we have now 18 projects. So that was announced, I think it was about 2 weeks ago. We have a new project called Bevel. This is our hosted, our diagram will show of our hosted projects. And we have kind of 2 kind of levels to that. Graduated. So graduated projects, they're at the point that they think they're, production ready to be used. And of those, most famously Fabric and Bezu. I'm going to go a little bit more into those in a second. And then we have a bunch of different incubated projects. Another way of cutting those 18 projects up is into their different applications. So we have our distributed ledgers or our blockchain, our DLTs. We have 6 of those. Fabric, I think by far the most used globally, and now just growing and growing and growing. I can show figures in certain countries of the world where between 79% of blockchain technology is using Hyperledger Fabric. Hyperledger Bezu as well is growing. That comes with our work with Ethereum. This is an Ethereum client, Java client, and that was contributed by Consensus. And I'm seeing a lot of activity around that, particularly in areas like central bank digital currencies, which I'm going to talk a little bit about, and things like DAOs. It is a client that can also connect to the Ethereum mainnet. So a lot of DeFi and other kind of interesting stuff is also happening with Bezu. Burrow is an Ethereum an EVM. So actually that's been taken. It's like a Solidity engine that runs on top of Fabric and other Sawtooth. We have Sawtooth, also very, very popular. We have a very famous bond exchange down in Singapore, and many other projects running on Sawtooth. Eroa, I'm going to talk a little bit about a CBDC working on, and then Indie Identity. I think you've got a workshop on that. I think you've got workshops this afternoon on both Indie and Fabric. I think that's right. I'd ask if anyone says otherwise, please tell me. But those are 2, so really please do go and look at those. Are 2 very fast growing projects. Fabric, just as a reminder, was collaboratively built, originally contributed by IBM, but we have IBM, Oracle, Digital Asset, Walmart, I think people like Chainyard, Huawei. I can give you a long list of companies that are now contributing to that project. So the whole point, as we said, we're open source. It is a truly independent, neutral project. It is contributed by many people. It's not owned by one vendor. It's vendor neutral, and it has a very vibrant community, and it's just growing and growing and growing. There are many services that are running off it. We have, as I said, those certified providers. We have trainings, and we have people like KBA who also provide a lot of training around Fabric and these products as well. KBA were one of our blockchain Academy are one of our original associate members and have been very much in growing the community in India, and we thank them for that. We also have Hyperledger Basic, which I said an Ethereum Java client. It leverages the open collaboration and knowledge in the Ethereum ecosystem. So it's around the Ethereum, Enterprise Ethereum Alliance and around a more kind of business blockchain version, and we're seeing a lot of activity there. So please do look at that. Other areas, other projects, the tools. Avalon is a project around, if you're interested in off-chain, obviously helping to accelerate and speed up processing. A lot of stuff in terms of like secure enclaves of a chip. Intel working a lot on that. So Avalon, please look at that. Cactus interoperability, that was a project that was contributed by Accenture. Interoperability is as you can see, in the world of NFTs, in the world of business, we see as we grow, world of chains, how is interoperability going to work? And there are many ways of doing that through APIs and many different forms of doing that. And that's where Project Cactus is. Caliper is a benchmarking tool. And Firefly, that's a multi-system architecture. Very interesting, actually. If you look at that, was contributed by Kaleido. Actually, there was just a big project in China, a big trade finance network that was using Firefly. That's another project definitely worth looking at, and that came out in 2021. So this is a new project, Project Bevel. This was a project was originally called the Blockchain Automation Framework, which was a Hyperledger lab project. And this is really an acceleration tool that helps develop rapidly set up and deploy secure, scalable, and production ready DLT networks. So it enables people to onboard. And as we know, with all technology, we're always working on abstraction. So this is just making it easier to deploy and set up DLTs, not just, it's got Fabric, it says Corda, Sawtooth, many different projects or DLTs that it can set up. This set up originally as a Hyperledger lab, and now it's just become a project. So I see this one growing. I work with a community here, very vibrant community. So they're always looking for more people to get involved. So that's Hyperledger Bevel, which just got into 2021 as a new project. Here, come on. There you are. Sorry. And I really want to quickly talk about the labs. So we have another 50 different projects. So those are our core projects which come through our technical steering committee, but we have many, many other projects which are in the Hyperledger labs. If you have a smaller project, a smaller contribution that you want to get involved, that's not probably ready for being a full project, please do that. And we have many, many active pull requests. And this is an easy way as a developer, if you want to get involved in the thing. And there's many here. We have things like the blockchain carbon. Somebody was talking about carbon credits. That is a project that's been working on there. We have Weaver and U, which also two interoperability projects. Weaver was contributed by IBM, for instance. And I crossed that blockchain automated framework because that has now become Bevel. So that is also our labs. So that's our tech, open to everybody. I was going to say the technical community is 100% open. It's never pay to play with Hyperledger. All that tech is available. Anyone can contribute it. It is driven by a diverse group of technical contributors. Anyone is welcome. It is a technical meritocracy. Those who run the projects are those that are elected in at the highest level, elected in by contributors and maintainers. So a very, very open, truly open source environment. I'm now going to quickly look at, I don't know, it's me being slow or my machine here. I'm going to quickly look at what people are doing with the tech. So this is just a quick survey that came from PwC that said blockchain technology is on track to deliver 1.6 trillion economy by 2030, and most businesses will be using this blockchain technology by 2025, which is not is a very short period of time, and it's going global. Truly global. So I'm just going to take three of those kind of areas. I'm just checking my watch as well. I'm going to take three of those kind of areas that we think are the biggest areas in terms of business sectors. So the first, payments and trade finance. We see a restructuring of the global financial systems. I've worked for many years developing banking systems, working particularly here in Asia Pacific. trading, settlement, clearing, all kinds of different fintech kind of systems. We see that now being completely potential be really restructured through the T+0 fractionalization of assets, new assets being put on blockchain, and the ability to have that transparency and trade, that single source of truth between multiple different organizations. And there's this whole area around, cryptocurrency, obviously the kind of more Wild West, but stable coins and CBDCs, I kind of put it in those three buckets. We're seeing a lot of work now in central bank digital currencies, and predominantly that is on Hyperledger technology. 86% of central banks said they're exploring CBDCs, and many of them have some pilots, and some very interesting pilots out there. Just an example here, Bank of Cambodia, which is on Hyperledger Aroa. That is in the Bank of Cambodia. It was officially launched in 2020, and it links 11 domestic banks, and it's already recorded 1.4 million transactions and 500 million, but actually that was the first half. It's actually just grown and grown since then, and that's actually in production today. So that's a true digital central bank digital currency in place today. Other areas that have gone live: East Caribbean Central Bank. We had the Bank Nigeria just launched this week, earlier this month or late last month. They launched in Nigeria, and that was on Fabric. And then we have the Bank of Thailand, along with Central Bank of UAE, along with HKMA and others. They've done a thing around Hyperledger Buzu. They've got this thing called Project Intian Lion Rock. I'm not going to go into details of CBDCs, but there's really kind of three areas of CBDCs. There is the retail, so that's like the Bank of Cambodia. There is the wholesale, and that's maybe international settlement between banks at a wholesale level, between banks and between large corporates like treasury to treasury. And then there is the what we call the third level is like the bank. The one we talked about in Bezu, and they call that M-Bank. That's multiple central banks getting together and doing atomic swaps on currencies. And that is in trial stage. There was one done, this consortium here, kind of like in North Asia, and Singapore also did a similar one. So there is a lot of activity around that. And a lot of that is going to change and has the potential to change about the global financial system, making it more liquid and more accessible. And hopefully, like the Monetary Authority of Singapore talking about, a remittance fee should just be $1. So these kind of things that there is the capability to do that. So that's all around the payments. In terms of in terms of trade finance, I just got some figures here. These are three large networks, actually all using Hyperledger Fabric. GSVN here, actually headquartered out of Singapore. It's working with companies that represent 1 in 3 of the worldwide maritime shipping, and they're using Hyperledger. And they're using Oracle, Alibaba, and I think it's Microsoft on 3 different. So they have 3 different nodes. 3 of their nodes are on 3 different cloud providers. So that's a very interesting project. TradeLens has 300 organizations, 42 million containers, 2.2 billion events. These very, very large networks. We.Trade has onboarded 16 banks across 15 countries. I have cases in China with large trade finance networks, which have billions of dollars. $30 billion is the CCB network, so $30 billion worth of extended letter credits. So a lot of activity in this space. This is just a map. I'm not going to go through a certain amount of time today, but we see CBDCs, a lot of work, a lot that's done with the BIS, Bank of International Settlements, and others, all kinds of different models. And really, it's in the end, those using different technologies. Emerging countries that have certain different technology requirements, the more mature and maybe more legacy systems in other countries. So this is a very interesting area to watch, along with the stable coins and the whole kind of the way that assets are managed, digital assets are managed, and things, even things like NFTs as well. That whole area. Very exciting. Another area that I think we mentioned today was around provenance, and I think that's what Track Genesis were talking about today around some of the things. And these are just some examples. And they see PwC by nearly $1 billion worth of boost to the global GDP through this benefit of having a single source of truth down the supply chain, from consumer to retailer, down through to the ultimate producer. Circular is basically making sure that we are using the correct cobalt and other tools in the batteries or on our engines are verified as being not mined by irresponsible resources and can be tracked. Walmart, I think we all know the Walmart story, very, very successful. The mango in 2.2 seconds rather than weeks. And Zulig Pharma, another example. This is just tracking, as we've seen a lot around pharmaceuticals. So make sure, I know it's been a lot of forgery in the pharmaceuticals, and I think there's no area more important for us to receive something that we know is true than pharmaceuticals. And there are many, many examples of this. I can give you hundreds of examples around this area. Now, the final area I'm going to look at is identity. So identity, and you have, I think, a workshop later on Aries and Indy. So, and actually, I just saw actually there was a project that the Prime Minister Modi just announced with one of the universities there that's using Indy for tracking of identity for university degrees. So that was, I just saw it just half an hour ago. So actually one of the great things of working for an open source project is that every day I wake up and I see people using this technology for new things in the media, elsewhere, people approach me. It's very, very exciting. So these are just some of the examples. So we have our credit unions, Bonify, who have 20,000, they're using Hyperledger Indy. A lot of stuff around travel, obviously. One of the things about this pandemic, we would like to get back on out there traveling again, getting out there in the community and traveling globally. So we have like IATA Travel Pass runs on Indy, for instance, that's just showing COVID credentials. And we have a whole area around COVID credentials as well, open source projects in that area as well around Linux Foundation Public Health. We have a secure health card, ID union. So the ability to keep your identity, be able to share something like a COVID certificate in a secure fashion and still preserving your privacy is what can be done around what we call self-sovereign identity. So please do look into that. KBA has materials around that. It is a very interesting area. And as Deloitte says, it says 29% in the Deloitte survey say digital identity will have most impact in financial transactions and in the way that we can work and provide that transparency around the world. And identity is key, obviously very key, and the ability to preserve as much of your identity and not share unnecessary information is key to that. So now the last 10 minutes, I'm going to talk about how you can get involved. We are an open source project. We're only as good as our community, and we have a very vibrant community out there. I'm very glad to say we have a very, some great individuals, great companies, great institutions like KBA who are involved. So this is I'm going to go through some of the ways that you can go. We have a community working groups. At the top of from a technical sector, we have our technical steering committee, which I mentioned earlier is voted in. They're voted in by our contributors, and you can be a contributor actually in many ways by translation. There's many ways you do contribute. It's just not about technology. So you can contribute in many ways. So they are voted in. You can see the technical steering. They have weekly meetings. There are 2 people, and I'm going to introduce you to them, who are on that steering committee. There's 15 people elected on that who are from India and represent our Indian chapter. I'm going to talk a little bit about that earlier, but that is our key core. That's what we call the heart and soul of the project. And there are many different working groups that hang off that identity working group, which and a lot of people in India are involved in. We have learning and materials. So if you want to know more about learning materials, diversity and civility, very key. Diversity is key to what we do and at the very heart of what we do as well. We believe very much in diversity. Diversity provides a really strong, vibrant community. So those are working groups. Some people may be more interested in within our foundation around different subject areas, special interest groups, and these are all open to everyone. You don't have to be a member; anyone can come and get involved. These are our special interest groups that we have today. They have bi-weekly. They do general presentations. Some of them actually have produced projects like the Hyperledger Climate Action Accounting one, which is all around carbon credits. They have created code. You can see that in our in our labs. And again, it's open source, everyone get involved. You can help develop that. They're always looking for people to come and get involved. So that's the climate action and counting. The ones in red are ones that I'm working on to help, or the community looking to do more in this part of the world. A lot of these projects, one of the challenges is the time zone. A lot of this stuff happens in other parts of the world. The capital markets we're going to be working, which is that whole area I talked about in terms of CBDCs, in ways that we're going to redesign. I see, not we, the world is going to redesign how we maybe track and manage assets, trade, the whole back end of some of the financial systems out there. That'll be exciting. Trade finance, I said, very important. We're actually going to merge maybe the trade finance, the supply chain. We're seeing a lot of traction there, and the telecom. And this is all run by volunteers. You can go to our special interest group, join up, join a mailing list, get involved, ping them. I'm always available on LinkedIn if you want me to introduce you to somebody. But yeah, just get involved. Don't be apprehensive. Just get involved. Media entertainment, also another really interesting sector. It really came out of NFTs. We have a large number of projects, people using Hyperledger projects for NFTs. So that, and obviously NFTs, media entertainment, that's kind of the hot subject. NFTs are going to be used for multiple things, right? Multiple different kind of assets, securitization of assets. So please do look there as well. I pressed the wiki by mistake, so I'm going to go back there. They won't let me do that. There you are. So we're growing. So I'm now going to the next, and if you have any questions, I see some questions coming up. We have a chapter. So we are, as I said, we're a foundation of many things. We're also a foundation of chapters. And the first one was the Indian chapter. And now we have many, many around the world. We also have a technical working group in China. This is the Hyperledger India chapter. I heard somebody say, how do I get involved? How do I find out more? Well, come along to the chapter. There are weekly meetings that take place. We have a mailing list. We have a rocket chat. There's people out there to help and support people within India. We think it's important that people in their own time zone can get together, and they're also a bridge to the global. As I said, Arun, who is at Walmart, and Kamlesh, who's a CTO at Snapper Future Tech, are the chairs of Indian chapter. We set this up actually 3 years ago with Amol Kulkarni and others, right? And it's just grown and grown, and Arun and Kamlesh are now just growing and growing it even further. Lots of great activity. Here are just some of the highlights. They did a hackathon that we had at HyperHack, which is not just India. It was like, so we have a pandemic. What do? Let's go online. So they did an online hackathon. The first one was run by someone actually from Hong Kong, and they had a very successful HyperHack this year. Those are for those who want technology, who like hackathons. They kicked off a student. So if you're a student here, we do have a student society. Very much diversity. We have women in blockchain. We've had our kind of second season there, and we're looking more to help empower women within blockchain. So please reach out to people, get involved in that as well. We also have like hands-on boot camps, and we're going to start doing more of this. We had a great boot camp before the pandemic where we bring people together. They can work with contributors and maintainers of those projects and learn how actually to take a pull request, how to contribute to physical code. But as I said, you don't just have to contribute in that area. You can contribute in many ways. We have documentation, translation. They also responded to the MIT's National Blockchain Strategy. And also, if you could start here at Hyperledger, that's for text. You look at that, that was actually put together, even though it's a global asset. But for us, it was put together by the India team, Indian chapter, and I thank them very much. As I said, we have a student society. This is from Golganath, who's from St. Kitts, which also is in Kerala, right? So we see a lot of exciting stuff happening in Kerala. So really, how students get together, maybe they want to do pitches, they want to peer program stuff, study a circle. So these are some of the things that we have a whole area. We even have a whole LinkedIn. They've both got LinkedIn pages, which you go have a look in. So please do get involved. I can never say enough. Everyone is welcome. And yeah, we have these weekly meetings. Please do come along to those. Really, that's my call to action. Get involved in the Inner chapter. Learn more. We have a wiki. We're open. We're a great community. Everyone is very approachable. Also, last thing I want to say, as we are in Kerala, we have Malayalam. We have many languages in India. Malayalam, which is from Kerala. Obviously, we have Tamil as well. We have many people who have volunteered and translated here. All our documentation, our projects. We also have lots of meetups as well, physical meetups as well. So yeah, and obviously we have training certificate. But really, I wanted to say just thank you. That was just a quick overview, really, of what Hyperledger Foundation is about, how you can get involved, and I'm very excited to be here. And now I'm open for any questions that anyone may have.
Any more questions from the audience end?
Hi, Julian. I have a question here. What is the latest version we have for CHFA certification?
Sorry? Who's this?
CHFA.
Maybe you could say your name.
My name is Nitin Jain.
Hi.
Hi. Let me repeat my question. I would like to know what is the latest version for the CHFA admin certification?
What is it? How do you do that?
No, the latest version.
Latest version.
Old?
I don't know. Very good question. I'll get back to you on that, right?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Sure.
Very, very quick question. I know that it's changing and we're having a refresh, right? So I'm not sure what the latest version is, but that's a good question. Send me a note and I'll get back to you on that one, right? You can also approach, yeah, definitely. I don't know. That's a very good question because we're continuously updating. The challenge for training, as you know, is we have different versions, and as the technology grows, we have to make sure the education flows with it. But yeah, that's a great question. I'm not actually 100% sure at this present moment, but I know that we have recently done an upgrade on that.
Julian,
thank you.
So retired IBM fellow C. Mohan.
Hey, Mohan.
I was wondering if you can make your slides available. That way, a lot of those links can be clicked rather than having to hand type. I generally make even my PowerPoints available. I don't even restrict it to just PDF.
This is 100% available. We are open source. I'll have to open source this completely my slide deck as well, right?
Where would you post them though?
So Mohan, absolutely. These slides are available there in the public domain. I will share those maybe through KBA, or maybe I can just put them through the chat here, right? I'll put a PDF and put them out. And we purposely put those links in there, and that's to make it easy for people to then get access. You are completely correct. And I've seen your slides before. You do the same thing, which is great.
Appreciate it. Hi, Julian. That was a great talk. I got to know about more of the projects that I haven't been keeping tabs on. So wonderful.
All right. That's a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hi, Julian. This is Sudarshan.
Yeah.
Do you have any plans about a mentorship program in 2022 year, similar to the 2021 year?
Yes, we'll have another mentorship program. Definitely, it was very successful last year. We got a lot of very innovative and great. So basically, we do it in two phases. We after mentees, those who are going to mentor, look after the mentors, and then we'll do that first. And people who want to have projects and others that they want mentors for, and then we'll go out with a whole mentor program. It is on our website. We have and maybe I'll put a slide in for that as well. There is a slide around how you can, there's a whole calendar of activities to do that. But yes, we will. And everyone's very welcome to apply for that.
Is experienced professionals also can participate in that program as a mentee? Is it only for a college students?
No, it's for everybody. You don't have to be a student.
Thank you.
No, not at all, right? So obviously there are lots of students, but to be a mentee, you don't have to be, and a mentor, you don't have to be. So it's open to everybody.
Hi, Julian, it's Manjari. Hi, Thank you for the wonderful talk. I came to know a lot of new things, and I would like to know, as a beginner, how we could start joining the community, or as a beginner, where one could start, because there are a lot of things available, but where to start is the question.
Which is a very good question, right? And it really depends on your experience and what you want to do, right? But I think for you, right, there in India, right, you have a great asset in the Indian chapter, right? So I would attend those meetings on a Thursday, and Arun and Kamlesh or others will help you get involved. Very much so, right? Also, people at KBA, Adarash, there's many people here who are involved in the community as well, right? Reach out. But I think it really depends what you want to contribute, right? And you don't have to contribute. You can just come along and listen, right? Come along, listen, see what's happening, see whether you think there's something that you can contribute to, right? In terms of that. But yes, I think the Indian chapter would be a great, I don't know if Arun is here, right?
I think she's in Darmstadt, if I recall.
Yeah. Yes, yeah. So I'm located in Darmstadt, and it's in Germany. So because in Germany, I couldn't really find any groups or something anybody working on Hyperledger or something. Most of what I heard was only Ethereum. So yeah, I was quite excited to join the Indian chapter. I'm registered there, but yeah, still I'm not able to get into what's going on. Yeah. So
all right. So we do have in Europe. We also have we have an Italian chapter. We don't have a German chapter, but we do. I think we have a Berlin and others meetup group. Send me a note and I'll find someone to connect you.
Yes, yeah, sure. I will connect you via LinkedIn.
Chapter yourself.
Yeah, definitely. I will be really glad to.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Julian. Hi, Julian. Can you drop your LinkedIn in the chat if it's possible?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll do that now. It's Julian Gordon. I'll do my LinkedIn. Let's have a look. In a second. Any other questions?
Good morning, sir. I'm Rekha Mishra from India. And my question is, do you think CBDC becoming an alternative to cash?
That's the aim. Whether it'll be successful or whether it's needed, that's the debate, right? But yes, so and as I said, there are three types of digital currency. There's a wholesale, there's the MCBDC, and these are, if you look at the BIS website, they have a great explanation, great material around about what these are. But yes, it will be. I'm not sure an alternative is. It's an alternative way of dealing with cash, right? So you should be able to spend online. At the moment, if you spend online, you have to do it with your credit card. You have to do it through a bank account. This is the way to use actual true cash over digitally. So that's what it is, right? That can obviously help in many ways, right? In terms of efficiency, sometimes traceability, and other ways that you may want to look at that money. But that's exactly what the aim of it is. Yes.
Sir, my second question is: do you think DLT is sustainable?
The technology?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So sustainable as in
considering there's so much of systems required, and it generates so much of carbon. I mean, if you look at from environment point of view, what is your perspective for this technology?
So that's a very good question, right? So I think if you're what you're referring to here, I'm just putting my LinkedIn, by the way, is in the chat now. So yes, so the discussion around carbon footprint is around mining specifically, right? And Bitcoin and other public networks who, because of the consensus mechanism, had to create a means by which you can create consensus and trust, and they did that through proof of through many different ways, which has a high carbon footprint. Those public chains are working on many different ways to do that. The Ethereum network has Ethereum 2. There's a whole kind of tech around trying to reduce that. But in the area that we predominantly focus, which is around permissioned blockchain, there is no such mining. There is no such thing, right? It's permission, so the amount of carbon footprint is a lot less.
Sir, my third question.
Yes.
Hello, sir.
I think we lost her. Hello.
Sorry, my third question is, what about blockchain regulation? See, we talked so much about using blockchain in government, but then policies and also policies at the state level, national level, international level. How does one move around all those hurdles, and how will one achieve? Is it feasible? I mean, this would take a lot of. I see a lot of difficulties in. Like in the first session we talked so much about using blockchain for government, but then there are so many hurdles in terms of the policies are not at the same layer at state level or national, and then of course international. How is one going to maneuver through all those hurdles?
Yeah, so it's a challenge everywhere, right? And if you just take out just this tech, the world is siloed, right? We've always been trying to, since I've been doing technology, we're talking about silos in government, silos, trying to cross information, right? Which has always been challenging even without blockchain, right? With before, right? So it's all a benefit. So it really is about the benefit. If the benefit over is greater than the challenge we're going to have, it should happen, right? So I think it's about people doing proof of concepts, people then showing true value in terms of maybe from a citizen perspective, better transparency. In fact, I can see my land records. I can see, instead of doing this much paper to move a house, right, to sell a house, I can reduce it. These kind of efficiencies that can be brought about by blockchain certificates. They have a lot of, in Canada, a lot of stuff around British Columbia, looking at certificates for, let's say, if you have a certificate for fire and safety for your business, all these certificates are difficult to manage. We can do that in a blockchain way. You can really reduce the costs that the businesses and others and citizens have dealing with government, better government services. There's many, but yes, it's a journey. It is definitely a journey, and some places it's going to be easier because there's less legacy, but it's definitely a journey. And that we have joined our public sector special interest group. People are talking about this, but yes, I imagine I can't specifically speak to the India, but I see a lot of really good stuff happening in India, and I think it's going to be iteration, evolution of things. Maybe others have other opinions, but that's how I will see it happen.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, Juliet. Hi, Juliet. I had two specific questions. My first question was regarding working groups or ecosystem. Are there any specific working groups or ecosystem related which work on design, on DAOs, as well as on CBDCs? Is there any specifics on that? And my second complementary question is regarding what do we say about Hyperledger working on these areas, or if any? Yeah. And especially interoperability between different blockchain platforms like Hyperledger, Coda, right? How do you see that easing out between different systems of blockchain, in coming future?
Okay. So so in terms of DAOs, I see some DAOs using our technology. There's obviously a lot of challenges, regulatory challenges around DAOs, right? And a lot of complexity about DAOs. And actually another area that we're working on as a separate project is around cybersecurity, which has to underline everything that we do everywhere, right? That's another open source project, by the way, worth looking at, the Open Source Security Foundation, which is really growing very rapidly at the moment. So DAOs, and anything in that kind of area, particularly in the financial services, I think the capital markets. Vipin Batharan, who's actually based in New York, he runs the capital markets SIG. Everyone's welcome. As I said, I'm going to be doing some work. We want to do more in this part of the world. And that's also where CBDCs have been discussed. In fact, they used, they did do an open source. One of the lab projects is a CBDC, right? Using a Hyperledger Besu, developed by people in India. So there's a lot of discussion around that whole area of CBDCs and DAOs and digital assets. So I think capital markets, SIG will be a good place. Happy to connect you with that. We are looking to do a lot more in this time zone, starting actually probably in the next few weeks. So that's good timing. In terms of interoperability, yes, Cactus is the project. Look at Cactus. They're looking at the interoperability. But when we talk about interoperability, there's multiple layers. You're talking about APIs. You're talking atomic swaps. What are you looking at? It means many things to many people. But the project Cactus is that, and there's a couple of projects in the labs as well, right? And I think in the Indian chapter, if you want to approach the Indian chapter, I think they'll be open to do a lot of stuff, maybe bring people together to discuss that in the Indian context, if you want to do that, or in the Indian time zone. I think there would be, we're always looking for people, people to lead and pull those kind of groups together. But from a global perspective, that we have definitely interoperability working group and Cactus projects. And I know they've had discussions at that Indian chapter and for things like DAOs and those, particularly around financial services. I think the capital markets SIG would be a very good place to go.
Yeah, works. Thanks, Julian, for that.
It's a pleasure. Absolute pleasure. Anybody else? How much time have we got left? I think I'm probably running out of time here. We got a bit left.
You are muted, Anju.
Yeah,
anyway, we ate into the break, I guess.
Yes, we have got a very enthusiastic crowd this time, and I'm very happy, Julian, that you patiently answered all the questions. And this was a very informative, information-loaded session. It was great having you at the BlockHash Live 2021. Okay.
It's a pleasure. Thank you, everybody, for listening and for those great questions. And thank you, KBA, again, for all your support in the
Thank
community.
you for joining us live today.
All right. Take care, everybody. Keep safe.
We'll now have a small break of 15 minutes and join back by 12 for the session by Justin Golson.
May 2020, Kerala Blockchain Academy launched its first online learning initiative, Certified Blockchain Associate, online. Offering virtual experience of learning blockchain, both self-paced and instructor-led. Today, e-learning platform offers 11 blockchain courses from fundamentals to advanced developer programs. So far, 12,000 plus learners from 65 countries have completed their blockchain learning. 8,000 plus are freely trained via free blockchain foundation programs. In 2022, KBA is all new with brand new e-learning website, with new user interface, more number of courses, more enriched contents, automated certifications, quicker information searches, and more. Come, learn without limits, learn anytime from anywhere, get certified the moment you complete. Come, enjoy the new learning experience of learning blockchain online. May 2020, Kerala Blockchain Academy launched its first online learning initiative, Certified Blockchain Associate, online. Offering virtual experience of learning blockchain, both self-paced and instructor-led. Today, e-learning platform offers 11 blockchain courses from fundamentals to advanced developer programs. So far, 12,000 plus learners from 65 countries have completed their blockchain learning. 8,000 plus are freely trained via free blockchain foundation programs. In 2022, KBA is all new with brand new e-learning website, with new user interface, more number of courses, more enriched contents, automated certifications, quicker information searches, and more. Come, learn without limits, learn anytime from anywhere, get certified the moment you complete. Come, enjoy the new learning experience of learning blockchain online. May 2020, Kerala Blockchain Academy launched its first online learning initiative, Certified Blockchain Associate, online. Offering virtual experience of learning blockchain, both self-paced and instructor-led. Today, e-learning platform offers 11 blockchain courses from fundamentals to advanced developer programs. So far, 12,000 plus learners from 65 countries have completed their blockchain learning. 8,000 plus are freely trained via free blockchain foundation programs. In 2022, KBA is all new with brand new e-learning website, with new user interface, more number of courses, more enriched contents, automated certifications, quicker information searches, and more. Come, learn without limits, learn anytime from anywhere, get certified the moment you complete. Come, enjoy the new learning experience of learning blockchain online.
Hi everyone. Due to some inconvenience, Dr. Justin Golson will not be attending this session. We'll join back after lunch at 1:30 for the Ethereum Bootcamp.
Good noon, everybody. Welcome back to BlockHash Live 2021, the fourth edition of annual Blockchain Summit organized by Kerala Blockchain Academy, a center of excellence for blockchain training and research under Kerala University of Digital Sciences, Innovation and Technology. Hope you had a great time in the first half of BlockHash Live 2021. Moving on, we have with us Mr. Anandan R, Research and Development Engineer at Kerala Blockchain Academy on end-to-end decentralized application development in Ethereum blockchain. Anandan is a senior engineer with more than 4 years of experience in blockchain domain. He is currently leading the Ethereum and Corda blockchain team at Kerala Blockchain Academy. Welcome, Anandan, to BlockHash Live 2021.
Yeah, thank you, Anshu, for the introduction. So, good afternoon, everyone. So, today I'm going to discuss or demonstrate about how a blockchain or an NFT marketplace works. I hope everyone, or almost everyone in the blockchain sector, knows about the NFT marketplace, right? Like NFTs, it's kind of like the a way in which you can represent an asset in a unique asset in a unique way in a digital world. So today, I mean, there are many ways in which we can create an NFT marketplace. Like you can create an auction-based NFT marketplace. You can create an NFT marketplace where there will be a proxy that will act on behalf of you to sell your token. So I'm going to go with a simplistic approach where I will tell you the basic components of the NFT marketplace, and I'll show you a basic application that we'll build during this session. So mainly the building or the coding will be concentrating on the smart contract development part. And after that's done, I will walk you guys through the front end part, or the part where the user interacts, like the code part. Okay, so let me start with sharing my screen. Okay. So this will be the application that we are going to build. So as you can see, my architecture for this application is that I'm using a MetaMask wallet for both managing the accounts in the Ethereum network and for establishing connection to the particular node in an Ethereum network. So currently, MetaMask is connected to my local node, for which I am running Ganache, which is actually a simulator. So for development purpose, always running a simulator like Ganache will be better, because whenever you are developing a decentralized application, you have to search through a lot of documentation in the internet. And at that time, running a full node will be very strenuous to your system, and your system might get stuck, and you'll be stuck for some time. So you can use these kind of simulations given by, there are a lot of alternatives too, but this is the most one which has a visual touch and all those things. So that's why I choose Ganache. Ganache gives me an edge when developing. It's actually a simple simulation of an Ethereum node. It works like a black box. You give the input and it will return any output that is given to an Ethereum node. Okay, and MetaMask wallet. So basically, my site is asking permission to connect with the MetaMask wallet's account. So for now, I'll just connect with all of the accounts. So the site is created using a React front-end library with the Node.js application. So why I choose React is that it's pretty much popular these days. It's been there for some time, and most of the industry people use it also. And then next thing is, so basically, let me guide you through the application. So whenever you load the application for the first time, you need to establish connection with the MetaMask. As you can later on check it over here. Like you can see, I have 3 accounts in my wallet, and all these 3 accounts are connected with my site. You can see the status over here. And what my application is that my application is able to create a unique token, an NFT non-fungible token for each colors in the color spectrum. So for example, if I am able to give a particular color, so and mint the token, like mint the token means create the token, then that token will be created, and you can see the owner of that particular token, the ID, and the color. It's a simplistic mechanism. And once you created the token, you are able to put that on sale. So you can put that on sale by clicking the sell token. You need to approve that, and as I have created this one second, 739. Yeah, so sorry about that. Seems like there is an error. So that's the beauty with the MetaMask. So when using MetaMask, the MetaMask will run a simulation of the transaction that you are going to run, and it will give you an error if there is an error there already. So seems like I run the wrong version. So I'll just refresh it and run it again. So give me 1 minute. Okay, so seems like there is a small error with the contract. So we'll rectify that as we start the coding. So I'll show you the demo after we start the coding. So sorry about that. So let's start with that. Yeah, okay. So I have a question in the chat. So I'll just address that. So my environment, like my development environment is I'm using React for the front end. I'm using MetaMask wallet for connectivity with the Ethereum network and for also managing my addresses. And then I'm using Ganache for the development purpose. Like when I'm going to do development, I'll use Ganache, which is a simulation of an Ethereum node. It will give you the same input and output as a normal Ethereum node, but it won't be that much of a stress when running on your computer. And yeah, so that's it. Like that's the basic architecture. The front end is built using React, and like front end library used is React Bootstrap, and the wallet used the connectivity mechanism, like the connectivity part with the Ethereum node. For here, I am using MetaMask wallet, and then I have Ganache for which acts as my temporary node, a simulation of the node. So let's start by coding. Let me just start sharing. Okay, so first thing, I'm going to create a new project. Let's call it color token. So first, we need to generate the template necessary for doing this. So let's see. Now, I'm going to introduce you to a new tool. I mean, most of you guys have heard about it. So for developing and controlling the life cycle, such as compiling it, checking for errors, deployment of the contract, testing the contract. For doing all those things, I'm going to introduce a new tool, or like a tool followed by most of the industries, known as Truffle. So Truffle is a product developed by Consensus. They are a big, large company in the blockchain environment, and yeah, it's a good tool. Like basically, it automates all most of the things that you need to do manually. Like most of the time, in most of the use cases, if you are going to develop a smart contract, we do that using the Remix IDE. But in that case, you have to do most of things manually, like deployment you have to do manually. And when accessing the contract, you have to manually get most of the data regarding the contract. But when using a Truffle, you can automate most of the process. So let's start with the basic template for the Truffle project. So we can create that using the command truffle init. So if you guys don't have Truffle on your system, you can install that using a Node.js. Like basically Truffle is actually a Node module. So just a quick reminder or quick information, the Node version I'm using is 16x. So but I have tried this project on 10, 12, and 16. So there is no problem with using any of those versions. And NPM version is this. And if you want to install Truffle, what you can do is that npm install, which is the command for installing packages in Node.js, and you can use the -g flag, which means that it will be installed in a global scope, so that you can just simply call the Truffle as a command line tool, and followed by simply say Truffle. So I won't be doing that because I already have installed that. So after you have Truffle available in your computer, you can use the truffle init command to create a basic simple structure for a Truffle project. So let's say truffle init. So if you look back, you can see there are a lot of new files coming here. So let me just open this folder in VS Code. So Visual Studio Code is one of my favorite editors, which comes with most of the plugins that are really helpful when developing smart contracts using these environments. So you guys may go with Atom or like IntelliJ IDE's editor, like any editor is fine. All of those editors has awesome plugins too, but I just prefer Visual Studio Code. So the first thing you can see is that we have a folder for contracts. So this is where will be our contracts will be the contracts for our project will be located. Then we have a migration folder. So in terms of Truffle, migration means the process of deploying or storing the contract into the blockchain node or blockchain network. Then we have a folder for storing test files, like using Truffle. Basically, Truffle uses like the normal testing libraries such as Mocha and Chai. Chai is an assertion library, and Mocha is a testing library. And Truffle uses these to perform unit tests on smart contracts. It's basically like what happens, like you can test what happens when you call the smart contract from a front-end perspective. So you can test that out. Then finally, you have Truffle config.js, which is actually a simple configuration file in a JSON format that lets Truffle know to which network it needs to connect, and which version of Solidity language we are going to use. So now that we are here, why don't we go ahead and configure that for connecting to the local test network. So which is basically my Ganache over here. So basically Truffle, all of the common configurations are already available in the config file. You just need to uncomment that. So here from the 44th line to 48th line in the Truffle config, I have a section called development. So this will be the default settings used by Truffle whenever we are trying to migrate or deploy contract into the Ethereum network. So as you can see, it's trying to connect to the Ethereum node that is hosted on the local host, and it's exposed on the 8545 port. And the network ID for the node can be anything. We can give star so that any network ID node will be connected. And followed by that, the version of Solidity we are going to use will be 8.11. Why not? Let's go with the latest one. Like it's almost latest stable one. So we can change that to that one. And yeah, that's the basic configuration we need right now. And we might need more configuration, but we can come back at a later time. Now the next thing that we need to do is that we need to create our smart contract. So as you can see, we already have a migration.sol. Yeah, migration.sol file in our directory, which is basically a file given by the Truffle developers. And what it does is that it basically keeps track of the migration, like how many, if the migration is complete or not. And most of the times we don't need that file. So for now, I'm going to modify this file according to my needs. Okay, so like whenever we are writing a Solidity program, the Solidity program is different from other programs. Like in case of C, you write it, compile it, you get a binary, you then execute that. But unlike here, you have a Solidity program, you compile that, you get a particular format called a binary format, like you get it in a binary data form, you deploy that or store that into the Ethereum virtual machine or the Ethereum node, and then you can call that or execute that particular smart contract. And also, unlike many other programs, smart contract has a little bit different syntax. Like you have to specify the licensing scheme or version for your smart contract code, followed by the version of Solidity you are using. So yeah, I only need those things, so I'll go with that. So 0.8.11, I'm going to use that. Okay, so let's start with creating a contract. So as you know, our aim is to create an NFT marketplace. So we need to use a standard given by Ethereum. Like in Ethereum, we have a lot of standards accepted by the community, a lot of token standards accepted by the community. And most prominent one used for creating an NFT token is ERC 721. So if you search for ERC 721 EIP, so EIP is basically improvement proposal into the Ethereum community. You can see the standard definition for these tokens. So these are the minimum functionalities that needed in this contract, or like any contract that claims to be an ERC 20 token standard, sorry, ERC 721 token standard. And like building these from scratch is always a huge job, but like luckily we have people that builds smart contracts and distributes them open sourcely. Like we have people called Open Zeppelin, which actually host a community maintained and vetted repository of contracts. So Open Zeppelin also has an implementation for ERC 721, and we can use that implementation and then build on top of that. So let me show you how we can do that. So for doing that, first we need to get the Open Zeppelin contract. So there are two ways in which you can get the Open Zeppelin contract. So first thing, you can go to the Open Zeppelin GitHub. So Open Zeppelin. So This is the OpenZeppelin GitHub, and this is the repository for the ERC-721 contract. And here you can see the full implementation. And one way you can do is that you can download this entire code into your computer and then import that code into your own contract and then further build on top of that. I mean, it's a manual and tedious process. I'll put the link in the chat for you guys for your reference. Yeah. Okay. So, but the next thing is that OpenZeppelin is actually available as a node module. So you can simply install that node module into your project, and then you can import that without like doing all this manual thing. You can just simply import that into your contract. So let's see how we can do that. So let's go back to the Visual Studio Code. Yeah, sorry, that was the old one. And open a terminal over here. It's terminal over here. So you can do that by using yeah, so view terminal, or like under the terminal you can use new terminal. It's also sometimes Control Shift Tilde key or Control Tilde key. So open a terminal, and we need to add a node repo, node.js project configuration file so that we can install this node module. To do that, you can use npm init, which will actually create a configuration file for our node project. So if you simply say npm init, and it will ask you a series of questions. You can mostly go with the default answer, like the name, the version, description, like it's a marketplace for NFT. Then the entry point. So that's not the actual entry point. We won't be using the entry point for this project. So you can just simply give something else. So I'll just give main.js. A test command. We'll be using truffle, not the node. So we don't need to provide the test command. GitHub repository. If you have an associated GitHub repository, you can provide that. Any keywords, author, and the license. So usually I go with MIT, which is actually a cool licensing scheme. And yes, finally you write that. Now you get an additional file called package.json, which contains the configuration for our node project. Now we can install the node module called OpenZeppelin. So to do that, you can use npm install at OpenZeppelin/contract. Yes, seems like I made a spelling mistake, but that's okay. We can find out by simply saying OpenZeppelin npm, which will give you the first link is usually the link to the npm repository. And once you go to the npm repository, they will also always give you the command for installing that. So you can copy that from here. I'll give you the reference link in the chat. So just copy that, go back to your command prompt, just clear it, right? Yeah. Yeah. So now if you see, when you install a node module or a node package, it will be downloaded to our computer, and we can see that under the node modules. So you can see the node module installed called OpenZeppelin. And if you expand that, you can see it's actually the same structure as the GitHub repository. You have all the contracts available in the OpenZeppelin, and you can simply browse through them, and you can actually read through them, all those things. See, this is one of the easiest way in which you can actually import OpenZeppelin to your contract. So yeah, now that we have the OpenZeppelin available, let's go ahead and import that out to our contract. So import. So we need two things. We need ERC-721 token contract, which will be this one. So we can import it by simply saying at open zeppelin contracts token import, like using the keyword import followed by the location. So in case of node module, if you like copy the relative path of this module or this file, you can get that, and you simply delete this node modules, and you can just keep the at open zeppelin and just enclose that inside a quotes. So that's the first one. And the next thing is that for our contract, like most of the almost all the NFTs has a unique ID, which is used to uniquely identify a particular NFT, and we usually automatically generate that within the smart contract itself. So the easiest way is that you create a state variable, a uint state variable, and just increment that value. But Open Zeppelin also has an incrementing function for that, so we can also import that to our usage. So let's import that also, which comes under the yeah, 1 second, contracts, utils, and counters. Yeah, so this is the one we need to import, which has a library which will be helpful for us to create an incrementing counter. So yeah, just copy the relative path, import. Yeah, so do not forget the semicolon. I forgot that. Don't need the node modules at open zeppelin contracts utils counters.sol. Okay, so now that's done. Next thing we need to do is that we need to define our contract. So let's call it contract. Let's say NFT. Like it's okay to use the term NFT. It's not reserved. And we need to inherit this contract so that we can use all the functionalities available in that. So to do that, we can use the keyword called ERC-721, and then followed by we open the braces for the contract. So one more thing is that as you can see, I have a little bit of intelligence in the color intelligence and color scheming in my IDE. So for that, I used this Solidity extension by Juan Blanco. It's a brilliant extension, and he usually updates that usually updates that very frequently. So it's very good to use. Okay, now the next thing I want to do is that as I mentioned before, what I'm trying to create is that I'm trying to create peg colors with NFT. So for each unique color, there will be each unique token. So first thing, I'm going to use the hex code for representing a color, like a hash FF00, those kind of formats. So let's see, I need to store, the ID for an ERC-721 token is actually of the type uint. It's an integer type, but the color scheme or the color code will be, it's a string actually. You can store it as a string. So I need some kind of mapping between them. And in Solidity, we have something called mapping, which is used to create key value pairs. So we can create a mapping for storing the name of the token, like the color scheme or the color name of the token or the color code of the token. So let's start by doing that. So to create a mapping for use the keyword mapping, then we specify from which like you have to specify the data type of the things that you want to store. So you first specify the data type of the key. So mine, it will be sorry, for this it will be uint 256, or simply uint uses equal to, greater than sign, and the data type for the value, which will be string, followed by the name of the mapping, color name. So let's call it color name. And yeah, then the next thing is that I want to be each color to be unique. So I want to know if when someone is trying to create a new color, if that color already exists in the system or not. And for doing that, let's create another mapping which maps between the existence of a color or not. Like for each color, we have a Boolean value that says if the color is there or not. By default, it will be false because there is no color in our system currently. And whenever we add a new color, we will mark this into true, so that we when the next time a new color is like a new value is being added, we can check if it is already exist or not. Then we need to have a counter, like from the front end, we need to retrieve all the tokens, right? Like to display all the tokens. And it is always better to have a counter, so you know how many number of tokens are there, and you can use that counter to loop through all the tokens and get all the values. So I'm going to use the counter. That's why I imported the counters library. And to use the library, you can use the syntax using counters, and then followed for we define a data type. So counters.counter. So it's a capital C. Now that's a user defined data type, and I can use that to create a variable. So let's create a private variable because we don't really need to give that out right now. So private token IDs. So it will be the total number of, it will be used to represent the total number of tokens. Okay, so now this is kind of like an object. It has methods like to increment the counter and to get the counter and all those things. We'll see that in the next slides. Now the next thing I want to do is that I want to create store a contract address. So as I mentioned before, there are many ways in which we can create an NFT marketplace. We can use an auction-based NFT marketplace where one person creates an NFT, like maybe an art or maybe something based on something, and he put that on a sale, and people comes and bid for that art, and finally, when the owner is satisfied with the bid, he can approve that bid and get the money. But here for faster processing, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to assign I'm going to assign a contract to spend the change the ownership of the token on behalf of me. Like I'm going to approve the a marketplace contract, so that whenever someone comes and they click buy, he can.
Hello, Anandan.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. There is a question in the chat. Could you please check?
Yes, sure. So I'm not really sure, but anyway, the contract NFT. So when you want to create non-fungible token standard on top of Ethereum, we create that using Solidity contract. So we simply code up a language. We simply create as programming on top of Ethereum, which follows the standard that is approved by the community. And if it follows the standards like the ERC 721 standard, then we can call that as an NFT-based contract. So what I'm trying to create is that I'm following the standard, which is basically developed by the OpenZeppelin. Like the OpenZeppelin guys developed the implemented the standard based on the community standard, and now I am importing that into my own contract, thus making this an NFT contract. So it's simply a program that has the capability of creating a non-fungible asset. I hope I answered your question. Yeah. So if you have any more questions, please ask in the chat. Okay. Now that we have a mechanism to keep track of the number of tokens that we are going to create, next we need to we need to store the address of the contract that we are going to like approve for handling my tokens. Like whoever creates the token, he is going to approve that particular contract, so that whenever someone comes and try to buy your contract, like buy your NFT, the contract itself will be able to verify the amount is received and then transfer the ownership then and then. So let's for storing the address of a contract, we have a variable type called address, and let's call it contract address. Okay. So the next thing we need to do is that we need to assign value to the contract address whenever we store or deploy this contract into the Ethereum node. And to do that, we can use a functionality called constructor. The constructor is like a function which gets triggered whenever the contract is deployed into the Ethereum node. And to create a constructor, we can use the keyword constructor. Then followed by the input. So that will be address. Yes, like counter is like a yeah. So I mean, just like for example, like instead of using this, you can simply like I'm mentioning about the counter. You can simply create a uint variable called counter, and it has an initial value of 0. And whenever whenever an NFT is created, you can simply increment this value and then use that as a total count of the NFT, so that when we want to recover all the NFTs, we can use this as a maximum limit in a loop and loop through them all them. But OpenZeppelin has a better implementation, and most of their implementation is there because it is actually vetted by the community. It's like vetted a lot of time, so that there won't be any errors. So that's why we follow these standards by these communities. So you can, if it is too much for you, like, or if it is not that much of a necessary thing, you can simply use a variable, assign it a value, and then just increment that. Okay. Okay, so after that, yeah, so I deleted that. Yeah, so next I need to store the constructor, create the constructor for assigning the value to the contract address, which will be the address of the contract that will be managing the sales of the token. And one more thing is that the ERC-721 itself has a constructor. Like for each ERC-721, we have some metadata such as the name of that token and the short form of that token. And whenever we inherit an ERC-721 contract, we have to specify that value also. And we can do this by specifying it in our own constructor. To do this, after you have created your constructor, followed by you specify the name of the contract that you are going to inherit, and then pass in the values of the constructor of that particular inherited contract. So here, first we need to specify the name. Let's call it color token, followed by a symbol for that particular token. So these are like used by the like values out there, so that you can represent it. Then inside the constructor body, we assign the contract address with the passed in marketplace address. Now, after doing that, next we are going to create a function for getting the current count or the max count of the tokens. So let's create a function for that. So get token count is actually only reading from the state, and if a function is only reading from the state, you can tag it with the keyword view, so that when you execute this function, like in blockchain, when you are reading something, you don't really need to have spent transaction or cost for that. So you can tag it with view, so there will be no transaction cost for that, only for reading functions. And followed by, you need to specify the value it is going to return. So you need to specify the data type of the value. It will be u into 256. Then inside the function, we are going to return that value. So token ID is kind of like an object, and if you want to get the latest or total count, you have to call the member inside that called current, which will hold the token number of tokens that we have created thus far. And the next thing is that we need to create a function for creating a token. So let's start by doing that function, create token. Okay, so and the input will be the name, like the color code for the token. So string. And whenever we are using any dynamically sized variable like string, we can't really particularly specify the size of the variable. It will be allocated at the time of runtime. So we have to use the keyword memory to specify that it's a dynamic type variable, data types of variable. So let's say color code followed by public. So the public is actually the visibility. That means who can access the function from the contract, and public means that anyone can. Basically, the actors that can access the contract are like the user, another contract, child, and the contract itself. So anyone can access this function. And the first thing we are going to check is if this color already exists or not. So we already had a mapping which keeps track of that. So if color exists of color code, like to get the value of the mapping, you would specify the name of the mapping followed by the key, and then you can get that value. So it will be true or false. Then we can, like, if it does not exist, like if this will trigger this will revert the transaction. The request will revert the transaction if the color already exists. Otherwise, it will continue the execution. So in case we are continuing the execution, we can actually increment the token ID. Like so we will use the member function called increment for doing that. So as you can see, we are actually incrementing the count before creating the token. That means our tokens count will start from 1. Like in most of the contracts or most of the NFTs out there, usually starts from 0, but it's your choice. Now let's create a temporary variable for storing the token ID, which will be token IDs dot current. Then followed by, we are going to create a new entry in the colors mapping using that token ID and pass in the value that we are going to insert. Then we make the color exist into true, so that next time someone tried to input that, we will be able to neglect that. And finally, we need to create the token using this token ID that we generated. So for that, we have a function implemented in the ERC20 contract. So if we go over here inside the ERC 721, and if we search for something called mint, so mint is the function to create a new token. It simply associates a token ID to an address. So you need to pass in your address and the token ID that you want to create. So here I'm going to pass call that function. So I have inherited the ERC 721 contract, and as you can see, the mint function is of the internal visibility. That means the child contract and the contract itself will be able to access that function. So I'm the child contract, and I'm going to access that contract then pass in the value. So like I'm going to mint this token or associate this token to whoever that is going to call this function. So to do that, I need to get the address of the caller, and we can use a global variable called message.sender for doing that. And then we pass in the token ID. Okay. Finally, the next thing what I want to do is that I want to approve the marketplace contract to handle the transaction for this particular NFT that I am going to create. So to do that, we have another function called approve in ERC20. So approve. So in the approve, you need to pass who the address of who you are going to approve and the token ID. So let's call approve. And inside that, you need to specify who you are going to approve. So on behalf of me, like if I am going to create this token on behalf of me, this marketplace contract will be transferring the ownership. So the contract address that we just initialized, and then followed by the token ID. Now we are done with the first part. Now we are actually have actually created a contract which has the capability of creating an NFT based token. Now the first thing we need to do is that we need to rename the file. So it's still migration.sol. Let's rename that. And now to check if there are any errors, like there could be spelling mistake or something like that, or syntactical errors, we can use the truffle to compile this and find out any errors. To do that, you can use the command truffle compile. So
I think you did a typo for constructor.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for that. So as you can see, we are actually we only try to compile one contract, but as you can see, we are compiling a lot of contract. That is because the ERC 721 contract actually has a lot of dependencies, and it is actually compiling all those dependencies and their sub-dependencies. So once you do the compilation, you get a lot of outputs. Like under this, we are using a compiler called Solc. And when you use Solc compiler to compile a contract, you get a lot of outputs. And those outputs in Truffle are known as artifacts. And those will be available under the build contracts. So this one will be for us, like for the NFT contract. And here the most important ones are the ABI. Yeah, it's a lot of ABI and the bytecode. So whenever you compile your contract, or whenever you want to store your contract into the blockchain, you store that in the format of bytecode. And due to the fact that bytecode is a machine understandable code, and we will be using high level programming language to interact with the contract code that's deployed on the node, we need to know how to call a particular code that is deployed. And for that, we use a map like called AB, application binary interface, which actually clearly specify the name of the function. Like if you have a function or anything, something like that, it specify the name, the inputs, the outputs, and all of those things will be clearly specified over here. And we can use this API to access this particular contract. Along with, whenever you deploy a contract into the Ethereum node, you will get a pointer to that. You will get an identity or a pointer to that particular code, and we call that contract address, just like the Ethereum address that we use to access that. Only difference is that this Ethereum address will be controlled by the code that is stored onto that particular location. So using the combination of this contract address and API, we will be able to interact with the smart contract that is deployed in the Ethereum network. So now that we have the NFT contract, next we need to write a contract for managing the sales, which is the market NFT, and we also need to deploy that contract and store that address into the NFT token. Okay, so let's go ahead and create a new contract. Let's call it, let's say, NFT marketplace. Yeah. Okay, so just like before, we can copy these things, we can reuse these. So we need the ERC721 and we need the counters also. We also need one more security mechanism. The thing is that whenever we are going to use this marketplace, we will be calling the function in the NFT contract. That means a contract will be invoking another contract. And there are some situations, vulnerable situations in which when we have A and B contract and A contract calls the B contract, the B contract might try to access the A contract, like in malicious intentions or accidentally. This will come into like play and have unpredictable state, which will break the machine. So to stop that, we call this kind of malicious practice retency attack. To stop that, OpenZeppelin has a smart contract, and we can use that to stop these kind of attacks. So I'm simply using this because we have a scenario in which we call another contract from this contract. So to stop any kind of malpractice, we can use this particular contract. So it's called a retency guard, and it is located inside security retency guard. So let's import that. To do that, let's copy relative path. Okay. For some reason, I'm not getting the chat notifications.
While sharing screen, I think it won't be alerted.
Yeah, maybe that's right.
Hi, Anathan. I have a question. So can you explain what is the relation between NFT.sol and NFT marketplace.sol? I couldn't understand why you created another contract.
Yeah, so in case of NFT contract, like we basically in NFT contract, we basically has everything to create an NFT token. But if you want to create a sales, like when you use this contract, you create a new token, and then you can use the NFT NFT functionalities to transfer that to another person. But the thing is that you have to manually do all those things. Like after you have created the token, you have to manually get his address, like his identity, then transfer that into him. So, but what we are trying to do is that we are trying to build a marketplace where once I have created a token, like for example, I want to create a token, I should have the feature to put that token on sale, and some other party should be able to come and buy that token without my intervention. So that's why I'm creating another contract which will handle that logic, and I'll also give that contract, like this particular contract, the ability to manipulate my token. So that's why I'm creating an NFT marketplace. So
yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, so next is, okay, so let's create a contract. Let's call it NFT market, and I'm going to import the retency guard over here, so that I can use that inside my, and I'm like we can use some of things that we are using over here, like this counters, because whenever I'm going to put my items or my NFTs on sale, I'm going to list them as items in the marketplace. So I need to know how many items are there in the marketplace so that I can loop over them and retrieve them also. So let's call them item IDs. And for the purpose of like just showing it, I am also creating an address called the owner, which will actually be someone as the admin of this contract. Like I'm maintaining this marketplace, right? So whenever someone is trying to make a sale over this my platform, I'll get a commission, and this variable will hold the address of which party that needs to be paid when this transaction happens. It's just a small piece of commission. Okay, so I'll just hardcode the commission so that it will be easy. So I'll call it listing price, and it will be like 0.025 ether. Then followed by, I need to store the details regarding the item that I am going to list in the marketplace. And for that, I need to create a new data type. Like I need to have a data type with the members like the item ID, the NFT contract, like for which NFT that we are going to create that, like sell that, then the token ID itself, and who is going to sell that, like the owner of the token, and if it is sold or not. And to create such a thing, we can use something called struct, which is used to create user-defined data types. That can, and struct can be used to group together normal data types to create like data type kind of things. So inside that, I need to store the item ID. Then I need to store the like which contract this item belongs to. For us, it will be one, but I'll just go with the general mechanism. So address of the NFT contract. Then the token ID. You can say it's U into 256 or U into uint. It's actually an alias for U into 256. Then token ID followed by address, and whoever is the seller, like the owner of the token, we'll call it the seller, so that when the transaction finishes, we can send him the money. Then in the status, if it is sold or not. Then I'm going to create this struct is only able to hold one item, value for one item. So I'm going to create a key value pair using this struct so that I can store more than one value. So mapping U into 56 market item public. So it's kind of like an ID to market item mapping. So let's call it that. So I also need to have a function to get the total number of market items. So let's get item count. So that's going to return a U into 56 value, just like before, and then return the count. So that will be items ID dot current. So next I need to create two functions. One function is to like put the token on sale. So let's create a function called function create market item. So what this is going to do is that this is going to put the item on sale so that another person can see that and buy that. Then here we are going to receive the address for the NFT contract followed by the token ID. Yeah, so this will be public. And whenever you want to send, like whenever you create a market item, you need to send that commission alongside that function. So to do that, you need to mark that function as payable. Only then you can actually send money along with a contract count. By money I mean ether. payable, and this function will be the function that calls another contract. So I'm going to use that retency guard that I called before, which is actually available as a modifier. So these are actually modifiers for the visibility and the mutability. Mutability means how the function will interact with the contract state or Ethereum state. So this is actually a custom modifier that is inside the reentrancy guard. So this will prevent any kind of reentrancy attacks. So that's why I'm going to use that. It's just I'm just following the standards. If you want to know more about the reentrancy attack, then you can just refer to the OpenZeppelin documentation. I'll give you the end by the link by the end of the session. So first, it will check if the message node center, whoever is the caller, is the owner of the token or not. Like if you want to put a token on sale, you have to be the owner, right? So I'm checking if he's the owner or not. And to do that, what I'm going to do is that I need to use this contract address to call a function that is located inside the ERC721 to know the owner of that particular token ID. And we can do this by calling the ERC721 interface. Like for every ERC721 contract, it will always follow an interface. So we can use that interface. We can literally use that as an interface to call any function inside the contract by passing in the address. So let's call that ERC721, and we pass in the address dot the function that we can use to get the owner of the token IDs known as owner of, and we pass in the token ID. And we end it with a semicolon. We can also give a message, but we can just check that. Then we are checking if they are actually paying the minimum fee listing price. Let's check that. To check that, like if there are either being passed along with the contract call, we can use another global variable called message.value, which will hold how much either was being passed. So we can basically check how much was passed. So that will be equivalent to the listing price. If it is not, it will trigger an error saying that we can also pass in a message in the require. So price not either not enough. Next, I need to increment the items ID. So increment. Then I'm going to store that into a temporary variable so that I can use it more efficiently. Items ID, let's call it that, and items ID dot current to get the latest value. And next, I need to store the values into this key value pair. Using that items ID as the key, followed by all the values that are needed. And it will be of the type of that struct. Like if you are going to store it into a struct mapping, the value is actually a struct. So we need to store it as a struct. Yes. Yeah, sorry. So the first thing is item ID. You need to specify the item ID, the contract address, NFT contract address, token ID, then like the who are we going to pay, like who is the seller of that token. So that will be the whoever calls this function. Then it's not solved, so we put it as false, and that's it. Yeah, so now we have everything necessary for doing that. And the final thing we can do is that we can simply create another function, which basically says that whoever is going to buy that token, he can call this function and buy that token from that marketplace. So let's say function, let's call it create sale, create market sale, and it will have the address of the NFT contract, like to which contract it is associated, and the sales item ID, which will be UN226 and item ID. And it will also be public and payable, because whoever is going to buy the NFT, he has to pay that particular amount. And for us, it will always be fixed at 1 Ether. So it's kind of like I hard coded that. And this will also need the non-return C modifier, so that no one will be able to attack that. So first we need to get the token ID, which we can get from this mapping. So mapping key dot whichever member you want to get. So that will be token ID. Then followed by, we are going to require if it is not like we don't want the owner itself to sell that, like buy the token again. I mean, it's not necessary, but I'm just checking if that is going to happen or not. So we can just copy and paste over here, and this will be just, instead of double equal to, we are saying that not the, it should not be the owner. Then the next thing is that the amount for the token is paid, that will be 1 Ether. So we need to check if the value that is coming alongside this contract call has 1 Ether associated with that. So to check that, we use message.value double equal to 1 Ether. And if it is actually not enough either, like it's not mandatory to provide the message, but you can give it. Okay, so finally, the next thing we need to do is that you need to transfer the amount to the seller. So we can do that by getting the seller name. So from the mapping, ID to marketplace, and based on the key item ID, you can call the seller that we defined over here. And we can use a function named dot transfer to transfer an amount to that particular function, and the amount will be deducted from the contract. We've been receiving the amount to the contract, so the amount will be deducted from the contract itself. And you can specify how much you want to send. So that will be the equivalent to the message.value, because that will be what we want to send. Or you can specify 1 Ether too. Next thing we want to do is that we want to transfer the ownership of the token to the new whoever call this function, whoever is buying, like calling this buying function. So we want to transfer the ownership to that person. And to do that, just like before, we are going to use the interface to call that NFT contracts a transfer function. So IERC 721 followed by the contract address, and then use transfer from. Like we are using this function so that whoever is approved can use this function to transfer the ownership. So you need to transfer the ownership from the seller to the caller of this contract function. So seller to message.sender. And followed by the token. Now you need to set the ID to the marketplace, item ID, and set the sold value to true, because we already sold it. Then we can send, now that the transaction or the ownership transaction is complete, we can send money, that commission money or that listing price money to the owner using the transfer function. And that will be the listing price. So that's the contract that handles this sell and buy of the NFT token. And next we can do is that we can basically compile it. Yeah, so that's on line 16. So that was a typo. Instead of unit, I gave unit. Yeah, so that's bool. Sorry for the typos. Yeah, so that's also a typo. Let me just correct the spelling. Yeah, my mistake. That's known. That's the problem. Yeah, so now we have successfully compiled both contracts, and both contracts have no problems. And let's see how we can deploy these contracts. So the thing is that when you are going to deploy the contract, first we need to deploy the NFT marketplace contract, then get the address of that NFT marketplace, and then deploy the NFT contract by providing the NFT marketplace address. So how can we do that? To deploy a contract in Truffle's words, we call it migration. We go into the migration folder. We have scripts for doing that. And we need to change this into the migration contract script that we want. So first we need to recur the artifacts or the compiled output regarding to these both these contracts. So I need to get that. So this will be NFT market. And let's call this also NFT marketplace. And let's duplicate that. And now that we have both the AB and the binary code, all the necessary details regarding that, we can use this to deploy our contract. So first, let's remove this. Yeah. So first, I need to deploy the NFT marketplace. So deploy.deploy. This is an object provided by the Truffle. Using that, we can deploy any contract. And I'm going to use a promise function so that after this deployment is finished, I need to do some other things, such as to deploy the NFT contract. So this is a promise function, dot function, and yes, and it is a semicolon. And inside that, I want to return sorry about that. I need to, after I deployed that, I need to deploy the other one. So deploy NFT, And as you know, NFT has a requirement of getting the NFT marketplace address as a constructor. And to pass in a constructor while deploying, you can simply give it after a comma and followed by the NFT marketplace address. So you can get that simply by NFT marketplace.address. Now that's done. We can simply say truffle migrate. And before you do truffle migrate, make sure that you have your configurations are right. Development. So currently I have a node running in localhost 8545. So this is actually the expose address, and the network ID is actually 5777, but it doesn't matter. It will take in anything. So if I don't have any errors, and if I have written the migration script correctly, then this should work. So yeah, truffle migrate. The truffle migrate will once again compile all over the contract, make sure there are no errors, then it will deploy it to the node. Yeah. So as you can see, this will be our final cost. So this is actually a test network. So our cost will be the actual one, but we almost spent 0.06 Ether. So that is the cost for deploying both contracts. So the next thing is that we need to run our application. So I'm going to switch over to the complete version, and I'll just go through all the codes in which how we access the contract and all those things. This is the core part where you actually build the NFT contract and you build the marketplace contract. So while last time we had an error regarding that contract. So while I figure out that error, if you guys have any doubts, you may ask that in the chat.
Hi, Nathan. Will you be explaining about React also?
Yes, I'll just go walk through that. We have a little bit time, so I'll just walk through that and let you guys know how that. So yeah, let me just walk through that first. And yeah, so now that you know that we have deployed our contract, like if you say truffle deploy, sorry, not truffle deploy, it's truffle migrate. This is my complete code. Yeah, so the next thing you can do is that you can actually write a test function to check that. So I already have written that test function. So this is actually the test function. So I hope you guys can see that. Okay, I have high usage. 1 second. Okay, so what I have done here is that just like I did with the migration, I first imported the artifacts. Then using the contract construct, like this is actually the equivalent to the describe in Mocha, and inside that I'm creating a test condition. And the first test condition is I'm just going through all the test conditions. So the first test condition is that we should be able to create a token and execute the market side. So first I deploy the NFT marketplace contract, and then I deploy the next one, NFT. Then I get the contract address, so that like we get all the details for doing that. Then I create 2 tokens, like I create a black token and a white token from the first account. Then what happens is that I test if they are equal, like the owner is actually the first account. Like after creating the new token, the owner of that token is actually the first account or the 0th account. And I just consult out like who is the owner of that first token. Then after that, I put those two tokens into sale. And at the time of sale, you need to specify from which account you are actually saying and how much was the listing price. It was 0.025 Ether. And we convert that into way, which is actually the smallest denomination of Ether. And then we specify that. We do that for the both of these. And after that, I go make a buy from the second account. So how I got this account is that whenever you use the contract, the truffle actually gives you an accounts object, which will give you access to all the unlocked accounts in the connector environment. So this accounts variable has all the like access to all these addresses in the Ganache environment. So after that's done, I just console log the new owner name and make sure that it's actually the the second account, and we set that to be true also. And to check that if this works, because writing test condition is always better, because I'll be able to check what's the error here just by running this. So if there is some error with the contract, it will not pass. Okay, so there is something like in this contract there is some error with this. So it might be the error with the create marketplace account. And we can see the error here. So the approver color is not the owner. Okay. So if you guys have any doubts, you guys can put that in chat. Meanwhile, I just figured this out. I have an approver. Yeah, that's because I called an extra approver here. I don't need to do that. Yeah, sorry about that. So check again. So what the testing does is that it will automatically create a simulation environment and node simulation environment, deploy your contract into that, check all the conditions, and if it is true, it will say it will pass the test. As you can see over here. As you can see, when the contract was minted, this was the first account and he was the owner. And after the sale, the second account became the owner of the NFT. So yeah, seems like that was my error. So I can also run my application now. So let me just simply run my application. After that, I'll just go through the application. So npm, yeah. So my application is React based. So that is located inside the UI folder. So cd UI and npm start. Yeah, before that, I also need to deploy this once. I forgot if I deployed this or not. So truffle migrate. So if you have migrated or deployed the contract over a lot of time, you can have a fresh migration by saying the reset flag. And the interesting thing with the Ganache is that each and every time a transaction happens, you can see that over here. So you can see the contract creation happen. And yeah, I mean, it's a big contract, so sometimes it's a little slow. So npm start. So I have developed the code in a minimalistic way. So all the codes are written inside the app.js file. And as you can see, the artifacts are also present over here. And how I did is that I actually added a new line into the truffle config, using which I can actually specify where the build directory, this build, instead of here, I can specify that inside the UISR. That's how the build directory came here. This is a handy way because the React can't access anything that is outside its folder. So that's why we provide like that. Okay, so now the application is running. You have a fresh application. Yeah, so let me just reject this right away. So I'm connected to the connected. Yeah. So let me just create a new NFT by providing the code. So yeah, I'm just giving the random code. It's always 6 characters. So it created a new NFT of the color like similar to red. Then I can make to sell the token. As you can see, 05E0, that's the current owner, and he's putting that on sale. So after the sale is confirmed, you can go to the marketplace. You can see the seller, like that will be the owner of the token. You can see the price is E1 either. That's actually hard coded, but anyway. Then if you try to buy from the same account, due to the fact that we have given a check, we won't be able to do that. This is actually the great thing with the MetaMask. It will actually show you the error before you actually do that. So you can reject that. I'm going to switch over to another account. So second account, and now if so the second account starts with the 4F and ends with 88. So let's try to buy the token and check if the owner changes. So it has been sold, so it has been removed from the marketplace. Let's go back to the collection, and you can see the new owner has been changed. Now from there, he like if you want, he can create new token or he'll sell his existing token. He can do all those things. So let's our time is very limited, but still I'll just go through the application, and I'll also give you guys the code at the end of the session, like the GitHub repository. So as I mentioned before, all the codes are actually written in the app.js, and for the front end, I used a React library known as React Bootstrap for like quickly getting the buttons and all those things. I don't really want to mess with the CSS. And the first thing we need is Web3, which is basically a JavaScript-based library used to communicate between the node and the front end. So here actually I got the details regarding that contract JSON, the artifacts into these two variables. Then inside the use effect, so the use effect is used to like if you want to call any function or anything at the loading of the page or loading of a component. In case of React, it's always component. Then you can use the use effect hook to do that. So inside that, I actually retrieve the token details and the market details. And I also call the enable MetaMask. So whenever I'm calling this function for the first time, you will be able to establish connection automatically. And one more thing is that I call the enable MetaMask function all the time, like whenever you call the mint token or sell token or buy token, so that or at all time we are actually connected to the MetaMask, and there will be no other error, no other error. Then I have next thing I do is that MetaMask actually gives us an object to establish connection to the node, like whichever node the MetaMask is connected to, and using that node. Using that object, I created a Web3 object with a connection to the node that is MetaMask is connected to. Then I need to create 2 objects for accessing the smart contract. One for the NFT market smart contract, and another one for the NFT contract. Then this is actually the enable MetaMask function. It tries to establish connection with the MetaMask. Then the first one is the mint token handler, which is used to call this function, create token function. So to call a function in the contract, you need to have the contract object followed by the methods, then followed by the name of the function, and you pass in the value. Then you also pass in from which address that you want to call it. Then next, I want to get the token details. For that, I first get the count, like the max count using the get token count. Then I looped in through all those things, and I got all the details regarding that, and I pushed that to an object, and then I used that object. So basically, this is a use state used to hold that object details, and using that object details, I actually project that into the front end. Like whatever you see over here is actually that code over here. And it's the same for the marketplace. When I retrieve the data from the marketplace. So this is get item details, and this is for calling the on sale button. And it's the same. You use the NFT marketplace object to call the create market item contract, and then you finally have the buy token, which calls the create market sale function. So yeah, it was a little bit rushed thing, but if you guys have any doubts, you may ask. And I have if you guys are interested in pursuing this kind of application, if you explore this a little bit more, you may find one or two errors with the logical errors with the contract. And if you guys find that out, you may give me a ping in this marketplace, sorry, in this code. So I have put the code for this application in the chat. It's a public repository. You guys can go ahead and access that. And it also has the method to how which you can run that. You guys already saw that, but you guys can use this step-by-step instruction to run your application. And if you guys have any doubts, you guys can put a issue over here, and maybe we can take it up. So if you guys have any doubts regarding the session, please ask in the chat, or you can unmute your mic and ask.
Thank you, Ananthan. Audience, if you have any final questions, please use the chat box or raise your hand. I think there are no more questions are there. So we'll take a break for 10 minutes, and please be back by 3:15 for the Hyperledger bootcamp. Thank you. Welcome back to BlockHash Live 2021. Next, we have Mr. Aluru Jawahar, Research and Development Engineer at Kerala Blockchain Academy for live developer workshop on Hyperledger Fabric. Mr. Aluru will be walking through the secret source of Hyperledger Fabric, explaining on initiating transactions into Fabric network, bootstrapping the network using microfab, etc. Mr. Aluru Jawahar is a certified Hyperledger Fabric developer and has been associated with Kerala Blockchain Academy for the past 2 years. Welcome, Aluru, to BlockHash Live 2021.
Yeah, thank you. So let me share my screen. Before that, just confirm me whether I'm audible.
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the introduction. Good afternoon, all of you. I'm here to explain you or to brief you about Hyperledger Fabric, a famous permissioned blockchain. And today we'll be seeing what are the differences between the public and the private of blockchain. And next, we will dive into a use case and build a smart contract on top of it. Okay, so apart from that, we will be also deploying our own Hyperledger Fabric network. Fine. So let me share my screen first. Yeah. So till now you have heard and listened to the famous public blockchain, that is Ethereum, and you have learned how to create an application on top of it and do some transactions even, right? So we will also see how we can bootstrap the network on Hyperledger Fabric as well, and we will write a smart contract, a sample smart contract, and deploy it onto our network. So before that, we will see the major differences between the public and the private blockchain. What makes the difference between them, right? So public blockchain, it is open to everyone. If anyone can go and access it, everyone is authorized to do that. And you can access it sometimes by paying some tokens to the network. Next, in private blockchain, not everyone is going and can do the transaction inside the private blockchain. It has a certain permission mechanisms, it has some restrictions and access controls bounded for the network. Fine. So yeah, so access controls are very much important in private blockchain. And coming to the public blockchain, each node will have equal privileges for a transaction and data. The public blockchain's nodes are having equal privileges. How many of our nodes are there? All the nodes will be having equal privileges, and data is distributed among all the nodes in the network. Fine. And in private blockchain, there will be limited number of nodes according to the use case or the business scenario you are building, right? So that is one. And there will be certain group of nodes, and every group of nodes will have certain functionality associated with that. So every that group of nodes will have certain functions, and the purpose of that node is limited. Okay, so not all are privileged to, and not all can have all the functions, right? And the most important one, transaction per second is low in public blockchain, right? So if you have heard, Ethereum takes around Bitcoin takes around 10 minutes for a transaction to process, right? But in private blockchain, the transaction, the TPS is very, very low, and it is as good as a traditional database, a solution on a traditional database, and you can build on private blockchain, right? And coming to the transaction cost, the public blockchain's transaction cost is high, and because it involves a huge, a consensus protocol which is associated with high energy consumption, and proportionately it will increase, and the transaction is comparatively very, very low in private blockchain, right? So since you are deploying private blockchain in a limited set of infrastructure, the transaction cost will be comparatively very low. Right. So the consensus protocols involved in public blockchain are proof of work, proof of stake, etc. Right. And nowadays, if you see, there is another consensus protocol like proof of history as well in Solana. So like that, there are different kinds of consensus protocols, and each will have its own algorithm. And coming to the private blockchain, consensus algorithms can be like Solo, ETDC, wrapped, etc. Right. And in public blockchain, since there is no access control and the permission mechanisms involved in the public blockchain, there is no trust among the members inside the network. Anyone can come, anyone can do the transactions. And in private blockchain, members inside the network need to trust each other. And yeah, so the trust should be formed, and that is the reason why private blockchain became the unique one rather than in public blockchain. And next, energy consumption is very high in public blockchain because since the consensus mechanism involved in the algorithm, in the consensus algorithms like proof of work, consume a lot of energy and consume a lot of computational resources. So, proportionately, it will consume more electricity as well, right? So, indirectly, everything come to a proportionately, this energy consumption is high. And in private blockchain, energy consumption is too low, and it is as good as the energy consumed by a centralized database, right? So these are some pros and cons, and these are the major differences between the public blockchain and the private blockchain. Yeah. So if you want to build a blockchain for a business, since business is a combined network, right, where a set of peoples are fixed and there should be some access control, and there are some issues of confidentiality, and there need to be some security as well, everything. If you consider a business, there will be many factors which you need to see, and if you want to build a blockchain for that business considering those factors, so these are the factors you need to keep in mind. The first one is participants must be identified. Like we talked, like in public blockchain, not everyone can come and do some transaction in the business, inside the business, right? So for example, take example of Domino's. Not everyone can go and build their own order, right? So there will be a specified person, and that person is authorized to generate the bill for your order. Fine. So it is like that. So participants must be identified before they invoke any transactions, and the network should be permissioned, obviously. So everyone, the whole network should be permissioned and should have a permission mechanism, and it should have high TPS, right? So say for example in Domino's itself, if the business is stopped and if one transaction is taking for 10 minutes, then it's a huge loss for them, right? Yeah, if the Domino's is stopped for 15 minutes, it is estimated like they will be losing around 10 to 15 lakhs just for 15 minutes. So it is just an estimation. It can be more than that. Fine. So for that, the TPS is very, very important if you consider a business, right? And low latency of transaction confirmation, right? So the time taken to confirm a transaction should be very, 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 very low, and it is indirectly the factor of TPS as well. And privacy and confidentiality of business should be maintained, right? So not every information can be shared with the public, and the privacy and confidentiality among the players in the blockchain, the participants in the consortium should be maintained apart from doing the business, right? So these are some important factors you need to consider if you are deploying blockchain for a business. right? So why Hyperledger Fabric? Why Hyperledger Fabric suits best for business is the question now. So apart from before we talk about Hyperledger Fabric, we will talk about what is that. I mean, what is Hyperledger Fabric, right? So it is an open source enterprise grade permissioned DLT platform, and it comes under a Hyperledger umbrella project. So that umbrella project has many other projects like Aries, Hyperledger Aries, Indy, Iroha, Sawtooth, etc. So based on the use case or based on the demand, and they have their project, and one of them is Hyperledger Fabric. So it has a diverse set of maintainers from multiple organizations, and around 200 developers are working on that for developing as a community, right? So, okay, so why Hyperledger Fabric and how it I mean, matches with the requirement for a business, right? So it is highly modular and configurable. Literally everything is decentralized. Everything, I mean, every service inside the whole solution of Hyperledger Fabric is decentralized. Okay, so there is no single point of failure, and if any resource is failing, it's not a problem at all, and there will be some other resources working until it becomes active, right? So it is configurable and you can modify it according to your use case, right? It's not a fixed thing, it's just a framework, and you can build for every, the maximum of the use case you can do, right? It supports smart contracts which can be written in general purpose programming languages like Java, Go, and Node.js. Like for example, if you see Solana, okay, Solana blockchain, if you want to write a smart contract on Solana, you need to go and learn Rust for that. Even in Ethereum, you need to learn Solidity. But in Hyperledger Fabric, it is not a domain specific language. I mean, Hyperledger Fabric smart contract can be written in majority of language, the languages which are used by majority of the developers, right? Even you can write a smart contract in Python as well. So Java, Go, and Node.js, and Python, etc. So you have multiple options of developing the smart contract on Hyperledger Fabric. So you need not to go and sit and spend some time for learning a domain-specific language. Okay, it is also a permissioned network. So everything inside the network is permissioned. Every node, every user node, every entity in the network will have its own certificate, and they are permissioned inside the network. It has a consensus algorithm for writing the data. Before it writes the data, it undergoes a consensus algorithm like we have seen in Ethereum or Bitcoin. It doesn't require any cryptocurrency. No cryptocurrency is involved in Hyperledger Fabric, so you can do any number of transactions. Fine. And a ledger can be configured with a support of variety of DBMS. You have variety of options of database management systems like CouchDB, BigChainDB, and there is an option of MongoDB as well. But yeah, so you have the option of your own database, and multiple channels can be initiated among the organizations, right? So we talked about privacy and confidentiality. So to maintain those privacy and confidentiality, you can create multiple channels so that not all the members are involved in that channel. So say for example, there are A, B, and C organizations. There are organization A, B, and C. Fine. So there is a common channel between A, B, and C, and there is a requirement that you need to share data only with you being in org A, you only need to share data with organization B. Okay. But C should not be involved in that data or transactions. So what you can do here is you can initiate another channel between A and B where C is not at all involved, and by this you can maintain your privacy Okay, so that is these are the major advantages of Hyperledger Fabric. And yeah, so what are the components of Hyperledger Fabric? So certificate authority is the service which maintains the permission mechanism involved. Okay, so we talk like we need a permission mechanism. So we told like it's a permission network. So we should have a service which can maintain that permission network, and that is nothing but certificate authority. So what it does is it will issue certificates for all the entities. They will be unique. I mean, each certificate will be unique from each other, and it will be issued during the bootstrapping of network. And even after the network is bootstrapped, you can this certificate authority can be used to generate the certificates. Fine. And peers are the place where data is stored, and these peers are also used for endorsement. Endorsement is nothing but just to check, verify who is the person, or what is the entity which is going to initiate the transaction. So we'll talk it in the architecture in the next slide. But peers are the place where data is stored, and this is the place where the final data will be, and the smart contract will be hosted. Okay, so this is a very important component in Hyperledger Fabric. And ledger is the place where this ledger is hosted by the peers. Like I just told, peers is the place where the data is stored. So how that is stored is, peer will host another instance of ledger, and it will directly store the data inside the ledger. Fine. And smart contract is nothing but the business rules in terms of code. That's it. Okay, so smart contract is just will have some functions, and you can deploy it onto the network, and you can invoke those functions to create a transaction, to write some data onto the ledger. And order is the component which orders the transactions, takes the transactions and orders them. And this is the place where the consensus mechanism is involved. Okay, so we will see how it works, how a Hyperledger Fabric works. This is the architecture of Hyperledger Fabric. Okay, so say for example, there is a client. It can be anything. It can be a SDK, a Node SDK, or Java SDK, or Go SDK. So whatever client will initiate a transaction. When the client initiates a transaction, it is not a transaction, it is just a transaction proposal. Okay, we will not call it as a final transaction. It is just a proposal. When it initiates a proposal, it is first simulated on the peer, okay, where the data is already there. But please remember, data is not at all written here. It is not at all written here. It's just a proposal. When the data is written is when it becomes a transaction. Okay, so since it is a proposal, this proposal will just check what is the state of the blockchain, and takes a read write set, and this peer will act as an endorsement peer. And by doing that, what it does is it will verify who is the person, or who is the user who invoked the transaction, right? And it will verify the certificate which is issued by the certificate authority. Fine. And it will verify the certificate, and every parameters and rules are okay and being verified. After being verified, it will endorse the transaction. It will sign the proposal and send back to the client as a second step. Means it will just sign the transaction. It will verify and sign the transaction. It's like a security. Fine. After it verifies the transaction, it will send back to the client, and the proposal will become the transaction from the third step. Okay, so then when a proposal is endorsed by the peers, then it will become a transaction, and that transaction is sent to the order nodes. Here what happens, this orderer will take the transaction and orders according to the sequence and create a block. It's a block, we can call it as a factory of blocks. So order node will create a block taking all the transactions from the client, endorsed transactions from the client. Those transactions will be sent to the channel, and that channel will send that block to all the organizations, all the peers in all the organizations which are inside a channel. Okay, so that block is again verified by the peer, whether it is endorsed properly or what is the sequence of block and everything. All these parameters will be verified again, whether it is sent by the order. I mean, it will verify again the order certificates, everything. So there will be some verification mechanism again involved in before writing it to the blockchain. And finally, when all the parameters are set, then the block is written to the blockchain. Okay, the final response will be sent to the client again, that it is, I mean, the transaction is successful, something like that, whatever we do. I mean, the response will be like transaction is successful, like that. So this everything will be done in fraction of seconds. Okay, so it is based on the resources we allocate to the whole architecture and everything. There are several factors which can affect this performance, but this is the flow of a transaction from initial client to again ending with client. Okay, so first the client will send the proposal. It will reach the peer directly in the first instance. The peer will verify the certificate and all the rules involved in it. Fine. And after that, it will endorse the transaction. It will endorse and send back to the client. And that transaction will be, the proposal will be a transaction, and that transaction will be sent to the order nodes. Order nodes will order and create a block, and that block is sent to the peers, and peer will send that to the client again. So this is the architecture. Fine. Okay, I got a question. Can you repeat step 5 between 4 and 5? When and where the transaction in the ledger. Okay, fine. So yeah, so once the block is created and distributed to in the channel, this channel will distribute the block to everyone. I mean, it will create the replicas and send that to all the peers who are eligible in the channel. Okay, so eligibility comes under this channel only. So if there is another organization in this channel associated with this channel, then it will send that block to that organization as well. So it will send that block, and when the peer is having the block, okay, when it is coming to when the block came to the peer, it will again verify whether the endorsement is done by it will verify the signature. Okay, it will verify the signature which was done initially during the endorsement phase, and after that signature is verified, if it is valid, then it will send that transaction, the data. It will extract the data and send that and keep it onto the ledger instance. So I did not show here the ledger instance. Okay, you can understand it better when we do the hands-on. So nothing. So you can assume that here the data is written. Here itself the data is written. So what you can assume like that data after all the verifications across, the data will be stored here, and after storing, this peer will send a final response to the client like transaction was successful. So after that, you can query the same data from the peer itself. Okay, yeah. So Okay, we'll have a demo on Hyperledger Fabric. Fine. So I just build a small use case, very small use case, which is very much useful actually. So the problem statement here is, if you consider a bike, sorry, not a bike, a car, consider a car, okay? So not only car, all the motor vehicles in the market. So reselling has its own advantages and disadvantages. Fine. So reselling, having a resale market played an important role in automobile market, right? So because of this, many people are getting cars or vehicle, whatever vehicle. I mean, whether it is a bike or a car, majorly this will be the major transactions. Maybe it will be a bike or a car. So they will be getting in very affordable prices, right? So instead of buying a brand new car, they can get the same car from, I mean, with affordable price, right? But here in the second-hand market, quality and trust are still a major challenges for anyone to buy before. For anyone before buying a vehicle, right? So what happens in a traditional? I mean, it happened to me as well. So what happens? You will go to the market. There will be a group of resellers showcasing their second-hand bikes or vehicles, right? So we'll go there. They will keep that vehicle very nicely polished, and they will make it like it is a brand new, like that. Okay, so they will showcase it like that. Okay, fine, you will just trust that and you will buy that. I mean, say for example, you bought it. What happens after buying that? You will notice some glitches, or you will notice some minor problems coming slowly, right? So what happened here is, the trust is lost. First of all, fine, they will tell you like this is in very good condition, but after that you will come to know that the condition of that bike is not up to the mark, bike or any car. Fine. So the problem here is information. Fine. So buying a second-hand vehicle without proper information can put the buyer at risk. Fine. So if you have a provision of getting the genuine information, you can verify it and you can happily buy it. Okay, you can analyze the history of the vehicle, when it the parameters, like when it was bought, like what is the service history, what is who was the owner, what is the registration, all these things. Like there will be many parameters. So information, if you have a genuine information of that particular car, then you can at least analyze before you buy it. You will have an option to analyze before you buy it, right? So the solution is like this. So service centers of car manufacturer can share the service history of a particular car. So if they can share the servicing history of a particular car, then we can at least analyze what are the things done, what is the frequency of that car which got serviced, and how many times the like any accidents, any record of accidents, everything can be uh, uh, can be analyzed in a single view, right? So if service center of that car manufacturer can share the history of a car, then it can be viewed by reseller and the customer together. And if the advantage of reseller can be, the reseller can analyze the service history, and he or she can fix a proper price based on the vehicle's condition, right? And coming to the customer perspective, customer can analyze the service history and take the decision of buying. Okay, so based on the frequency of service, based on any accident records based on the kilometers driven, everything. Like there will be certain factors before you buy, and you can at least analyze. You will have an option to analyze on your own before you buy that, right? So we will build that thing on Hyperledger Fabric. So consider there are two organizations, service center. One is service center and another is cars reseller. I did not take any names here, just generic terms, service center, and let's consider in generic thing, right? And the prerequisites are the VS Code with IBM blockchain extension. I will show that. And you also need a microfab. Microfab is the micro version of Hyperledger Fabric. Please don't consider this as a production scenario. This is just for development and just for understanding and just for testing. Majorly, microfab is used for testing any smart contract. Fine, I will share this link actually. Yeah, so that is the GitHub repo of microfab, and you can have a read on them. It's very easy to use tool. And Node.js and Docker, you need a Docker. So microfab will bootstrap the network inside a Docker container. Fine. Okay, so before we bootstrap the network of microfab, we need a configuration of that microfab. Okay, so here we have involved two organizations inside the network. So we need to write the same inside the configuration as well. So it is it's just an environment variable inside the terminal. Okay, it's a JSON one. I will just show you that. Yeah, so this is a JSON form. It's an environment variable in a JSON format. So what is that? There are two major sections. One is channel and another is endorsing organization. Endorsing organization is nothing but the organizations present inside the fabric. Okay, so this organization can endorse a transaction. Fine. And channel, so in that channel we need to give the name of the channel. It can be anything. I just given as my channel. You can give any channel. You can give car channel, whatever it is. But this configuration will be fixed when once the network is bootstrapped. Okay, and we need to again tell the channel who are the organization present inside the channel. Okay, so these are, again, we need to give, specify that these are the organization present inside the channel. So whatever blocks are created, you need to distribute on every peer inside this organization. Fine, so let's export this to the terminal. Fine, and we will run a command. So this is the configuration. So here it is a sample configuration. Here you have only one org, and you have only one org. You can just copy this in a notepad and you can edit it according to your wish. Okay, your use case if you want to build anything. Fine. So after that, when you are done with the configuration, once you have exported the configuration, you can just run this Docker run. Okay, so Docker run will just run this microfab with this, run a Docker container with microfab this image, and it will get the configuration from this variable. Okay, and it will run on port 880. Fine. So let us learn. Okay, so the network is bootstrapped. Another tool which we will use is VS Code extension, sorry, VS Code, and inside that VS Code extensions will be used. Just a second, let me delete the older files, then it will be clear for you. Fine. So to install this IBM blockchain extension, you can just go to the extensions here, search for IBM blockchain extension. So this is the extension. It will be a square box logo. So you can just click on install. It will automatically install onto your VS Code. Fine. After installing, you will get a tab here with IBM blockchain extension. Fine. So this is the initial setup of the tool, and here we need to link our resources. First and foremost, we will link. We have already bootstrapped the network, but we need to link that network with the VS Code. Fine. So just click on add local or remote environment under fabric environments. Come to add micro, navigate to add microfab network. Just you can add, leave the default values and give a name. Maybe you can give as car. Okay, so it's your will and wish. You can give any name just for reference. So here it has created a network car. So if you double click on it, you will get the nodes. So we have a reseller peer, we have a service center peer, we have a reseller CA, we have service center CA, we have order. Okay, so order is just for consensus. So every node is present here. So every node will have its own functionality like we discussed in the differences, right? So next comes the chain code. So the network is done. I mean, with few clicks of mouse, we have successfully bootstrapped the network. Now we will write a sample chain code. So for that, in smart contract section, you can click on create new project. Go with the default contract, and I will select with JavaScript. And here we need to specify what is the asset which we are going to do the business here. Okay, so here in automobile resale network, we will be using car. Okay, let's suppose it is a car. Car is an asset for our business. So just give enter and we will browse. We need to keep this somewhere. So what we can do, we can create a folder named resale or something like that. Okay, so we create resale and we can save, and we will add that to our workspace. So it will automatically generate a template like smart contract, which you can edit according to your use case. Fine. Fine. So this is the package or the set of the smart contract. I mean, all the files in the smart contract, and including the package.json. I mean, all the node models involved for this Java. I mean, the contract which it consumes. Right. So inside, if you go to the lib directory, you will find the contract with the asset name. It's like a notation like the asset name dash contract.json. So since we have given car as an asset, it created car dash contract.js, and here we will have different kinds of functions like car exists. Okay, so what does this mean is if whether the car exists or not, it will check when you invoke this transaction. It will check whether the car exists or not. Create car. So create car is nothing but it will create a new car inside the ledger. Read car, it will just read car in the sense it will just fetch the current state of that car. Update car, if you want to update any values inside the car, then you can call this function. And delete car finally, if you want to delete that, you can just delete that but even after you delete, it will retain there, but it will not retain in the current state. Fine. So this is the sample smart contract, and on top of it, we will write something which can be suited for our use case. Fine. So in that, we can create some smart contract functions like create car, which is already there. It will create a new car to the database. Read car, it will get the current value of the car. We can give a function called service update the service comment when the car undergoes a service. Okay. Change the ownership of the car. Okay. So we can change the owner of the car. And finally, we can have a function which can fetch the whole history of the car. So let us quickly write that. So in create car function, we have the value, right? So here we can add some more values like color of the car, and model of the car, and what we can add, yeah, owner of the car, very important, and service comment. Okay. Fine. So these are the variables, or these are the data under car ID. Okay. Fine. So in asset, we need to add all these past variables, arguments inside the asset. Okay. So what this create car will do is, first it will check whether already the car exists or not. Okay. It will just run the function car exists. It will interact with the network and check whether already a car exists with the ID which we have given. And if it doesn't exist, if it already exists, it will return like the car already exists. If it doesn't exist, it will create a JSON object with the values like which we have passed till now. Okay. Somebody unmuted. Any doubts? Mrudula, do you have any doubt? Okay, fine. So in asset, we will be passing all the values of that car, the attributes of that car, and we will convert that asset into a buffer. Okay, so network doesn't accept the JSON format which we have given. Fine, so we need to convert that attributes into a buffer which can be understood by the network, and we need to pass all that all the JSON file with the car ID with the function put state. So this put state will initiate a write transaction towards the ledger. Okay, so this is how we created a car. And next, yeah, I guess we are running out of time. Okay, so read car, it will just get, in the read car function, you'll nothing to change. It will just, if you can pass on the car ID, it will just get the whole data. So as I said, we need to convert everything to the buffer to the network. In the same way, vice versa, what happens? Network will send in buffer state. Okay, network will send the data in a buffer state. We will get, if we put get state, if you want to read something using get state, it will give us a buffer data, and that buffer data we can convert into a JSON, and we can read that. Okay, so here this whole smart contract has much of the functionality is like converting to buffer and buffer to JSON only. in between the logic lies actually. Fine. So we have create car, we have read car, and we will have a service update function as well. Okay. So what happens? We will write a function called service comment, and inside that we will pass to which car you need to pass the, write the service comment, and what is the service comment. Okay, so we will write, okay, let us convert this as service update. That should be easy to understand. And what is the service comment which that authorized person has written. Okay, so first it will check whether the car exists or not. After that, we need to call that, the existing, we should get the existing data of that car ID. We need to modify the service comment to the new service comment, and we can again send back to the network. So already I think we have used that. Let us use some other variable here. Service comment update. Okay, fine. So let us call that asset first. So for that we need to use the get state of that car. So yeah. Okay, so we will call it as old update. Okay. So what happens? We will get the old data, the data of that car, present car, which we want to modify the data. We will get that car with that car ID. If we pass that car ID using the get state command, function, we will get that buffer data. After that, we need to convert that buffer data into the JSON format. Let us say like const some, yeah, so JSON of old update equal to JSON.parse old update. Dot to string. Okay, so what it does is it will convert the data of that car into a JSON. Fine, and we will convert, change that old comment to the replace that old comment with the new comment. Okay. Equals sorry, let us we need to keep it as buffer here. So we'll create another variable called new update. Okay, equals JSON old update dot service comment. So the service comment update, which we have passed now. Okay, so the new service comment update will be written on the new update. Okay. Okay, fine. Next, we will convert this new update to the buffer. And send to the push state. Fine. Next, this is about the service update. Fine. So what happens here is when we call the service update function, we will specify the car ID on which car we want to update the service, and we will pass a comment like engine oil replaced or second what we call second service completed, engine oil replaced, or some changes happen to that, and we will finally pass that, replace this old service comment with the new service comment. Okay. So just a minute, I think we have updated it wrong. New update will be yeah. So fine. So next we will create another function, that is change owner. I think we have a limited time here. Okay. So let me deploy the, I have already a backup. I know this situation will arise. So let me give you a brief introduction, brief about this contract which I want to build, so that we can save some time. Yeah, where is that? Yeah. Fine. So here in the service update, we will give a new comment, and that comment will be replaced and sent to the buffer as a new value. And in change owner as well, since we have already the JSON of owner here, owner value, so that owner will have, the reseller can change from old owner to the new owner. So let us deploy this and invoke some transactions. Yeah, give me a minute. Fine. So in the blockchain extension, which we have already integrated with the network. Fine. So we will connect to the network which we have deployed, and we will package the open project. Package open project in the sense it will package everything inside one file, which we call it as a package or chain code. So smart contract will be converted into the chain code. So we'll package that to tar.gz. Yeah, so we got the package. Now we will go to the my channel and deploy that smart contract. So it is already reflecting here. So you can see here the package is the smart contract is installed on all the peers inside the network. After installing, you will have two gateways, the access controls. Okay, so here we can see two organizations. One is the reseller gateway, another one is service center gateway. Fine. So first we will go to the service center gateway. Fine. And you can see all the functions which we have seen in the smart contract. Okay, so every function is customizable. You can write your own functions provided it runs. It doesn't have any syntactical errors. Fine. And in that, if you want to create a car, since just now we have created our network, there will be no data. So we will add some data in the arguments. So this argument should be in the order of this create car argument line. Okay, so first argument will be the car ID. We'll give it as some car 1 series. car 11100, and in the second argument it is color, model, and service comment. So next is like we'll give it as black. Model we can give it as Tiago, for example. And in the service comment we can give like first service completed, and then yeah, in the fourth arguments, YOM is nothing but year of manufacturing. So I just given like that YOM. Okay, so let us fix it as 2017. And owner, finally, this is very important, owner, we'll give it as allies. Okay. So create car function will write a new asset onto the ledger. Fine, so it is successful. Okay, we got a success message in return. Next, what we'll do, we'll read that car. We will just give car 110 as an argument, and we will get the data of that car. Okay. So yeah, so this is the first, I mean, you can see the service comment, first service completed. Now we will update the service. Okay, say for example, the same person came to the second service, we will update for that car, we'll update like second service completed, and we can even add like engine oil changed and something like that. Okay, so whatever things you can describe here, and not only in the description, you can write this in the big form as well, but this is since a simple demo, I'm just writing like this. Fine, so we'll submit this transaction and we got the success message. Fine, now again we will go and read the car. Okay, so we got second service completed, but we don't know when the first service happened. For that, you can just go and get the car history. I mean, you can invoke the car history, get car history. And yeah, so here you can see two set of data present. One is the first service comment, the first service completed, and you can see when, the time, and the second, another block of data, that is the second service completed, and the owner is allies on both the case. Okay, so now we will go out of the reseller. Sometime we will, the service center, and we will go through the gateway of reseller. Okay, so what reseller can do is you can change the ownership, right? So we will just give the same car number, car 100. Say for example, allies has sold the car to some other guy named Bob. Okay, so the reseller will just initiate a transaction with change owner and submit that transaction. Okay, so now we can get the car history of that thing, and now we have 3 blocks. One is for change of ownership and present owner. You can, if you want to read the car, will just give the present values. Okay, present state of that asset. So here the owner is Bob, and the last service comment was this. Okay, and if you want to get the history, the whole history of that, you can even see that with all the transactions on that particular car 100. Okay, so by this data is, made visible, and everyone can, if all the parties inside the ecosystem can come and verify, and if the data is visible, then it will be very easy for a buyer to take the decision of buying or not. Okay, I know it is a bit clumsy there. I will just elaborate it there. Fine, so this is the block, right? So initially it was first service completed, the time, the year of manufacture is same, the owner was allies at this time. Okay, next at this time also the allies was Alice was the owner. Now, after that, Bob has bought the car, and the new owner changed to Bob. So with this raw data, you can even query, and like you can query like how many owners changed for a particular car, what is the ownership history as well. So like this, you can build beautiful functions on top of Hyperledger Fabric and execute and deploy it into the real world scenario. Fine. So not only this use case, there are many use cases which can be run on Hyperledger Fabric, like supply chain and all. Yeah. So you can see this in the CouchDB as well. Okay. So someone asked me, what about Ledger? So I will show you the Ledger as well. So if you click on the car network, you can have a right click on. If you right click on the car, the network name, you will find open CouchDB in browser. So in that, CouchDB is the database which we have used, the database management system. And here there are two databases created for specifically for organizations. One is this, the reseller My Channel Resell, and next is the Service Center Resell. Okay, so if you go to the Service Center My Channel, we have created only one asset. You can create lakhs of assets. So the current value of that car 100 is being reflected here. See, so the owner is Bob, and it has a service record. The the last updated service record is second service is changed. Only done, right? So the same will be reflected in the reseller as well. Fine. Same data. This data is a pure replication of, both the parties will have the same data. Hence, the data is consistent among the network. So that is the beauty of Hyperledger Fabric. Yeah. So that is about Ledger. And yeah, so if you guys have any doubt, I will be happy to take that. I
Thank
know.
you, Anuru.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yes,
I
continue.
think time is up. Yeah. So one more word. So if you are interested, like if this technology is interested, we have a course in e-learning, and you can come and enroll. Yeah. So yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys.
Okay, audience, so if you have any questions, please ask. You can use the chat box. And John Jones, he had a query in the last session. I'm extremely sorry we missed your hand raise. John, can you please raise your query?
Yeah, I can hear.
Yeah.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
I want to build a decentralized energy trading platform on a web application. Is Ethereum or Hyperledger Fabric better for that? Hello?
Yeah, hello. This is me, Anandan. Like you have to study more about that use case scenario, because an overall condition cannot be, we cannot determine if it is better for Ethereum or better for like Ethereum, because
It's a for a few number of participants, and it's a
even in those cases, people have used the Ethereum, and some people have used Fabric. So it's basically based on what your requirement is. Like, do you want to have a permission to network, or do you want to control your network, or do you want the participants within the network to have like free reign over that, like a shared responsibility kind of thing? Like, yeah, I mean, it's based on the factors that you discover as you discover more about the use case.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Any more questions?
I have shared my slides. You can just refer them if you want. Yeah.
Thank you, Aluru. Thank you so much. Next, we have the session on self-sovereign identity by Ankita Patidhar and Anusha Garg, blockchain developers at Ironworks. Ankita Patidhar is a technology enthusiast who loves to work on cutting-edge technologies for social growth and empowerment. Both Anusha and Ankita are working towards decentralized identity space, especially in building privacy-preserving solutions using Hyperledger blockchain. Welcome, Ankita and Anusha, to BlockHash Live 2021. Over to you guys.
Yeah. Can you hear us? Hi, everyone.
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, we got the access, right? Can you make Ironworks a co-host?
Sure.
Yeah, you're done. Have you shared see our screen? I think it's the whole screen.
I'm sorry, your screen is not visible.
Okay, you can stop and share it. Yeah, just give us a minute, okay? We'll just share, just adding some.
Sure.
Push our screen here. Yeah. Hi everyone, this is Anusha and I'm here with my colleague Ankita. So basically we're from Ironworks and we have been working on self-sovereign identity around here. So today we are going to take the center stage and talk about SSI, that is self-sovereign identity. So today's agenda is divided into three parts primarily, where in the first part, we're going to focus on what is identity, how has it evolved over time, what is so critical about identity that it needs to be secure. Then moving on to the part two will be the main focus here is SSI, of course. Yeah, it's about SSI. What is SSI? Then need for SSI, then components that are associated with SSI. Then are there any tools already available in blockchain that can aid in the implementation of SSI-based solutions? And where all can SSI find an application? And then we'll move to part three, which is basically just a glimpse of our product, Credible and Adaya. So moving on, the first part, that is unfolding identity. So basically, it's an outer structure of what identity is. So what is identity? An identity is a representation of who I am, where I am from. It is basically whom I relate to, who belongs to me, what I do. It's my name, it's my birth date, it's the every credential that's associated to me forms my identity. So what is the problem with identity today? That it's mostly paper. So we divide identity into two parts or into two categories widely. That's paper-based identity or physical identity and digital identity. So moving to the phase of paper-based identity or physical identity, anything that you can carry with yourself or which is a hard copy, like your Aadhaar card, your PAN card, your college ID card, your organization ID card, everything is an identity, physical identity. So what is a credential? In digital world, they're called as credentials, the identity cards. And moving on from here, what is the risk here? If any of your identity card is stolen, it's worn out, it can be tampered with, it's only verifiable manually, like only a person can verify it, and the verification is also not a foolproof verification. So these are what we see as hindrances in the physical identity world. Moving to the digital identity world. Now, what is digital identity? Something that you can carry on an electronic device, that is your phone, your laptop, etc. So what will be the representation of digital identity? A representation of digital identity will be your Gmail account, will be something of a, e-verification documents. It can be your Facebook accounts, etc. So all these things come under your digital identity. These identities have more access to your life and to your data than physical identities. So again, what is the down point here, or what is the point of what is the point here is the digital identity holds a lot of data, and if compromised, it can cost you a lot. So moving on, digital identity as it evolved. So basically, how has the evolution taken place from the digital world? So first was the siloed or the centralized identity. That is you, an account to an organization, right? So what is centralized identity? This identity is owned by someone else. So suppose, for example, the basic example can be a Gmail account. You ask Gmail to provide you an account. So basically, Gmail is your third-party provider. Your access is controlled by Gmail. You do not control the access. So that is the siloed or the centralized identity version. Next is the third party or the federated identity system. Now, what do you do with your Gmail account? You log in into third-party applications like Facebook. You log in into your shopping applications, e-commerce applications, your ticketing applications. You use your Gmail, primarily you use your Gmail accounts for that. So basically, there is an identity provider. You use that identity provider to log in into an organization. So that becomes a federated identity or a third-party identity system. Now, moving on from federated identity. So if we go back and we look at what are the shortcomings of these systems. First, you do not have ownership of your identity. It is your identity, you should own it, but somebody else is owning it. Who controls it? A centralized agency. As in case of a Gmail ID, Google controls it. Single point of attack, honeypot. Next, the cases of identity theft. All of the people present here are, I guess, very well aware about the identity thefts happening around us, be it the Yahoo hack, be it the LinkedIn theft, be it the Facebook hack, etc. So identity thefts have been becoming a usual now. And what is the reason behind it? It is the digital identities existing. Next, user profiling using data linkage, scattered identities, and lack of portability, outdated or stale data, no consent management, which is a very important point, that before sharing my identity with somebody, I do not sign any consent here, or consent is not taken from me at every step. No selective disclosure of information. There are privacy issues. Claims are not instantly verifiable, and it's costly and delayed verification, and the list goes on and on and on. Therein came a solution, that is self-sovereign identity. What self-sovereign identity is? It basically states that I control my identity. No one else can share it. No one other than me can own it. My identity, I have full access of my identity. It is a peer-to-peer based system, and it is definitely linked to blockchain. So basically, blockchain by design is a secure system, right? So if we integrate digital identity with cryptography and blockchain, so we enhance it with two main foundation stones that are immutability and security, which is a necessary foreground to avoid identity thefts. So basically, SSI gave us some principles, and those principles hereby are existence. That is, users must have an independent existence of their own on the network. Second, control. Users must control their identities. That is, I control my identity. Third, access. Users must have access to their own data. That is, users must have access to their data anywhere possible. That is portability. Fourth, transparency. That is, the system and algorithms must be transparent. So by using blockchain at the base, we're making the system transparent. Fifth, persistence. Identities must be long-lived. They can be updated, but they should exist. They should be persistent. Portability. Information and services about identity must be transportable. Interoperability. Identities should be as widely usable as possible. They should not be restricted by any borders or any networks. Consent. Users must agree to the use of their identity. That is, if any organization wants to use my identity, I should be the one agreeing to the fact that they can use it. 9, minimalization. Disclosure of claims must be minimalized. And last is protection. That is, the rights of the users must be protected. Now, moving on. Based on SSI, we came across a study from Gartner's, and here are the results around the hype from Gartner's. So Gartner's did a survey that focused on engineering trust, accelerating growth, and sculpting change. Out of the many emerging techs based on blockchain, including NFTs, ERC20s, and other technologies, augmented AI, etc., there was some points that came out as our center points, out of which decentralized identity and digital humans, 2 points are what are under our talk today. So what is important is the fact that Gartner projects that by 2023, approximately 35% of enterprises will be connected to DApps. Now, what happens when an organization connects to a blockchain application or a decentralized application? You need to secure identity somewhere from this, right? The identity will play a major role in it. So W3C defines some standards around it, known as the SSI standards. And now is the time to ride that wave so that by the end of 5 years or so, you have a foreground with SSI-based solutions ready. So I'll hand over the mic to my co-host Ankita, who will take this session further with the SSI-based solutions. Thanks, Anisha. So now you have a few details of what identity is, how identity is evolved, and what is digital identity, how it has evolved, and all the things. So why to trust this SSI ecosystem? So the standards that SSI follow is all the open standards. So emerging SSI open standards, it includes the W3C. It's an standard open protocol for having unique, private, secure connections. So there are organizations which are involved in working towards standardizing these technologies over across the web. First is W3C, World Wide Web Consortium, which gives 2 standards, that is verifiable credential and DID, decentralized identifier. We'll have a look at both of them in subsequent slides. The other standards which are in SSI stack is decentralized key management system. So how the encryption keys are managed, where they are stored. So all this comes in DKMS. The next is the authorization. So these are some emerging open standards that are part of SSI ecosystem. We'll first have a look at what is decentralized identifier, the basic, the foundation of SSI, what it is. So a decentralized identifier is any identifier which you see on web, they are URIs basically. So URI is all the web identifiers comes under URI. We see some network locators that are URLs, and some the other category is URNs. So URNs are persistent name, they never change, and URLs are, they are locators to a location or to a web page on the web. So DID falls under URN. It is completely in line with web architecture that we have. Since web is not limited to a certain type of URIs, so DID, decentralized identifier, came as a new identifier which will run over the web. So it's basically a unique identifier which is persistent, and it is not regulated by any centralized authority. So DNS, as Tim Berners said, that DNS is an Achilles heel of the web. So better web built on this new type of identifier that we have. SSI have different components: agents, wallets, credentials. So you need a name, you need an identifier to talk to each other. So if I have to give a letter to someone, I should have an address of the person. The same way identifier DID works for a decentralized application or a SSI based application, you can say. So DID has multiple components. One is schema, method, and identifier. So identifier is basically the address that cryptographically generated the address of a identifier. So this is basically what DID is, how it is built, and what are the components of a DID. So for building any relationship, you need an identifier. You need a number, name, address that you can refer to someone to exchange your message. And that's what DID do in SSI space. There are some, what is so special about this DID? There are so many identifiers over there on the network. So first is a person can have as many DIDs as he wants. A DID is, as I said, it's a URN. So it's a persistent identifier. It never changes. And since it is a cryptographically created one, it is encrypted, and you can have a private channel to talk to some other party. There are so many URNs out there which are persistent. The next feature of DID is it is resolvable. Resolvable means you have registered it on a public network, and you can go and have a look at it. There are so many HTTP URLs that are resolvable, as we know. A DID is cryptographically verifiable. There are so many IDs which are created cryptographically. Just like I can give you an example of IPFS. So IPFS is also having an address which is cryptographically secured and decentralized. So no central authority or registration authority is there. So for example, currently we have UIDs, those are also decentralized. But identifier that has all the features in it, it is DID. So DID has all the core properties over the as an identifier, which makes it so special.
So what goes in DID, how it is related to a person in a real world. So basically, it is an identifier. As I said, an identifier can be anything, a name, number, or address for some kind of interaction, to resolve it, to access it. So basically, a DID can relates to any person, anything, or anything, any object, or any person. When you write a DID on a blockchain network, it has a property, a metadata to it, which we call it as a DID document. You can resolve a DID from any ledger using, and you will get some details about the DID that is created, the identifier that is created. So you'll get the information of how, by which way, cryptographic method this DID is created, on which network this DID is, what is the authentication method of this DID, when the DID is generated, and what are the services that are provided. So where this DID is actually tagged with. So this is a triangle which is represented here, where a DID document, it describes a DID subject. And this is the example of a DID that resolves and get this DID document. So how you will get the identifier, the details of the identifier is using a DID document. So in SSI, the second thing that we will look into today is verifiable credential or verifiable claims. So we got the identifier. We got a unique identifier that is persistent, and that will be with you for long, for lifelong, and that is secured and enabled by cryptography. But how to use that DID? Where you will use that DID, and what is how to exchange messages and get credential using that DID. So there are DID enabled digitally signed verifiable credential. The standards are led by W3C, and it involves issuing a credential. So what a credential is? Credential is something, as Anusha explained, that how to prove myself. Who am I? What I have? This is the identity. Identity is credential that proves what you are. So proof of something is a credential. And there is a terminology originated from W3C called as verifiable credential. So verifiable credential is nothing but a digital attestation of a credential by any owner, identity owner. So any identity owner, we call it as holder, that secure or that has the credential with it. The credential is issued by an issuing party, an issuer, and the metadata of the same issued credential goes to a verifiable data registry. That is a blockchain, the single source of truth that some credential is issued to a holder. The verifier can verify the credential that is being shared by the issuer to the holder. So in SSI terms, we call it as a trust triangle, where it includes three parties. What it needs to have a verifiable credential? There must be some issuer, some issuing authority for the credential. There must be an holder which holds the credential which is being issued. And as and when required, the holder should be able to present the proof. A issuer will issue a credential, and holder will secure the credential and send a presentation to the verifier. How the verifiable credential is shared. So one of the feature that SSI brings in with the credential is it can be disclosed selectively. Just like if I went to a restaurant and if I want to prove that my age is above 18, as of now, I have to show one of my identity card that has all my details, including my residential address, my name, date of birth, and everything. But why I'll need to share so much of information when it is not needed? I just have to prove that I am above 18. A simple question should have a simple answer, yes or no. That is what SSI enables. We call it zero knowledge proof. So zero knowledge proof is, let's say if a prover wants to prove something and a verifier don't know that if he has the credential or not, but a prover can just give a simple answer to a simple question in a Boolean form, true or false, whether I am above 18, yes or no, without sending any more information or more details about the credential which I have. I can have driver's license, I can have national ID, I can have my birth certificate. So these are the details which are access to share and which is not needed to share. Zero knowledge proof, it is a method by which one party can prove another party about the details they have without actually sharing the information apart from what is asked for. And it can be anything. In the exam, in my case, it was age. It can be your password. It can be the detail of whether you are a resident of this country or not. So it should have an answer, true or false. That's it. That is what SSI enables. That is what decentralized identity enables. Sharing the data selectively. So we went through what SSI is, what are the standards that SSI follow, what is the identifier that SSI revolves around, and what is the concept of credential and verifiable credential. So how to implement SSI? Are there any frameworks, any tools available to implement the concept of SSI with blockchain? So Linux Foundation has started Hyperledger Indy framework, which is a ledger purpose-built for decentralized identity projects. Then you can see a tool called Hyperledger Ares and Hyperledger Ursa that are supportive tools for building a decentralized identity system. Let's go a little deeper into what these three frameworks and tools are and how they support building decentralized identity application. So Indy, as I said, it was built for decentralized identity. It enables the usage of zero knowledge proof technology that I just mentioned, and it enables the creation of decentralized identifier, DIDs, the building block, the basic building block of SSI. And it provides distributed ledger as well for storing the metadata and supportive things of the ecosystem. Hyperledger Ursa was a project that was started to support all the cryptographic package that are involved in creating all these identifiers, credentials, proofs, and claims. So Ursa has all the cryptographic algorithm to create the decentralized identifier. The DIDs can be created in various algorithms. And the verifiable credential, they have a part where you have to generate proof out of it. So verifiable credential has a part of the user's private, the cryptographic material and the issuer's cryptographic material. So all these cryptographic packages are built under Hyperledger Ursa. It includes all the signing, verification, encryption, decryption, and hash generation and encoding, decoding. All the packages are wrapped under Ursa. Next is Hyperledger Ares. So you can say Ares is equal to agent. So we need someone to work for us on behalf of us. On a digital era, we can as a human, we need our representation on the system, which will work on behalf of us. So who does in the SSI space? These are agents that does. So SSI agents are basically tools that that can be on behalf of any identity owner. So what an identity owner is? Someone who has a control over the identity or over the credentials. So that is an identity owner. So so an agent is a tool that act on behalf of identity owner, that holds all the keys of the owner. It can be, an owner can be an individual, an organization, a device, or a thing. It can be anything. So agent is something that that works on behalf of an identity owner. It involves all the cryptographic keys and includes and holds all the cryptographic keys of the owner. And it communicates with other agent to send a message, to receive a credential. So these are the communication that holds. All these communications are DID secured, the decentralized identifier that we just talked about. So all the communications are DID secured. That's why we call it as DID communication protocols. So all the encryption messaging system, implementation of INDI zero knowledge proof and DKMS falls under Hyperledger ARIS. So these are the three frameworks and tools by which you can implement a SSI based system or a decentralized identity application. Now, where all these decentralized identity systems or SSI can be used. If we'll think an enormous, there's plethora of use cases where we need to have a secured identity, a credential that cannot be falsified. Let's say your health records or your degrees, your certificates, your identities, or passports. They should not be falsified. If they are issued to someone, it should be constant for till the date they are not revoked or they are not expired. So there can be enormous use cases of SSI where it can be used, from very basic need of your courier, your package, to a very vital information of your health records. Your financial records can also go on SSI, because your bank statements, your identity, financial identities needs to be secured. Your email accounts, anything and everything can have something which is tagged with an identity, can be used to have a secured credential with it. Anything else? So we talked about how to build SSI systems, what are SSI systems, what is self-sovereign identity basically, how it is used, why it is useful, and what are its applications. At Ironworks, we are building SSI-based self-sovereign identity-based system platform. We called it as Credible. That is a platform for issuer and verifiers to issue, verify, and revoke credentials. And we have a mobile application called Adeya that can be with the users, by which they can share the information, the credentials that are being issued in a selectively disclosable manner, or and in a consent-based ecosystem. So I would like to have a quick demo of how the system works.
Everyone.
And it will give you a brief about what the use case is. One of the use case we have taken here, and it will give you a brief about what the use case is, how SSI system can be implemented.
Blockster Labs, product division of Ironworks, is glad to present most innovative technology, namely decentralized or self-sovereign identity, abbreviated as SSI. We will understand in detail about SSI in the last part of this video. Before that, let's go through the demo first.
All right, the demo we have brought to you today presents a simple solution to issue and store COVID-19 test report as a digitally verifiable credential. Yeah, you heard it right. A digitally verifiable COVID-19 test report. In this example, Medilab, being licensed to carry out COVID-19 tests, first completes a one-time configuration of a schematic template that will be leveraged to issue credentials. Individual who needs to get a COVID-19 test report downloads and sets up RDR mobile app in quick and simple steps. He then connects with Medilab by simply scanning QR code published by them. Once COVID-19 test result is available, Medilab issues this report as a verifiable credential to the holder, which holder stores in his wallet in a secured manner. Let's say that local corporation needs to verify the COVID-19 test report of the individual to provide any social services. It connects with the holder and sends him a proof request. In response to this, the individual holder generates proof from his COVID-19 test credential with a simple click and sends it to the corporation. This proof gets verified by the corporation in a lightning way. So let's jump into the demo of Credible Platform right across.
This is the Credible Platform. Lab technician from Medilabs logs in. As a one-time first step, let's create a schematic template that will be used later on to issue verifiable credentials to the individuals. To create the template, specify template name, which in this case is COVID-19 test report, then specify version number, followed by attributes such as first and last name of the person being tested, date of birth, date on which test is being conducted, sample type, and most importantly, test result. These attributes reflect in the credential on individual's wallet.
So this is basically the template of how a credential will look into individual's wallet. So if a verifiable credential is issued, there must be some template which is which back the credential which is issued. So this is a creation of the same template for one of the VC that is going to be issued.
Let's store this template quickly.
And this template is stored on Ledger, on a blockchain ledger, Hyperledger Indy in our case. It makes it verifiable, the template as well. So whether the attributes which are being issued are legitimate or not, where these are the same attributes which should be issued as a part of test report.
Now we will tag this template with Medilab's name. This just makes it easy to identify that Medilab is the issuer. Now store this tag name, and that's all. We are ready to start issuing credentials. Meanwhile, individual citizen downloads the Adea mobile app and completes the one-time setup by keying in some of the personal details such as first name, last name, and email, followed by a 6-digit PIN and either fingerprint or Face ID as a biometric ID, just to have an additional security layer for accessing his mobile wallet. He then verifies email ID by providing the one-time passcode received on his specified email ID. Once the email ID gets verified, Adea app sets the wallet for the user, making it ready to receive connections and credentials.
However, before this can happen, wallet user will need to first connect with Medilab. He can do so by simply scanning QR code provided by Medilab and submitting request to connect. Now with the secured connection established between Medilab and the wallet user, Lab issues the COVID-19 test report in the form of a digitally verifiable credential. To do so, Lab technician chooses the specific template, provides all the details for each attribute in the template based on the results from the actual test conducted. These details, if you recollect, are first name, last name, date of birth, test date, sample type, and test result.
Wallet user gets notified of having received this credential on Adea app. User can open the credential and view the details received in it. Once he is satisfied with the details such as legitimacy of the issuer, information provided in the credential, user saves this credential card in the wallet for future reference. Now, let's see how local corporation can verify COVID-19 test report of the individual.
So till here, the issuance part was what you saw. So there was a mobile holder and there was an issuer, a lab, which issued a verifiable credential to a mobile holder. All the communication happening between these two entities, they were DID secured. We call it as DID communication. And now the next part is when a verifier comes into a picture and he wants to verify the credential that is being issued.
And for that, the individual must establish a connection with the corporation, which is done by simply scanning the QR code, just the way shown earlier. Now that they are connected, corporation authority sends proof request to the individual. To do that, he pulls out the same template, selects the attributes that need to be verified, and sends this request to the individual. Wallet user gets notified of this request, checks its legitimacy by viewing the details, and after being satisfied, sends proof in response by simply clicking on a button. Corporation authority gets notified on the credible portal about the proof being received, opens the proof and verifies it, again with a click of a button. That's simple it is.
Thanks for watching the demo of Credible Platform.
That is how SSI system can be used, how a decentralized identity application can be built and it can be used. Give us a minute.
Thank you, Ankita and Anusha, for that interesting session. Audience, if you have any questions, kindly raise them.
Just a moment.
I think we don't have any questions. So thank you so much, Ankita and Anusha. So we'll be moving to our next session. Next, we have a workshop on Polygon by the Polygon Network Developer team. Our resource person is Mr. Shengen. Welcome to BlockHash Live 2021. Kindly introduce your team.
Yeah, hey, what's up, everyone? Can everyone hear me, see me, all that?
Yes, you're audible.
Nice. Sounds awesome. So let me just share my screen here and we can get started. Well, it's really an honor to kind of be able to have the opportunity to present here at the Kerala Blockchain conference. And I wanted to give you a little bit of a rundown on why you should build on Polygon, how to build on Polygon, and kind of this dApp developer's guide to doing things on Polygon. I have been in the crypto space for like 1 or 2 years now, and I started my crypto journey in the Ethereum space, just starting to build. I won a few hackathons over at ETH Global. And still help out with hackathon logistics and mentoring people to that extent. But then I quickly kind of, did other kind of things and, doing research and all that. And I finally ended up here. I also do build Go. So I'm pretty, I guess the point is I'm pretty familiar with helping out folks who are from Web 2 or generally new to development about kind of how do you go about developing a full dApp on Polygon. And the key is really, really simple. You do everything that you do when you're doing and building a regular dApp, except you change a few things here and there with about where you're deploying and yeah, and then you should have it. It's really that simple. But let me just tell you a little bit about Polygon before I show you just honestly how simple it is. So the solution to what Polygon is, it's a solution to Ethereum scaling. The reason why you should use Polygon is you have a full dApp, or you have a dApp that is in the works, right? You're working on it. And you want to oh, by the way, if anyone has any questions, please let me know. But if you have a full dApp, or if your dApp needs faster speeds, right? You want to iterate faster on your dApp, as we all know, is prone to happening. You should definitely use Polygon. And what Polygon offers is this really really blazing fast deployment speed, because it's a sidechain. It's a sidechain built on top of this the Ethereum main chain. We have transactions being submitted onto the blockchain, and then we have these kind of checkpoint validator nodes that are responsible for batching all those transactions and then sending that onto the Ethereum mainnet. And and then what that creates is this also this really secure ecosystem, because you have Ethereum based, or Ethereum mainnet based finality, but each individual transaction is really cheap. And last but not least, because we are I mean this is a proof of stake chain, it's decentralized to a reasonably good amount, so then you can use it and not have to be so concerned about like security or anything like that. And if you'll give me just a slight moment, I have something really, really honestly exciting to show you, which is the really low transaction fees on on Polygon. It's like 10 times lower, at least 10 times lower. I'll be sure to show you. I'm even willing to say like 100 times lower, but it depends on what contract you're calling, right? So I think we all know that Ethereum scaling is hard, right? Each dApp, I guess, if you're designing like a DeFi dApp or NFTs, or even trying to do like blockchain-based gaming, it all requires different sorts of scaling. And I think there are some that are definitely more universally applicable than others. So, for example, like if each individual transaction is cheaper, then all of your more complex contract calls are also going to be cheaper, right? And so, kind of things like those are more generally applicable. But for things that are specific to, let's say in DeFi, you want transaction privacy, right? You don't want to get like you don't want to have your transactions sniped on Uniswap, by like arbitrage bots, or you don't want, and because you don't want like more fees to be kind of levied on that transaction, especially if it's like a large transaction. That's a pretty useful use case, for example. And there's a lot of different competitors out there nowadays in the kind of layer 2 space. And it's fine using whichever one. It ultimately comes down to like what you need, right? And as a I guess DevRel engineer here, I strongly encourage you to explore that. But I think that Polygon offers honestly a huge suite of like different tools that you can use that are all really kind of production ready. Oh, someone in the audience has their mic unmuted. Anyways, it's all good. As I said earlier, you have a lot of solutions here. So not only with the proof of stake chain, proof of stake chain is the one I'm going to be showing you today, but we also have an SDK, this thing called Avail, and kind of like scalability for business like solutions that are like trying to deploy on blockchain. You have Nightfall. Hermes and Maiden are the newest kind of scalability tools, which are ZK rollups, and there's even Polygon Zero, which is the super new thing as well. So yeah, a lot of really fast iteration, highly composable, so you can build on a lot of things. And this is what we really value. I mean, nothing beats being able to send a transaction in like 2 seconds instead of a minute. And for iterating on your dApp and testing out your dApp, that's pretty huge. I would even, honestly, sometimes I would even deploy dApps on Polygon first, or like Mumbai testnet, than the like main Ethereum chain first, to iterate. So yeah, it's pretty great. So kind of getting a little bit into the numbers and kind of why you should build on Polygon. We have like each transaction takes about 2 seconds, and each transaction is around, it's really cheap. Let's even look at Polygon gas tracker. Like let's look at it live, right? Gas on Polygon is really cheap. And kind of in comparison to Etherscan, in the past, like let's say 24 hours, this has been a pretty constant number, right? You have like millions of dollars of fees being spent on OpenSea, right? You have GasDAO or Uniswap v3, right? Like these are Tether used to be number 3. Or number 2, number 3, but the point is there's a lot of fees going on in mainnet, right? And in the past 5 minutes, there's only been like approximately $1.3 Matic, or even like the max is like around $20, right? If you multiply that by like 20, you get like $400. We recently increased the fees. And by the way, sorry, this is just to make this clear. This is like the total amount of transactions that are happening on the specific address. Some addresses have more complex contract calls than others, which might explain like the higher fees. But you sort of get the point. With each transaction being super cheap, each transaction at most costs $1. I actually mostly get less than $1. I typically get like 10 cents or even 1 cent. So it's really it's really cheap. That's kind of the point here. And to achieve this cheapness is super simple, because you develop the exact way that you do on mainnet Ethereum. So like Solidity, obviously, Truffle / Hardhat, like whatever you're using, like Web3.js, I guess, React, like you use all those things, but the only thing that you change is where you deploy, which is the Polygon. You deploy to the Polygon RPC, which I'll explain slightly later. But also another point is we have a lot of dApps on Polygon. So what that means is you can build on top of everything that you can that you would typically on Ethereum, but on Polygon. This is like a small thing about our journey. Like to nowadays. We started in 2017, and we have a lot of really cool people on the team that are really seasoned software engineers, obviously, and we have some crypto OGs as well advising us. So yeah, and these, by the way, these are all really cool people because I know of them ever since when I was like entering the crypto space. So they're really heroes to me. So that's great. Anyways, about people adopting Polygon, there's a really extensive ecosystem out there of a lot of dApps that are on Polygon. So SushiSwap, Aave, etc. Are some DeFi stacks that you can build on, and let's say if or Cream or Balancer, etc. Or if you want to build like NFTs, right? You have OpenSea, Upshot, like kind of NFT architecture there, or even multiple NFT projects that have already launched on top of our platform. A lot of people right now are trying to go multi-chain, and Polygon definitely is one of those chains to be included. So that's really awesome. So once again, repeating that past point just to really kind of hammer it in. You develop the exact same way that you do on Ethereum, but on Polygon. So you still use your normal JavaScript for your front end. You still use truffle ganache, and or hard hat. You also use Solidity. It's honestly that simple. And the only thing that you change is an RPC port, which is I'll show my wider screen here, and I'll get into this slightly more a bit later. But here you go. All right. So here's my entire screen. As you can see, I'm going to show you guys a bit more about, some example dApps that you can start forking and start developing on immediately. There's going to be one that's generally how do you deploy on Polygon, but there's also going to be one that's more DeFi based. So as you can see here, this is like your normal hardhat.config.js. And if you've seen this kind of format of a file, this is kind of just straight from Scaffold ETH. Scaffold ETH is super simple to deploy on and develop on. So and it gets rid of a lot of boilerplate code that it's super useful, but I don't have to write. So yep, really convenient. But all you have to do is just make sure that under module.exports and all these networks, right, you have a section that has, let me just full screen this. You have a section that's Matic or Mumbai, right? Mumbai is the test net, Matic is the main net. Specify your gas price, and of course, make sure to use you can use either this RPC URL, which I'll post in the chat, I guess, to deploy on Mumbai, or this RPC URL. Oops. Yeah, this one to deploy on mainnet. Matic Vigil is sometimes wonky, but it's not too bad. I promise you. I use it all the time. So yeah, anyways, that's you can check us out definitely. We have a lot of really extensive documentation. And I guess just a shameless plug, kind of before we start, here's our social media, OX Polygon, and all these things. You can check out. I'll actually even post this link in the chat, and yeah. So there's that. There's the presentation. But now I can kind of move on over to finally to dApp development and showing you how to bridge first on a Polygon, and then start developing a dApp. So the first thing that you want to do when you're deploying on Polygon, right, is try to bridge over your assets. You can try to get, or you can try to get funds from the faucet. It's just like how you would. Oh wait, I'm not sharing my screen, am I? Oh, sorry guys. Let me just reshare my screen. So sorry about that. The first thing that you should probably do is get some funds for your faucet. Getting funds is really simple. Whether if you're using like a kind of burner deployer account or an actual account, you can just paste your address in here. Well, you know what? I'm gonna just paste my address in there. And let me just, oh yeah, by the way, I can show you guys how to connect your MetaMask to Polygon as well. There we go. Okay, cool. So I can plug my address in here, submit, confirm, and then it'll send me some test Matic immediately. And that's kind of, well, I mean, if you've developed on mainnet Ethereum already, deploying on a or having a faucet to send you some test funds is really essential. So yeah, that's pretty important. And so in order to connect to MetaMask, we should go to you can go to docs.polygon.technology and configure Polygon and wallets. And there is good documentation here on adding the Polygon network. So that you all can do in this link below, which I've also posted in the chat. But essentially what it comes down to is clicking this little add network button here, and then you can type in Polygon as your network name. Your RPC URL you could just copy and paste right from here. As you can see, this is the actual Polygon mainnet network RPC. The 137 is for Polygon mainnet. And if you want to do testnet, you can do a different RPC URL, one of the Matic Vigil ones that I sent earlier, and put 80001 for Mumbai. But this is all on the documentation, so don't worry if you can't memorize this. And you can put in Polygon scan as well in the block explorer URL, and boom, there you are. You're done connecting, and you can now send transactions on Polygon. So yeah, you can send transactions on Mumbai or Polygon mainnet. I personally got myself enough. Okay, there's someone talking. Anyways, and sorry. Yeah. So anyways, I have enough Matic tokens here. You know, if you get like yourself 100, which is around $200, you know, USD, or USDC. Well, you know, I think. Yeah, 100 should be around 200, or probably even like 300 nowadays. Man, I don't know. Matic prices have increased drastically, but from the time when I bought it. But yeah, no, it should be still really cheap in terms of like US dollar amount compared to if you want to deploy on ETH. This is like essentially the publicly available, you know, like everyone's chain, where you can deploy and test out your dApps without having to worry about paying like $100 per transaction. So anyways, about enough praising Polygon, I guess. Here is the next thing you need to do. You need to go on wallet.polygon.technology, which I will also link in the chat. And then go to the bridge. And you can this is kind of your Polygon bridge. So you can deposit Ether or any other various tokens. If you have Polygon, or you should probably swap to some Polygon tokens or some Matic tokens from mainnet Ethereum first, and then port that, like select your token, and then transfer that, deposit that to the Polygon chain. And then if you want to withdraw, you can do the same process. You can do you know, Matic tokens, and then you can probably do like however you want, however many you want, and then you can withdraw. As you can see here, I this is funny. I like deposited some Matic 5 months ago, and I used like $100 from like my paycheck to buy some Matic, and now like the price has gone up obviously significantly, but yeah, I guess I did this process. I got onboarded 5 months ago, so it's not like it was not way too like distant before I got onto Polygon. So very cool. So now that you know how to kind of bridge your assets on a Polygon and get started with you know, getting some tokens to actually deploy your contracts, let's get into some dApp development. Hopefully I've answered all the questions thus far in the chat. Transaction fees are super low, and you can use the normal tools like Solidity, Hardhat, Web3 for this as well. So yeah, cool. We can get started. This is pretty great. So just exit out of these. Oh, sorry. One more thing to show you all. We are currently working on a kind of like a full stack like dApp development course for all of you, kind of this learning path. I'm currently editing it. We're putting this right now up. We're registering like a domain name for it right now, putting it up on the internet. But this is all public. You can, you know, join the Polygon Academy. It's a free online school dedicated to onboarding all of you into the world of building dApps and building blockchain based like innovations, right? And it teaches you about what generally Ethereum is, what you need to set up. It gives you even a lot of stuff on Polygon Academy, which is where we're going to go next. And this is effectively everything that you need to start learning how to deploy and kind of become a DApp developer. You have a lot of resources from Eat the Blocks, Blockchain School, Figment, etc. And of course, the official Polygon docs. You have some notes about the architecture and just generally how do you make transactions on the network. Some quizzes and some tutorials. All of these are mostly based on Polygon Academy. Some have videos and others have just, example dApps. And, like there's some videos also from our, the person who I work with, our developer education lead, Siraj, which is really great. But yeah, this is pretty awesome. So you should definitely check this out and stay tuned for this. You know what? I'll actually just link this, and then yeah, let's just share the link here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this will have a new link by the time when I am done talking here. Within around a few days. New link for the new year, guys, right? Yeah, cool. So yeah, that's pretty awesome. And the last thing that I want to show you all before we get started is this whole very cool GitHub organization called Polygon Academy. Here you can find a lot of really cool dApp developer resources, like a lot of starter dApps. I'm going to be showing you this one, a crowdfund starter, and if you want to see some of the like starter kits, we can go with that too. Sorry guys, my bad. 6:30 over here. Yeah, early morning. But anyways, sorry guys. So we have also a few cool other like examples that we have here. All of these have, or some of these are in their alpha stage of release. Others are like fully published, fully good to go. So you can just check the commit messages to see which ones are kind of in alpha. And I strongly recommend that you all actually play around with this. This is really kind of simple. You can fork one of these and start developing immediately. The front end is in JSX and the back end is with hard hat. So it's not too complicated. So yeah. Sounds cool, right, everyone? So yeah, we can get into some of the actual dApp development here. Yeah, and let me know if you have any questions as I continue going along with this. But this should be really, really simple. So this is like we're doing it completely live. I just woke up like 30 minutes ago. So let's just do this live. So the first thing that we need to do is let's cd into the folder, obviously, and then let's do yarn chain. It doesn't matter if we're deploying on Mumbai. I just always find it useful to have yarn chain just in case if we want to try to deploy on localhost first before we actually do anything on the blockchain. So yarn chain uses hardhat to kind of spin up a local hardhat node, which if you're familiar with like Ganache, which is like Truffle, it sets up a local blockchain for you to use, and where you can kind of submit transactions onto your local blockchain. And that's how you can kind of test transactions. And yeah, the next thing you need to do is well, you first have to design, then like make your smart contracts, right? So here it is. Don't worry about all the like artifacts and all that stuff. Main things for you to worry about are contracts, scripts, and hardhat.config.js, which is your like deployment kind of suite. So yeah, here you go. This is pretty simple. I mean, if I'm sure all of you know a bit of Solidity already, so I won't bore you too much with that. But you can also check out Crypto Zombies if you're not familiar, or Solidity by example. A lot of good examples out there. But you first obviously have to list the version, and then you import any of your dependencies, and then you kind of declare your contract, right? Contract. Your collectible is ERC-721 and ownable. This is a really, really simple, like just basic NFT kind of contract. And it has, what we're going to need to pay attention to is this mint function item, right? Mint function, which takes an address, like, who to mint to, and it stores a token URI for each NFT minted. And it's public, everyone, and everyone can see this, but only owner can call this. But yeah, it returns a NFT ID or token ID, which is being continuously increased by this, with this token counters variable right here using the increment method. And increment, mint, and set URI are all imported from ERC-721, I'm pretty sure. And only owner is imported from or inherited from ownable. So yeah, really kind of speed run. Sorry guys, kind of just through the through the Solidity here. But I want to focus, I guess, a little bit more on what you need to actually do to get this up and running. So first thing that you need to do is you need to do once again CD into the folder. You can do a yarn start to kind of boot up the front end. Then you're going to open up a third terminal prompt. This should boot up a React front end sometime soon. But next thing you need to do is make sure that you're on your hardhat.config.js, that your default network is set to Mumbai, and that as I showed previously, that under module.exports, which is kind of the place where you list all your networks that you want to connect to, you have Polygon, Mumbai, and the Matic mainnet. Matic mainnet is like Polygon mainnet. The reason why this is called Matic is Polygon used to be called Matic before the rebrand, but now we can call them Polygon. All right, let's honor the rebrand. But yeah, Polygon, here it is, chain ID 137. You don't have to I don't think you have to explicitly declare that, because you have your Polygon URL, or sorry, RPC URL already. But yeah, just for safety, I guess you could do it. But all of this is already there for you. This is pretty much boilerplate code, but just this goes for any dApp. This is generalizable for any dApp, where all you have to do to start deploying on Polygon is this section right here. Just deploy, just have in your hardhat.config, or if you're using, Truffle, I think it's like migrations, or something like that. Just make sure that you're deploying under module.exports, that you're deploying under Polygon or Mumbai. Sorry, folks. Whichever one works. Cool. So yeah, so I haven't deployed this contract yet, but I have run it a few times earlier, which works. But the actual next step is you CD into the folder, and then you do a yarn generate. I already did a yarn generate, so we can do a yarn account. What yarn generate does is it spins up the kind of account that you're using to deploy your smart contract with, and it's used in this deploy.js file. When you do yarn deploy, you're calling this script, and it logs in the console like deploying, and then it actually deploys your smart contract. And there's a lot of other things down here that are like that are kind of boilerplate also, but it's all you need to deploy. effectively. If you're new to deploying smart contracts, I suggest don't worry about it. I think you can just use this for now to deploy. But yeah, this isn't this. I don't think, unless you want to write your own deploy script or you want to like deploy in any special way that's not necessarily according to this, you can, but I think that just adds more complexity to you, and I wouldn't recommend it. Cool. So yeah, that's how you do that. Yeah, so now that I did a yarn generate, I have a yarn account, and my deployer account is this address. You can plug this into the faucet. It'll give you a few tokens. We can go back. Oh wait, I'm sharing my whole screen, right? And let me just make sure that I'm actually sharing my entire screen. Sorry, everyone. This might come a little bit late. Wait, was I sharing my whole screen? Could everyone see? I think everyone could see. Okay, cool. Let me know if you couldn't see. I can go over any steps again. But yeah, here's your Mumbai balance, right? And this is the amount of test tokens that you have. I ran this workshop like 10 times, and it still hasn't eaten up one Mumbai token. I just want you to all know that. So yeah, anyways, you can do yarn deploy. Yarn deploy calls the deploy script. It deploys our smart contract. And I'm going to take a sip of water while this thing loads. Okay, cool. That's awesome. So there it goes. We did it. By the way, it also has another part, which I forgot to mention. There is a publish contract script here that also works with the deploy.js. I think this has things to do with some subgraphs that Scaffold Ethan Natural uses. I don't think you have to have this, but this just runs alongside it. And then what we're going to do is we can do a yarn upload, right? I think we have to. Yeah. Actually, I think after you do yarn deploy, your front end should be actually set. I don't think you necessarily have to do yarn upload, but there are step-by-step instructions. Let me just show you. There are step-by-step instructions that I personally wrote here. It's all here. So yeah, if you just follow these, you should be all set. But you can just do yarn mint, and what yarn mint does is it fires off this mint script here, which is it says the function that you're minting to logs the fact that you're minting to your 2 address, and kind of uses this get contract method to just like get your already existing contract that you've already just deployed right now after the yarn deploy. And then there are these consts, right, that are like the names of each NFT that you want to mint, right? You have your NFT description and kind of all the metadata here, right? And then you essentially upload this to IPFS. This uses the IPFS API. And so I think what you can do essentially is just like use the add method, and then you can add the JSON kind of this NFT metadata here and add that to IPFS. This then obviously console logs the fact that you're minting this to IPFS, and then mints this as an NFT with the IPFS hash as your token URI. So as you can see here, we're putting in the 2 address, right? 2 address. uploaded path is your token URI, so your IPFS URI, and we're just putting in a gas limit here. It's just to essentially have the max amount that you're willing to pay for it, and then you rinse and repeat for every other one. And before you do every other one, there is a slight delay here, just to make sure that things don't break. The delay is by 1 second. Yeah, I think it's in 1 second, so no worries. Cool beans. So what we're gonna do is do a yarn mint, and that you should see this mint. But by the way, before you run yarn deploy and yarn mint, you need some funds in your wallet or in your deployer wallet. I know that Polygon is cheap. Polygon is super cheap, but it's not like perfectly free. So at least you need some tokens. Even however minuscule, even if it's like 0.001 tokens, you still need some, unfortunately. So there it is. We minted some NFTs, and there we go. By the way, this thing uses, I'm pretty sure, I think the subgraphs are to fetch whatever NFTs you own. Either that, or it tries to read the contract itself for whatever. And yeah, I think what it does is it tries to read the contract itself for what NFTs you own. So at first, if you don't see anything, it's not a big deal. Just give it a little wait. But yeah, you're essentially all set now. You've deployed your first ever NFT dApp. You can repeat this process, or kind of just replace the RPC for any other dApp you want to deploy on Polygon or Mumbai or Matic, rinse and repeat. And so now you're ready to just do yarn build, and then yarn surge to put this onto an actual front end. Step-by-step instructions are once again in here. Cool. And so after a small while, I'm pretty sure the data will finally load in, and we'll be able to see the fruits of our efforts. Sometimes it just happens to be like that. Yeah, I don't know why, but oh, there it is. Cool. So if we scroll down here, yeah, we have 103, 104, 105, 106, 107. Wait. Oh yeah, actually no, yeah, we have all the way up to 114. So this is pretty good. Cool. Sounds good. So let's go over our second example dApp here. Does anyone have any questions, by the way, before I go over the second one? All right, seeing none, then I guess I'll keep going. So this is another, this is kind of like a DeFi related one. It's a crowdfunder dApp. Let me just close off these. So what we're gonna do first is actually just boot up our front end while I talk. But this is a kind of crowdfunder example dApp. So we always define our variables first, which is like, when the round starts, round duration, and the various recipients, recipient count is naturally 0, but it increases, and it has these various events for when the round has started, when you add a recipient, donations, distribution. And so this is kind of like a, you donate, and then the smart contract distributes funds to these various people who are on the platform doing crowdfunding. So that's pretty cool. And I'm gonna deploy this on localhost for now. But I haven't added in specific code yet to deploy on Polygon. Well, let's do that right now. It's as simple, honestly, as coming over here, doing this, doing that, and then saving. Yeah, and I mean, the smart contracts here don't depend. I don't think they depend on anything that's not on Polygon. So yeah, let's deploy this on localhost first, just to make sure, just to show you as this app actually works. And by the way, you can so all the recipients right now are they're like hard coded, I guess, but you can add your own recipients here for whichever rounds you want to or whichever rounds you want to like kind of simulate or try to build with, or even try to decentralize this a little bit. That's going to be I guess a technical challenge for all of you after this workshop. So yeah, so now you have this little front end here. So now I'm going to now open up a different window, CD into crowdfund supports. Wait, is that not the crowdfund starter? Oh, and by the way, once again, all of these are built lovingly with scaffold ETH. Proud member of the Build Guild, I support. Yeah, so now if you're launching like a new NFT, your new hot NFT project like Gnarly Goats, right? Gnarly Goats is one of the hottest, like that's newest out there. Shameless plug, I feel like Gnarly Goats. Let's do that. Yeah. Anyways, it's one of these. All right, one of these really cool Gnarly Goat Island Club. You can all check this out. Gnarly Goat NFTs. Anyways, yeah, it's on OpenSea right now. If you wanna check it out, I'll link the thing here if y'all want to check it out. But yeah, if you have a new hot NFT project that you want to kind of crowdfund for, or I guess like new dApp project that you're building that you want to crowdfund for, here it is. You can the funding round is open right now. It ends in a minute, which is something that you can also set to end later. So yeah, I'm pretty sure this one is, yeah, this one is the time here. So you can set this to like a lot, much longer. But yeah, this is you can deploy this thing on localhost. You can fork this and then just start building immediately. Whichever changes you want to make to this app, you can get started immediately. But this is deployed on localhost, so let's fetch some. I'm gonna click on this little wallet thing here and then plug in the 2 address. Let's send myself 1 ETH. Oh yeah, right. I gotta get some gas. Hold on. Local faucet. Cool. And then I'm gonna transfer myself 1 ETH. Oh, what? Okay, let me just send myself some more money by repeatedly copying and pasting into this. Let's see here. Actually, I can just do that. My bad. I think I clicked on the wrong wallet there. So yeah, there you go. Oh, yeah. So you might want to sorry, but you might want to set this to be slightly longer. The crowdfunding, but you get the point. Yeah, cool. So I guess you can if this happens, you can just try to change the time here. Change that to 120. You're on deploy. All right, cool. So there's that. Ends in 1 minute and 56 seconds. Let's donate 1 ETH to y'all want to donate to gerbils, foxies. I don't know. Let's donate to gerbils. Let's say that. Then you could click the support button, and I think it'll be all set. Oh wait, oh, that's interesting. Cool. There's a little bug here. So anyways, this is one of those alpha release ones. So definitely bound to be bugs. But if there are, just Yeah, this is actually a good time to show this off. But if there is a bug, you can come over here into this thing, and then issues, you can create a new issue, and then bug. You can do like bug number 1. What is this? Support amounts indexed to fix is not a function, which is strange because it should work perfectly fine. But yeah, bug number 1, support button not working. And you can like submit an issue here. In which case, then I will go take a look, and then we can make sure that everything is all fine. But yeah, yeah, that is kind of strange. It should work. We did deploy the contract already, so just kind of reading straight from the error here, seems like there's something wrong with you know, the contract itself. So yeah, strange. But there you have it, folks. I've been talking for like almost an hour now, so I hope like y'all haven't like lost attention. You know, sorry for this being so long, but yeah, that's how you deploy on any dApp on Polygon. You know, we did so today, it's just to cap off, we did a slight introduction to Polygon, what it is, you know, kind of how you deploy on there, you know, what the features and kind of why you want to deploy on Polygon, how easy it is to deploy on Polygon, and if you want to launch your like brand new NFT projects like Gnarly Goats, once again, Gnarly Goats are super cool, check them out. But you know, Gnarly Goats or your crowdfunder support thing, you can all do so, and you have a lot of cool educational resources that we've whipped up on Polygon Academy for all of you. So you can do that. You can check that out. And yeah, sweet. I'll be here to answer any questions. Anyone got any questions? And thanks for all of those who've already asked questions in the chat. Oh, can I use Yarn for any chain? I think you can. Yarn is a general tool. Actually, no, I take that back. I think you use something different on Solana and potentially like other chains as well. But it's just that I actually don't. Yeah, no, I actually think that the general Ethereum suite is applicable to Polygon and some other ones that are like, you know, like Arbitrum, Optimism, because the ecosystem is naturally super composable. And I think that's the primary reason why. But you know, it's what some of the benefits of having a super composable ecosystem, right? All right. Final call for questions.
Audience, any more questions?
Yeah,
I think like we have covered all the questions, I guess, right?
Yeah, I think so. And just to once again kind of hammer in the nail in the coffin here,
Okay.
to Mahendran's question, yes, it is really that easy to switch to Polygon. You know, it's that easy to have low gas fees, like high speeds, and honestly, this solution was literally built for Ethereum developers who want lower fees, but a really, really easy method of switching. There actually was a whole kind of thing on a whole quality about like layer 2s in general that is like EVM compatibility versus, or you know, or like EVM equivalence as Optimism folks say it, you know, versus just, you know, kind of not doing that. We wanted to kind of, you know, like Polygon and other L2s included wanted to come to the developers and not have developers come to them, you know, which doesn't necessarily make sense. Yeah, a fee-wise and transaction execution-wise, better than Ethereum. I think they're, like that comes at the cost of like some decentralization though. So, but not gonna bash on my, I'm not trying to bash on anyone. I'm just saying, kind of giving you a heads up that like Ethereum is slow, but it's a good data settlement layer and it's a good security layer. But yeah, anyways, I think we've covered all the questions. You can, if you want to, you can reach out to me on Discord at peep6960. I also strongly recommend all of you to join the Polygon Discord community. Sorry, let me just like send you all the invite link. Generate a new one. Join the Polygon Discord community here. We have a lot of my colleagues, DevRel engineers, and very good friends of mine that are here supporting all of you 24/7. I wake up like in Eastern times. My Indian friends that are also in the Indian subcontinent, as most of you are also up. I think some of them. Yeah, I think I don't know exactly where they live, but should be in your time zone. So yeah, this is basically all. And give our Twitter a follow. Spreading the clout here, I guess. OX Polygon. Yeah, so go on Twitter, follow us, or check me out personally. My Twitter handle is Sean H. So you can also DM me there. My DMs are always open. And yeah, I think that's about it. Or you can email me actually at Polygon Technology if you have any issues. The Discord is not working. Okay, thanks for letting me know that. That's very helpful. Man, that's so weird. Okay, try that, I guess. Oh wait, no, that's the same link. Yeah, how is it not working? Anyways, I think you should be able to find it somewhere. But yeah, I think that should work for the majority of you. But if it doesn't, try to Reddit it or something like that. Sorry. But yeah, that's about it for me. Thanks again to Kerala for hosting me, for having me, and yeah, thanks for all of you for attending and paying attention for an hour.
Thank you, Shengho. That was a brilliant session loaded with lots of valuable inputs. It was great to have you here today at BlockHash Live 2021. I'm sure the audience had a great time with you. Thanks again for joining us live today. Have a good day.
Yeah, y'all too. See you later.
See you. Okay, audience, the next session will be at 6:30. The next session will be handled by Linda Gies, the chairman of Blockchain Chamber of Commerce. Will join after 30 minutes. Stay tuned until then. Bye. Now we have the last speaker for the day, the women power, highly enthusiastic, highly energetic, none other than Linda Geeks. Welcome, Linda, to BlockHash Live 2021. We are extremely delighted and thrilled to have you as one of our distinguished guests at the 4th edition of BlockHash Live Summit. It's a great honor to have the women power in our midst. To brief on our speaker, Linda is a vice president of the board of directors at Blockchain Chamber of Commerce. She's also one of the leading globally recognized emerging thought leader, educator, international keynote, and ethical investor who has been engaged with blockchain technology since 2012. She's also the co-founder and executive vice president of DFM Data Corp, member of the board of advisors of Coin Intelligence, and advisory board member of Women in Blockchain Talks. Linda Geeks will be keynoting on the future of blockchain as a thing in the Omniverse. Once again, a warm welcome, Linda. It's a pleasure to have you at the BlockHash Live today. Over to you.
Thank you. I appreciate it tremendously. It's a wonderful opportunity to be here. And I'm going to do my best to pull up the deck that I want to share with you all today, and look forward to having an opportunity to really expand awareness. And hopefully that is something that we can do together. And it's been a journey for me so far. And I'm looking at the sharing. Want to make sure I get it right. So give me just a moment here, please. Okay. Can you guys see my screen now?
Yes, Linda, we can see your screen. Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Wonderful. So I am just pleased to talk about the future of blockchains simply as things. And as you're sitting here today going, okay, why should I care about this? What's in it for me? Hopefully I can show you how this is a potential path to income by using what many of us already know to be true about blockchain. If we learn to address blockchain differently, it's going to put us all in good stead going forward. So LinkedIn shows that there's just been a massive upsurge in the need for blockchain. I hesitate to use the word experts, but people who can engage with blockchain knowledgeably. And it's going to be a component part of skill sets required going forward. So this is something that I believe when we have 81 of the Fortune 100 companies already using blockchain, it's going to be very evident going forward that this is something that anybody that has an interest and a skill set that they can apply in this arena will see financial benefit from it. So we've got, this comparison as blockchain has grown and evolved always to the internet. And, why is that, right? Well, the internet took out the information middleman. And, just like librarians, they used to need to be there to kind of point you in the right direction, the whole Dewey Decimal System, finding the books. And now that's a simple search online. We've had blockchain take out the transactional middleman. So we don't have to have a bank. We can do peer-to-peer transactions. And that's so important. And the future is the universal framework of things, taking out the digital middleman. And what the web did was put us in a space where we did not own our digital footprint, where we had intermediaries that were there to allow us to provision ourselves into their digital space with a username and password. And then they owned our digital footprint. They owned our data in the digital world. And the universal framework of things is going to enable us to take back that digital ownership and to have digital agency for truly the very first time. So this is the why for where we are. And I never want to assume that everyone listening has a firm grasp of what blockchain is, but knowing, BlockHash Live, the audience that's here, the majority of you, this is going to be, old hat, oversimplification. And so I'm just going to zip through, not lingering on any of this, particularly because I want to get to the real story of the thing language and the universal framework of things. So obviously, a simple explanation, blockchain is a distributed database, and it can be distributed in multiple ways. And, we have private permission, federated, there's all sorts of different styles that blockchain can come in, and there is no the blockchain. Just want to be really clear about that. Blockchain is a technology, and there are multiple blockchains. So if you hear someone talking about the blockchain, ask them which blockchain are you referring to, and you can get some real clarity in that way. So just a database. We have key differences between typical databases and blockchain. It's just how the data is structured and distributed. And, we have this immutability that is capable because of the majority of blockchain infrastructures that make it in my opinion, a better way to store data for some purposes. So this is, conceptually where we're going with Web 3.0. It's just a different formatting for the data being held. And you can search it. Block explorers are used for multiple blockchains, and you can go and find your data just like you do a Google search for data that's online. You can search data. Most times you're just going to find a hash of data. You're not going to be able to actually extract the base data, but you can verify things in that way. So very simple vocabulary for anybody who's stretching a little bit with understanding blockchain. Just a digital ledger, very straightforward. Blocks are linked to a previous block, and you can learn all about Merkle trees. And, I'm not going to dive into any of those terms, but, just keeping this very straightforward data, it is considered the new oil. So if it is, who is owning the data in the digital world? And, why should we care, right? We have a lot of, to take the analogy forward, obviously into oil, velocity and volume are really important, right? But does that equal veracity and value? Not always. We have that garbage in, garbage out issue, and who is extracting value from that data is the biggest question, in my opinion. So making sure that the refining is done in a way that the humans that are providing the data can actually extract value from it is really important. And when we look at security of data, that confidentiality, who really holds that data, who owns it, who can decide how it's made accessible? It's these questions are very important. And there's some organizations, I know IBM representatives were speaking today, and they have fantastic free resources that you can access. If you haven't looked at their skillsbuild.org platform, definitely check it out. I always like to point people in the direction of more education, and when it's open source, free, available to engage in, I always want to make sure people are aware of it. So definitely check out this resource if you haven't already, and continue your learning in the field of blockchain. So the Omniverse. This is the interesting terminology question marks that we've been having, all these conversations about the metaverse and, who owns the metaverse. And, we had Facebook come out as Meta, and, just trying to level set, what do these things mean? looking at Omniverse, I was a little bit surprised to see that it was in the top 5% of words for lookup popularity. So I'm not the only one that's been exploring these words and trying to understand how they fit into our current paradigm and our evolving paradigm. So just thinking about a spatiotemporally 4-dimensional universe, can be a little bit of a brain stretch. What does that mean? That time-space continuum and our place in it, right? And the physical world and the digital world, and how do they relate and connect? And how can I have control or agency in my world, in my universe? And so we look at metaverses and how they're being defined and implemented currently, and it's very focused on the virtual reality space, right? The interaction with these environments that are created and these avatars of people in the digital world. But are they really representative of a real human being? There's so many question marks around what's happening in the metaverse. So how do we take ownership? And so this is something that I just think is so important to wrap our minds around, because there are organizations that own different implementations of the metaverse, right? And just like the blockchain does not exist, there are multiple blockchains. We have multiple instances of metaverse applications where entities are representing in the digital world a space where we can engage and collaborate and sometimes earn. There's lots of opportunities in different metaverses, but the question is, are we represented effectively? Do we have ownership of our digital footprint? And I believe we can only have that if we look at it from an Omniverse perspective, and perspective is key. And I highlighted key and I highlighted IP. And I'm going to tell you a quick story of one of my most fun lunches ever. I had a wonderful opportunity to connect with Charlie Northrup. He's a member of the Blockchain Chamber of Commerce and was coming down to speak and do a presentation at our headquarters in Atlanta, Georgia. And this was just prior to all of the lockdowns happening globally, right? So Charlie came down, invited me to join him for lunch with the gentleman who had actually helped broker the sale of his first patent stack. And, I found out from him kind of, in conversation that one of his buddies had been at the University of Illinois, and Charlie had seen one of the first instances of the web when it was just between professors, sharing research. And Charlie saw that and he said, that's going to be commercialized. And his buddy laughed at him, be like, whatever, this is just how we share research. Charlie went home and he wrote 10 patents that defined e-commerce as we know it today in many aspects. He saw that commercialization of the web and scoped it out. And so the gentleman that I was having lunch with him with, we're sitting there and they say, hey, Charlie, did we tell you about the email that we have framed on our office wall? And Charlie and I are looking at each other like, who frames an email, right? And they said, well, it was the response that the winning bidder got when he asked how much higher he could bid. They had this whole bidding war going on for this, 10 patent stack. So when he asked how much higher he could bid, the response that he got just simply said, whatever it takes. And it was signed Bill Gates. So Charlie's hearing this for the first time because the money behind the deal was all obfuscated. And, there were these timeframes of, who could know what. And he just kind of digested it for a second. And then he said, you know what? My current patent stack will dwarf that one. And I just kind of went, wow, that's a big statement. That's a bold statement. And then I thought, that's the statement of the man who saw the internet before it was what we know it to be and recognized how it would and could be commercialized. And he's spent the last dozen plus years understanding the frameworks that are necessary for us as humans to have digital agency. And that's what his current patent stack, his IP, represents, is our gateway into the digital world in a way that can be managed on our behalf by digital agents. And he's created a robotic consciousness that can learn nouns, verbs, and modifiers. And I actually have some stuff really like hot off the press that he sent me last night that I added into my presentation here. And I'm going to actually read some of it just directly from what he sent me. Obviously, this is draft. This is, in progress. The definitions are being defined more fully, but there are over 600,000 lines of code. And there's physical aspects to it as well. And what I have right here is a physical gateway into the multi-key infrastructure. It's a multi-dimensional hologram that's a QR code that it's just pure random data drawn from nature. And that data is the base to the multi-key infrastructure that can manage my digital footprint on my behalf. And so the multi-key infrastructure, okay, what is it? Let me read to you how Charlie has defined it. It is the multi-key infrastructure is a named digital ecosystem enabling the trusted exchange of data, information, and value between autonomous participants. Each digital ecosystem has a set of independent participants, resources available through a software-defined network, and a governance protocol defining its operational rules and common services. The ecosystem is enabled by a ledger of the things in the domain of discourse and their corresponding cryptographically linked resource records. This enables every person, place, and thing in the digital ecosystem to be represented by digital twins, which can be put in motion. The infrastructure is identified, modeled, and automated using the multi-key thing ontology. And Charlie and I have been talking about this digital twin aspect. I know that's probably a term everybody's familiar with, but I have twins. I have a boy-girl twin pair, and they don't represent each other. They're very, very different human beings. And so when I think of digital twins, I don't feel like it really defines what this is. It is digital agency, right? It's an agent that can act on my behalf in the digital world. It isn't me, but it can represent me in that digital space. So this is why when draft is on there, this is a work in progress, and the definitions and the structure, it's all going to continue to evolve. But this thing, this very base thing, when it's defined, Charlie has said it's the most generic type of thing, and it represents something a machine can do, perform as an action, thing that it can act upon or otherwise use. So the name of the multi-key thing may be classified as a verb, a noun, or modifier. Although the name and value may be empty, the thing resource identifier identifying the thing is used to map the identity key of the content in which this thing is contemplated to an identity key. For example, the sixth multi-key thing in a free list identifies which multi-key thing is the subject in the domain of discourse. And when you think about initiating definitions within a space, an ontology that hasn't been defined really. This is the beginning of the definition of a new thing, a new way of looking at the world. And there's verbs that have been defined, and I have just popped up some of the sample ones to give you an idea of what these digital agents can do. And those of you who are engaged with smart contracts, As you look at this, I'm sure your minds are running. How can these words be used? These are machine readable words and human readable words, right? And we have, many of you are very familiar with JSON. And if you can, code, engage, understand JSON, you can write in the thing language. You can engage in this creative opportunity to impact the way we do business, the way things are managed. And when we think about blockchain as a thing, it's something that, and now that I say thing, I feel like I use it too much in my speaking, but it is something that is uniquely different in every instance. You have the Bitcoin blockchain, you have the Ethereum blockchain, you have different layers. Think about Polygon. We have rules that apply to various blockchains differently. And imagine that there is a digital agent that can act upon a specific blockchain based on its rules, based on the terms and conditions and the way that it functions, and then move to a different blockchain to transact business, to do something that the different blockchain is better suited for, right? You have some blockchains that are giving you throughput that is much greater than you would get on another blockchain. You have some blockchains that their security is the key component. So if I need my agent to act on my behalf in the most secure instance possible, there would be a different choice made as to which blockchain they might interact with. And this is I'm going to read you something from an email. And this is an email that I was copied on that was also sent to the IEEE P2874 Spatial Web Working Group lead. So this is Charlie's words. And I just want to use them to give you some scope and awareness of how this can be implemented. So Charlie says, our work focuses on using a multidimensional graph of things representing the things a machine can do, use, and or act upon. By treating the graph as a thing, it becomes self-referential, which allows the machine to perform actions in the graph that act upon the graph itself. It allows an action to manipulate things independent of what they represent and deferring resolution to the last possible moment in certain cases. More importantly, it allows a thing to be an issued verifiable credential. This allows my agent to create a node for Linda, like he referenced me in the email, I guess, and then issue a credential authorizing Linda's agent to manage the node. Linda's agent self-assembled a minimal vocabulary of things, nouns, verbs, and modifiers, and then uses that vocabulary to form sentences. The sentences are combined to describe a task. The agent then uses the perform verb action to perform the task, and this puts the graph in motion. So once again, those of you who do smart contract writing, this is a slightly different approach that can have the same outcome when the agent acts on your behalf using these nouns, verbs, and modifiers to do things in the digital world. A business process flow could be automated by this agent's action. So to continue what Charlie wrote, he said, in this respect, the entirety of what the agent can do, act upon, and use is completely managed inside the graph. These can be deterministic and non-deterministic agents, in that one agent can have a limited, well-defined graph, while another agent can keep expanding its graph, including its verbs. When we model verb actions like ponder, contemplate, and hypothesize that act upon the graph, such as its runtime task, that is when you get some really interesting results. Similarly, models of goals and states of being can lead to internal conflicts, as one goal may be opposite of another goal, i.e. be highly interactive versus pretty, for instance. I don't know if we can mute the audience. That would be helpful. To wrap up the email that Charlie sent, he said, by treating communications, protocols, languages, and grammars as things, we have found we can integrate pretty much any standard to bring the agents in compliance. For example, we are now working on models of what are the blockchains and how can the agent use it. This enables us to disintermediate the particulars so that agents can learn how to switch from one blockchain to another. To the agents, even the web is just a thing. This allows us to integrate any protocol and even interact with machines that have no connection-based protocol communications. So I'm going to read that again. This allows us to integrate any protocol and even interact with machines that have no connection-based protocol communications. For example, a Raspberry Pi Zero with an infrared transmitter or a processor with only a camera, a microphone, and a speaker could thus engage. We developed this as the universal framework of things, and our first reference implementation is referred to as a graph of things. The reference implementation has over 600,000 lines of code currently. This is not hypothetical. This is not, it would be cool if we could. This is a new ontology. This is a way of addressing the digital world in a way that allows us as human beings to have agency and to allow AI to act on our behalf on something as simple as a Raspberry Pi. This is going to be globally accessible. This is going to be a way of addressing business process flow that hasn't been possible previously. We have tremendous opportunity. And when I put this new term in front of you, TAPS, think back what we were talking about, the web. We have apps, right? You can download apps super conveniently now. And we've had dApps or decentralized applications. And those have had their purpose and implementation. Well, TAPS are thing applications. And this is how anybody can engage in this uniquely different way of engaging in the digital world. You can build your own taps. You can train your digital agent to act on your behalf and expand its vocabulary with a thing application. So you might start with something really simple where, your agent gathers your financial data for you as it happens. As you make transactions, it aggregates them into categories. Very simple action that it can do on your behalf. But who's going to write the tap that when I tell my agent, pay my taxes, can aggregate and apply all of the new tax code in whatever country I'm in and whatever jurisdictions I've done business and submit and execute on my behalf? That kind of tap will be written. And it's just a question of who's going to write it, who's going to monetize this opportunity to own and name and engage with the things in the digital worlds that are being created and conceptualized as we speak. It's a wonderful time to be alive, to be creative, to be engaged with blockchain, and to understand how things are going to continue to evolve and change our lives. And we have autonomy. We have the opportunity to be the creatives, the creators in this new universe, this Omniverse. So I would love to connect with any of you online. I'm on LinkedIn, and I want to be sure to give thanks to Tracy Levine and Charlie Northrup. This presentation and the content I shared could only have existed because of their engagement and the work that they've achieved and done. So it's just my honor and pleasure to be able to share and communicate it with you today. And thank you for your time. I'm really looking forward to seeing the taps that are going to be built and meet the lovely people that are going to be part of this evolution of the Omniverse and our digital agency. So thank you.
Thank you, Linda, for an insightful session. It was a subtle explanation of blockchain and its accessories. I'm sure the audience had a worthwhile time. Audience, if you have any questions, please drop in the chat box. We'll be happy to take them.
And I know it's the end of a very long day where there has been a tremendous amount of information shared and digested. And so it's the beginning of my day. The sun is just up. And so I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Imagining something virtual tool to do your all tasks speechless. Okay. Yeah, pretty much that I'm going to steal that. A virtual tool to do all your tasks. That's pretty much what can be built with this robotic consciousness that can act on our behalf in the digital world. Just the tasks that we shouldn't have to waste our time on, right? I don't know who else gets stressed out around tax time, but it's really challenging to make sure that you're not missing anything, and to have that just be managed on my behalf is something that I look forward to very much. And so, yes, I hope I've inspired somebody to start down that trail to start building that tap.
Linda, that is like great, very good to hear from you. We are like really blessed to have you today at BlockHash Live 2020. That was really an inspiring session. Okay, so once again, on behalf of Kerala Blockchain Academy and Kerala University of Digital Sciences, Innovation and Technology, I extend a very heartfelt thank you for being with us today at the 4th edition of BlockHash Live. And thank you, audience, for being today online. With this, we come to an end of the 4th edition of BlockHash Live Summit, the annual blockchain summit organized by Kerala Blockchain Academy. So hope you all had a very good time with us. Wish you all a very happy and prosperous new year. And once again, thank you for joining live. For our social media channels, do follow us on YouTube, LinkedIn, Medium for our latest updates on courses, upcoming events, blogs, and other free resources. Stay tuned, stay happy, stay healthy always. Thank you once again, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.